The world I live in is filled with countless dungeons. Here, where dinosaurs roar, cave dungeons have been created. The monsters inside are growing more and more numerous. Ultimately, it has all created a place full of danger, along with countless hidden treasures. In the dungeons, adventurers who have conquered dungeons possess immense fortunes and the greatest fame in the world. There are exceptions to everything. However, not everyone can become an adventurer. In this world, only the chosen can become adventurers. And then, at this moment, a person appeared, walking inside. The young man was carrying a large bag on his back, slowly taking step after step on the road. The bag he was carrying seemed very heavy. After walking for a while, the young man met a guard. The man glanced at him contemptuously and issued a warning. Hey, that's a dungeon up ahead. Only authorized people are allowed in. However, when the man noticed a shining badge on the young man's neck, he was surprised. What's this? You are? The young man scratched his head and smiled when he saw the other person's surprise. A bag? The young man tried to give the other person a confident smile. The bag for adventurers, white rank, Naji, the porter. The guard understood and exclaimed, "Oh, for goodness sake." Behind him, a few people were standing there, judging him. How can a porter be even later than the adventurers? Seriously, kids these days. Naji just gave a forced smile and tried to explain to them. I'm sorry, this is my first time coming to this place. The guard questioned with an annoyed expression. But why are you alone? Where are the other porters? The Porters Guild must have received the 50 gold advance payment, right? Naji looked a bit awkward upon hearing that. Well, the thing is, he confidently introduced himself once more. I am the porter who costs 50 gold a day, Naji. The man became interested upon hearing that. This is the porter who costs 50 gold a day. The person opened his mouth and shouted angrily. Do you think I'm that stupid? This is a dungeon that requires at least 4 or 5 porters. How do you plan to do it alone? Naji tried to speak up and explain. I'm sorry, but the man crossed his arms, arrogantly glancing at the pile of luggage behind him. If you have a mouth, answer me. Can you even carry our luggage by yourself, let alone the spoils from the dungeon? Do you think you can properly carry the burden of our lives? Naji showed no reaction and just walked over silently, even though the man still maintained his arrogant attitude. If you understand, then go back to the Porters Guild and call for more people. If not, I'll raise hell at the guild. He rubbed his chin, observing the pile of luggage. That's a lot of luggage for 4 people. Hearing this, the other person grew even more disgusted. See, I told you you couldn't carry it. Naji frowned and began to think. This kind of reaction from adventurers is normal for a porter who costs 5 times the normal price, with the average daily wage being less than 10 gold. He said nothing and grabbed the strap of his backpack. At a time like this, rather than explaining, Naji simply put the large bag from his back on the ground. It was better to show them. He just pulled the bag strap closer. Naji was still very cheerfully stuffing each item inside. The whole group of people sitting nearby turned to look, their jaws dropped. A blond young man couldn't help but exclaim, "What is that?" He couldn't help but wonder. A magic bag? After putting the bag on, Naji calmly asked, I just need to carry these things, right? They immediately ran up to him and asked nonstop, "What is that thing? Where did you get it? Is it heavy? It looks so convenient. I wish I had that bag." Naji shyly scratched his head and laughed. Sorry, this is an exclusive bag, so outsiders can't use it. Anyway, will you hire me now? At this point, the blond young man spoke up irritably. Stop making a fuss. His attitude was very contemptuous. It's just a magic bag belonging to some porter. The other two also grimaced in embarrassment. I'm sorry, Sir Jeff. The man looked arrogantly towards Naji. All right, I'll hire you. He is gold rank, Jeff Gnome, swordsman, leader of the Langmin team. But things didn't end there. However, Jeff Gnome put his hands on his hips. You have to be worth that gold. If you can't do the work of 5 people, you'd better be ready for the consequences. Naji's face darkened, and he silently wondered. This person is the team leader? He silently commented on the other person. He looked strict. Jeff Gnome wasted no more time and ordered his team members, get your gear and prepare for the expedition. Suddenly, Naji gave a sly smile. But that's fine. Now he was full of confidence and excitement. I'm a professional porter, after all. Just like that, they went into the dungeon together. A plan began to form in Naji's mind. Before conquering the dungeon, I will make them completely satisfied. The reason why Naji was paid more than other porters was not simply because of his carrying ability, but the ultimate satisfaction of the adventurers. They are the adventurers who conquer dungeons and must face countless dangers. Suddenly, at this moment, a team member who wasn't paying attention stepped on a trap. The person cried out in pain, and then monsters even attacked. Jeff Gnome's group stopped on guard. He immediately drew his sword and shouted to inform everyone, they're coming. The monsters were being relentlessly counterattacked by them. The battle was becoming extremely fierce. Jeff Gnome was currently facing a monster head-on. Conquering a dungeon is full of endless variables, leading to considerable stress. Jeff Gnome covered his face in frustration. He looked angrily at his teammates. Didn't I tell you not to let your guard down? Are you that anxious? At this point, the other two started blaming and shifting responsibility to each other. Domp shouted angrily, I got scolded because of you. The other one retorted just as fiercely, what? You're even worse than me. Naji silently observed this scene. That's why I became a porter and targeted this market. Naji put his large bag down and said, all right, adventurers. He spoke in a friendly tone. You all must be hungry from walking continuously, right? I brought some snacks. The two who were arguing suddenly ran out of words. Both of them frowned in confusion. What's this? A plate of delicious food appeared. This aroma. Delicious dishes were continuously placed on the table. Even his hands were carrying food. What is this? This ridiculous menu. A lavish meal was soon beautifully arranged. Everything Naji did was thanks to the secret skill of the porter class dungeon restaurant. Without saying much, they began to eat ravenously. Domp's eyes lit up as he looked at the food in his hand. Not only is the food special, but it's also warm as if it was just prepared. The person next to him took a bite of vegetable and couldn't help but exclaim, my God, this is even fresh salad. He was incredibly moved by the delicious food. For the past few days, I haven't eaten anything but dried meat and rock-hard bread. Domp suddenly looked at Naji's magic bag. Amazing. Does your bag also have the ability to keep food fresh? But the other person had a different idea. No, wait, could it have a cooking function? He hesitated, not knowing how to explain. Well, something like that. Naji started opening his bag again to rummage for something. The important thing is you haven't seen everything yet. He placed his hand in cool water. There was even a faucet continuously pouring out a stream of pure water. The secret skill of the porter class. What about Acadian paradise? The comfortable feeling left him speechless. The person started to close his eyes to enjoy it. Am I at a resort? Like a hot spring in a snowy field. But when he opened his eyes and saw the gloomy scene of the dungeon, he couldn't help but be disappointed. No, actually not this scenery, but it's still really great. However, at this moment, someone gritted his teeth. Right now, Jeff Gnome shouted angrily, are we on vacation? Doing things like this in a dungeon is so undisciplined. But in the end, he couldn't resist this temptation, but it was too warm, so he didn't want to scold anyone. The man heard that and nodded in agreement. That's right. Jeff Gnome sat in the pool of water, closing his eyes relaxedly. Come on, with this, I have no choice but to acknowledge you. He honestly revealed his initial thoughts. To be honest, I only intended to try it out as a gamble. There's no way it could be worth 50 gold. But Naji's dedicated service changed Jeff Gnome's mind. I was even planning to complain to the guild and demand compensation. But for a porter to have magic like this, 50 gold feels like a bargain. At this moment, he was warming his hands over a pink flame and couldn't help but laugh upon hearing that. Isn't this what conquering a dungeon is like? Outsiders might think conquering a dungeon is difficult because you have to face powerful monsters. But in reality, it's often the stress and the environment that arise during a long conquest or anxiety that leads to failure. Naji recalled previous times and drew from experience. Things like a stomachache from eating random food can also lead to a failed conquest or failure due to lack of sleep. Such things are quite common. Porters rely on adventurers to make money. Adventurers must clear dungeons. So, what I'm doing to ensure the dungeon conquest isn't really all that much. The bearded man laughed upon hearing him say that. Loudly, the man sat in the tub, enjoying himself, saying that not much is an understatement. It's rare to receive this kind of treatment, even on the outside, right? This is a feeling I've never had before. The bearded man's eyes were full of happiness. After being served all this, I feel like I've been re-energized. I feel like I can easily handle any ean. Naji was extremely happy to hear the man declare that there was no need to worry about the conquest anymore. The bearded man was so excited that he didn't realize he was bathing and stood straight up, causing Naji to blush and turn away. Your clothes. After resting, the group began their monster-slaying journey again. As he said, the conquest process went smoothly. Everyone was fighting with all their might. Only Naji was wearing glasses as if watching a movie, because from the beginning, they were an experienced team, so they easily defeated the monsters. However, difficulties still awaited. This time, the party encountered a mutated sheepskin lizard. The problem is the boss. The boss is always random. Jeff Gnome tightened his grip on his sword the moment he saw it. In his hand, his expression turned grim. Damn it, this one is going to be tough. Jeff Gnome was the one who ran forward and carefully instructed everyone, don't give it any chances, keep attacking. It rushed forward to attack everyone. Just then, the sheepskin lizard's claw landed right where the bearded man was. He didn't panic, raising the crossbow in his hand and aiming precisely at it. The arrow shot out, forming a spiderweb that enveloped the sheepskin lizard's sharp claw. Archer skill, spiderweb. It still hadn't given up and continued to charge towards them. It swung its heavy tail towards the whole team. But luckily, they were prepared and managed to block it. Jeff Gnome realized an opportunity had come and moved forward. He raised his sword and summoned swordsman skill, Ninpo. Jeff Gnome decisively cut off the sheepskin lizard's tail, causing it to turn back and look in pain. The sheepskin lizard roared loudly, continuously shooting green rays from its mouth. Strange. He rushed forward again as fast as lightning, using his sword to block the monster's attack. His eyes became extremely determined. The green fluid spat out by the sheepskin lizard increased. Naji noticed and quickly hid behind a rock to observe. It didn't take him long to recognize its species. This time, the boss was a B-rank conquest target, the sheepskin lizard. Naji silently analyzed the situation. Based on the adventurer's current skills, the success rate was over 80%, which sounded like a stable probability, but the remaining 20% couldn't be ignored. Because when adventurers fail, the porter dies. So failure was not an option. Naji reached into his bag and started rummaging through it. Should I help them a little? His hand reached into space to search. Let's see. Soon enough, Naji found it and exclaimed happily, so it was here. He looked at the mushroom-shaped item in his hand. The adventurer's attack power was good enough. Even creating one opportunity would be enough for success. However, Naji's heart was aching right now. Of course, it's a bit of a waste to use such an expensive smoke mushroom, but he tried to hold back his tears, using a string to tie the item tightly to throw out. Right now, clearing the dungeon was the priority, so there was no other choice. The sheepskin lizard was frantically charging in all directions, making Naji hesitate. The problem is how to land a hit. Now it was targeting Jeff Gnome. There was no more time to think. He had to take a risk and throw it. No matter how unpredictable its movements were, if I throw it right when it attacks the adventurers. Naji used all his strength to throw the smoke mushroom towards the sheepskin lizard. At that moment, it also noticed an object hurtling towards it. However, before the sheepskin lizard could react, an explosion rang out right after. In just a moment, it caused it to cough nonstop and choke. Jeff Gnome turned to look a little surprised the porter. Naji stood there happily cheering, charge. On. He gave a confident smile, his eyes full of hope. Jeff Gnome once again climbed onto the sheepskin lizard. Got it. He used all his strength to gain momentum and jump up. Jeff Gnome raised his sword, ready to attack it at any moment. The sheepskin lizard's eyes suddenly widened. A powerful attack struck directly on its head. That attack made the sheepskin lizard collapse weakly onto the ground. Jeff Gnome didn't dare to let his guard down, still observing seriously. After confirming the sheepskin lizard showed no more signs of life, he happily announced to everyone, "Good job, let's collect the loot." Naji also felt somewhat relieved at this point. The conquest was finally completed smoothly, but the excitement only lasted for a short time. The atmosphere quickly turned sour. The reason was the rewards were very few. The rewards dropped from the sheepskin lizard's chest were extremely few, making Naji disappointed from the boss. There should have been at least 20 rank mana stones, but only 5 dropped. Moreover, the remaining items were considered junk. Even worse, this dungeon mostly consisted of common monsters like goblins. In other words, the value and effort of the conquest compared to this reward. Finally, he came to a conclusion, a complete bust. Naji thought of the 4 team members, and in the end, they had to divide that meager reward. Among 4 people, Naji looked towards them. Perhaps because of that, the joy of clearing the dungeon disappeared and the atmosphere became more tense. Dom questioned loudly, "What did you do to deserve more?" The other person angrily pointed at him and yelled, "The one who always takes more has no right to talk." He watched them argue heatedly and realized even dividing the rewards was a sensitive issue. But then Naji smiled brightly. "What can you say? He couldn't contain his joy. That's the adventurer's business. It has nothing to do with me. The porter gets a fixed price regardless of how much the adventurers get. So, before everyone's mood gets worse, shall we wrap it up? He carried 2 bottles of drinks and called out, "Thank you for your hard work, adventurers. You must be thirsty. Have some water." He just walked towards the group. Jeff Gnome smiled with satisfaction and said, "You even take care of the party's needs after it's over." He also didn't forget to show his gratitude. "That smoke bomb you threw at the boss. Meeting you in this dungeon is probably the greatest asset we have." Hearing that, Naji replied modestly, "You're exaggerating. I just helped a little with my humble skill." Dov heard that and immediately walked over. "Humble skill, the more I look, the more surprised I am." Very quickly, he revealed his true intentions. Dov gave a treacherous smile. "That bag of yours can always pull out endless magical things." Jeff Gnome, who was beside him, also agreed, "Perhaps that bag of yours has more things than this entire dungeon." A member of the team added, "Maybe there's a mountain of money in there, huh?" The bearded man laughed slyly and chimed in, "Because you're the porter who earns 50 gold. Donf burst out laughing. Like the captain said, the biggest asset in this dungeon was meeting that bag. The whole team became greedy, staring intently at Naji. They were like predators targeting their prey. He couldn't help but feel worried. Why has the atmosphere suddenly become so strange? What is this? What are you guys doing? Looks like I missed. I was going to finish it in one blow in the least painful way. But think about it. Being an adventurer is a job where you have to risk your life. And you can't possibly go home empty-handed, right? Please don't hate us. We're also in a difficult situation with the tributes. To be honest, a bag like that is a bit too much for a porter, isn't it? Is that so? A porter's job often ends in death in the dungeon. Even if they kill me, they just have to say I was killed by a goblin and no one will suspect a thing. No matter how much I try to help the adventurers, in the end, I'm still treated like a tool. The expressions of those who were once grateful for my efforts immediately changed to looking at me like an object, but I wasn't surprised or scared at all. It's a common occurrence in this world. This is a world where your job is decided from the moment you're born. The treatment that porters receive, the lowest ranked job, has never changed. When I first got this ability, your ability is the bag. The disdainful looks from those who didn't value me. With your ability, you can't possibly register as an adventurer. I've told you so many times that your job is to be a porter. If you want to participate in dungeon conquests so badly, register as a porter. The world decided I couldn't become an adventurer. It classified me as a porter. These guys probably think the same way, don't they? Donf sneered threateningly. If you understand, then hand over all your items and die. You stupid porter. Naji immediately dodged the attack. But that decision wasn't made by me, was it? He reached behind him to pull something from the bag. Just as Donf launched his next attack, a sword was pulled out and blocked him. He couldn't help but be surprised. He blocked it. Naji struggled to keep his body from being thrown back. Then he took the opportunity to counterattack. The hilt of the sword in his hand flew straight into Donf's face. His face was instantly distorted and he was sent flying. The bearded man couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, "That guy." Naji continued to pull out more weapons. He threw an axe into the air, spinning a few times to attract the bearded man's attention. Right after, it fell straight onto his crossbow. The whole group's eyes widened in astonishment. Jeff Gnome exclaimed in disbelief, "How can that be?" Donf taken down, he gritted his teeth in anger. The remaining two charged forward with Jeff Gnome's shout, "What is this nonsense? Can't you guys handle him?" Naji continued by taking out a bottle. That thing immediately blocked the attack of the other two. Both of them were hit by the move, crying out pitifully, "It's so hot." Right after that, Naji held his sword towards them. His eyes were blazing. The sword strike cut the protective shield in half. The guy with the bowl cut screamed in terror. Next, he took a direct hit from Naji, then rolled backwards like a wheel. He glanced at him with hatred. That guy was kicked away, his head hitting a large rock. Jeff Gnome's face turned pale. He frowned in disbelief. He defeated 3 adventurers by himself? Impossible. Isn't he just white rank? What kind of monster are you? Faced with that question, Naji answered innocently, "Me? I'm the dungeon porter." Time flew by. It's unknown how much time had passed. Out of the dungeon, Naji tied the group up together in one place. Just then, a sound rang out, causing him to pay Pay attention. A horse-drawn carriage had just arrived. Naji happily waved to the other person. You're here, over here, over here. That person slowly stepped down from the carriage. She approached and gently inquired, You're the porter, Naji, aren't you? I was informed that a case had occurred in the dungeon, so I came here to investigate. The person who had just arrived was the white rank, Betcha, the dungeon inspector. The young woman approached with some hesitation, but they had been beaten by Naji until they were swollen like a pig's head. What exactly is this? Betcha furrowed her brows in suspicion. What happened in the dungeon? He picked up the bag and said cheerfully, instead of explaining it myself, it's better for you to hear it directly from this. Suddenly, sound started coming from inside the bag. The words from inside were not very pleasant. Truly, isn't such an item too luxurious for a porter? Let's kill him quietly. After listening, Betcha couldn't help but praise. Amazing. The young woman immediately opened her book to take notes. A recording device disguised as a bag. What a useless design. Memo 1. A recording device designed like a bag. But it's a useless design, but I should still study it. Naji scratched his head and shyly corrected her. To be precise, it's a bag that can capture sound. Betcha turned around and spoke with great confidence. Anyway, I understand that they betrayed and intended to kill you. Naji, that's enough evidence. The young woman curiously looked inside the bag. But what I'm curious about is why a porter like you could take down 4 adventurers. Betcha looked at their miserable state with some pity, and they look as if they've been poisoned by smoke mushrooms. Upon hearing this, Naji immediately laughed with delight and replied, You know about smoke mushrooms too? The young woman nodded in acknowledgement. That's right. At least I know not to eat it in other regions. Absorbing it causes muscle stiffness, dizziness, and a faint purple color on the face. Naji raised a finger and began to analyze everything clearly. So that simplifies everything. It turns out they just accidentally ate a stew containing that mushroom right as they were about to attack me. He recalled Jeff Nam and his group constantly vomiting earlier. The symptoms were starting to appear. I'm really lucky, aren't I? Otherwise, how could a porter like me control adventurers like them? Naji even bent down and asked him clearly, Is that right? I'm telling the truth, aren't I? He growled in a very dangerous tone, Adventurer. Jeff Nam struggled to look towards Naji. Those words are a lie. It's true we ate the poison mushroom, but we never ate it ourselves. Right before we could start a proper fight, we had already fallen into your trap. Already. He suddenly laughed loudly and called out you. Naji didn't forget to mock his opponent. Are you really a gold rank adventurer? He swung a blade down right at Jeff Nam. Isn't it white rank? But at that moment, he managed to dodge and began to launch a counterattack, and so they fought each other for a while. Each of Naji's attacks made Jeff Nam retreat in fear. He gritted his teeth, anxiety welling up inside him. I did think that something was strange. Naji at this moment just gave a smug smile looking at Jeff Nam. Even if we used a lot of energy to fight the boss, there's no reason for my team to lose to this mere porter. His mouth mumbled something. It's just that. Naji laughed loudly as he jumped down from above towards Jeff Nam. How did you defeat the goblin with such slow sword strokes? Jeff Nam couldn't take it anymore and started swinging his sword to attack again. The shame of being overpowered by a porter and his taunts made us lose all composure, a mere baggage carrier. Naji wasn't worried at all. On the contrary, he laughed very casually. We couldn't even think of other possibilities. He didn't need to expend much effort to easily dodge his move. Close call. Maybe you'll hit me next time? Jeff Nam attacked once more, but was nimbly dodged by Naji every time, or not, whatever. At this moment, Jeff Nam's sword swung high, filled with powerful streams of energy. He swung a long sword strike towards Naji's position, but he jumped high to dodge this move. Jeff Nam's jaw dropped, unable to believe his eyes, while Naji just laughed mockingly with amusement. He couldn't stand it and gritted his teeth, bastard. No matter what kind of attack he launched, Naji could still dodge it with ease. Excuse me, coming through. Jeff Nam was stunned. In disbelief at that moment, his eyes became astonished. The reason we lost to a porter. Naji at this moment looked coldly towards his opponent. It's not because he is strong. Jeff Nam seemed to have noticed something different, but because I have become weaker. He weakly defended himself. My body, suddenly, The feeling of discomfort was rising inside Jeff Nam. Why is this happening? I feel like I'm about to vomit. No, I've already vomited. Naji laughed contemptuously and said, didn't I tell you? He solemnly informed his opponent, you have been poisoned. The food just now had a poisonous mushroom called a smoke mushroom in it. It enhances the flavor of the dish, and it's also insurance to deal with fraudulent clients like you, killing 2 birds with 1 stone, right? Only then did Jeff Nam realize. Poison? He gritted his teeth in anger. You bastard. Jeff Nam shouted loudly, if so, you intended to betray us from the very beginning, right, you terrible porter? Naji burst out laughing. He explained further, why would a delicate porter like me trust shady adventurers like you? But, as I said, that was just insurance. Strange red smoke began to appear from the bag on Naji's back. Whether to betray or not is up to you all. In a case like this, using a catalyst will make the poison mushroom's effect appear immediately. But usually I would give you the antidote after the dungeon conquest to neutralize the poison. But Naji's eyes suddenly turned bloodshot. Some idiots broke it. The more Jeff Nam listened, the angrier he became. He burst out laughing with delight. So I know what to do now? Naji held the bottle in his hand and said, there's only 1 bottle of antidote left. He could now only cry and admit, even though things are like this in this situation, no one would believe it if we said he poisoned us. Moreover, that's right. Jeff Nam was choked up and speechless. It was just, unfortunately, eating the wrong soup. In his heart, he was still not convinced. How could I admit defeat to a porter? It's too humiliating. The whole group was crying with regret. I wish I hadn't eaten that bowl of soup. Betcha stroked her chin, pondering something. After understanding the situation, she came to a conclusion. I understand the situation now. I will transfer these criminals. Betcha ordered the soldier beside her, put them in the carriage. Naji happily shouldered his bag and started to leave. My work is done, so I'll be going. But at this moment, Betcha suddenly called him back. Wait, if you're returning to the city, do you want to go together? Naji was silent for a moment. Then he bluntly asked her, is it free? And so the carriage rolled smoothly along the road. Betcha sat in the carriage and sighed in frustration. It's a pity that you encountered such an unfortunate incident right after arriving in the city. The young woman spoke apologetically. On behalf of the Adventurers Guild, I apologize. Naji didn't care about this at all. It's fine. We porters are used to this kind of thing. Let's see. Betcha didn't forget to remind him, is that so? Even so, there's still one thing you need to pay attention to, even though I know you are not at fault in this incident. Betcha turned her head to look at the group locked up in the back, but they won't think so. The adventurers you subdued are all from the Dawn Guild, the Dawn. That guild is notorious everywhere for their arrogance and lawlessness. Regardless of the reason, if one of their members gets hurt, they will retaliate. Betcha turned to advise, so you should be careful for a while. But when a young woman saw Naji, she was full of question marks. She hesitantly asked, are you listening, Mr. Naji? At this point, he had stuck his head inside the bag. Yes, I'm still listening. That creature suddenly spat a mouthful of saliva in his face. Naji immediately scolded it. Gluttony, I told you not to come out in front of people. They'll be scared when they see you. It replied pitifully, but I'm hungry. Betcha asked in alarm, while also noting it down in her book. What the hell is this, Memo 2? Discovered a strange creature in the bag. Naji scratched his head embarrassedly and explained, it's nothing, don't worry. He even seriously introduced, this little thing is gluttony. It has been living in my bag for a very long time. It organizes the items in the bag. Before I had gluttony, my things were always tangled up. Naji stroked his chin thoughtfully. In return, it eats a ton of magic stones. Because this conquest was really chaotic, it must have been very busy. He seemed to have thought of something, a cunning smile appearing on his face. On top of that, Naji was ready to state his intention. I got all the dungeon rewards. Normally, it would be divided among 4 adventurers. He happily gave the magic stones to Gluttony. I'm feeling very generous today, so let's double the magic stones. After it finished eating, its face showed a look of contentment. Betcha was still not over her surprise. This is the first time I've seen a creature like this. A living creature that eats magic stones? Naji hugged Gluttony tightly and replied with a bright smile. To be honest, it's my first time seeing one too, but it's harmless, so this is a mutually beneficial relationship. Betcha stared wide-eyed at him. You're quite interesting. No, I should say your bag is really amazing. I've never heard of a bag like this. Suddenly at this moment, the horses started neighing as if they had gone mad. They seemed quite panicked, causing the people inside to become bewildered as well. Betcha shouted to the soldier in front, what's suddenly wrong with the horses? That person also didn't understand what was happening. I don't know, they suddenly went wild. Naji at this moment seemed to sense something, this feeling. He whipped his head around to look behind. Streams of demonic aura were constantly rushing towards them. No doubt about it, a dungeon break, but why is it appearing here? Naji hurriedly called out. Inspector, he pointed a hand in one direction, over there. A blinding light was appearing in front of them. I can feel a dungeon break behind the mountain. Betcha's face turned pale, hearing Naji's judgment. A dungeon break? However, the young woman couldn't help but be suspicious. This is serious. How do you know? Do you have some kind of magic tool to detect it? He seriously replied, it's instinct. Betcha furrowed her brows in confusion. Instinct? What do you mean by that? Naji's hands suddenly clenched. He gritted his teeth and reminded her, we don't have time. Naji kept urging Betcha, we have to get there before there are casualties. She was still in shock, thinking to herself, sensing a dungeon break by instinct. That's absurd. Even an inspector like me couldn't detect it. Gluttony also spoke up at this time. It's true, a dungeon break. He tried to explain to convince her, I like magic stones, so I can smell them. That's the reason. It's very strong. The smell of magic stones behind that mountain. I'm sure. Betcha was a little hesitant when she saw the confidence coming from him. After thinking for a moment, she made a decision. Understood. Let's go take a look. They were now heading towards an area where energy was constantly pouring out. A dungeon break. When a dungeon has existed for a very long time, those energy flows were extremely intense. That dungeon will undergo a catastrophic event called a dungeon break, which is when the monsters inside the dungeon pour out and go on a rampage. This will cause enormous consequences, slaughtering everything in their path indiscriminately. That is why we must conquer dungeons in this world. It's real, a dungeon break. Betcha exclaimed in awe. It's far past the limit. It's going to break at any moment. She glanced at Naji suspiciously. How could you sense it from so far away? Like that? Naji gritted his teeth and replied, I can never forget this feeling. Never. And it's something we must never forget. How terrible things become when a dungeon breaks. Hearing him say that, Betcha became even more suspicious. Has this person experienced a dungeon break before? But even so, how could he sense it? At that moment, he suddenly shouted, something strange. If a dungeon is this close to a village, there's no way adventurers haven't conquered it yet. She agreed. That's right. According to the records, this dungeon has already been assigned. Naji immediately asked, can you tell me who took the mission and what are their ranks? Betcha immediately looked up the information. This dungeon is a D-rank rift dungeon. The adventurers who took the mission are 1 mithril rank adventurer and 2 bronze rank adventurers. Naji thought in surprise, a mithril rank adventurer in a D-rank dungeon. Why, if so, I have my suspicions. He immediately stated his intention. I think I need to go to the village to confirm a few things. Were you planning? You're suspicious of that, aren't you? Betcha turned and gave an order. Guard, could you please take these criminals back to the prison for me? As a dungeon inspector, I will escort you. The two of them continued forward. A moment later, they were standing before the village gate. The people here were gathered in one place. Naji said decisively, something definitely happened here, that's right. The crowd of villagers were all cursing at the adventurers. They should have dealt with this a long time ago, but it's still the same now. What if a dungeon break happens while they delay the conquest? Nero, and Vandesta were just sitting there casually, doing nothing. Nero spoke up. Go tell the team leader we're not responsible. He growled. What do you expect us to do when the team leader has already left? The villagers angrily cursed at them. You bastards. These ones. After observing the situation, Naji concluded. So I was right. Based on the current situation, my suspicion is correct. The dungeon was abandoned. This happens when the leader of a party with a higher rank than the dungeon, they accepted. And then, if a better dungeon appears at the same time, the leader will abandon the lower-ranked dungeon. Vetcha tried to explain, of course the association will penalize cases like this. He retorted, but it's just a slap on the wrist, isn't it? He thought to himself again. So that's how it is that adventurer can get away with it with just a fine. But the people here will lose everything. That dungeon will break tonight, even if we call for help from the Adventurers Association. But by the time they arrive, this village will have turned to ash. And these adventurers are still spouting irresponsible excuses. Vandesta continued to make absurd excuses, We're victims too. The team leader disappeared. So now we're wasting our time stuck here, whether the dungeon breaks or not. Why are you blaming us? If you have any complaints, file a proper complaint with the Adventurers Association. We're not the ones responsible, so we don't have to listen to your nonsense. Naji silently assessed. Adventurers are not heroes or saviors. They are ruthless people who only care about their own interests. But even so, in this situation we need the power of those adventurers, because only adventurers can stop a dungeon break, not a mere porter. Like me, Betcha sighed in frustration. What bad luck, but we should just evacuate the villagers. We have to prioritize saving lives, saving lives. Naji's face darkened. He asked seriously, do you really believe we can save them? She asked, not understanding. Excuse me, what do you mean? He replied, think about it. Winter is coming, and those who lose their homes, do you think they can survive the long winter? Naji clenched the necklace around his neck. Then he suddenly ripped it off, shouting at the same time, no way. What this village needs right now is not a porter. That's why, after saying that, Naji suddenly burst out laughing. As if he had found a solution, he said aloud with amusement, look what we have here. A dungeon break happens to occur right as I set foot here. Inspector, is it true that anyone who conquers a dungeon break gets to keep all the rewards without having to pay a fee? Vandesta and Nero finally noticed him. The two turned to ask each other, who is that guy? Don't tell me he's planning to enter that dungeon. That badge color, a gold rank adventurer? Then maybe he can do it. Seeing that the two had taken the bait, Naji scratched his head and asked with a bright smile, are you two planning to join as well? If so, the reward split will be 9-1. It's a deal then. For now, I'll just pretend to be an adventurer for a bit. Although he was still smiling, Naji also had a plan and escape route for himself. Hey, Inspector, what's the penalty for impersonating an adventurer? She replied innocently, the fee is at least 1,000 gold, if I'm not mistaken. Rift Dungeon. A dungeon connected to an unknown dimension through a spatial crack. It is recommended for adventurers with at least a gold rank badge to enter. Unlike regular dungeons, which, regardless of difficulty, can be easily cleared simply by killing all the monsters. In a Rift Dungeon, your real enemy is the space itself. Even experienced adventurers cannot predict the clearing conditions of a Rift Dungeon until they step inside. And yet, we are preparing to speedrun it. Betcha picked up the hourglass. She said to Naji, based on my mana threshold calculations, this dungeon will collapse within an hour. He immediately replied, so we have to clear this dungeon within an hour to prevent it from collapsing. She held up the hourglass, but 1 hour, no matter what we encounter, will be very tight, especially since it's a Rift Dungeon. Hearing that, his face darkened. Let's hope it's one of the easy ones. Naji took a step forward, getting ready. We can't waste a single second. He and Betcha walked straight to that circle of fire. Let's go. As soon as they stepped in, the place emitted an extremely strong light. Right after that, it began to explode. Nero was extremely astonished by this sight, her eyes wide. Rocks and dirt suddenly flew into the air, scattering everywhere in front of everyone's eyes. Nero saw this and was incredibly excited. She said gleefully, it was just nighttime a moment ago, but now we're in another world. Desta also said excitedly, this is a dungeon. He bared his teeth. The first historic dungeon conquest of Vandesta, the Rising Star Adventurer, has begun. Hearing that, Nero also replied, I'll show those bastards at the association who I am. His eyes shone. He smirked and said, exactly. I'll perform so well they'll be left speechless. The two of them just stood there jeering. Meanwhile, Naji and Betcha could only remain silent. She said helplessly, ignorance is bliss sometimes, huh? After saying that, her face turned serious. She frowned and said, just one look and I know we're screwed. He also agreed, right? Naji broke out in a cold sweat, saying worriedly, just this scenery alone. At this moment, Betcha also looked up at those towering rocks, so we need to climb up there within 1 hour. She turned and shouted, why did you have to lie? You didn't have bad intentions, so I won't report you. Hearing that, he scratched his head and said, but we didn't have a choice, right? Recalling that moment, he said, if I had asked for help as a porter, no adventurer would have come. But a gold badge adventurer, others would follow immediately. He looked at Betcha and said helplessly, it was a bit forced, but if we don't clear this dungeon, the collapse will happen. You knew that, which is why you came with us, right? Hearing that, she also clenched her fist, her brows furrowed. She replied, right, the dungeon collapse must be stopped. If we fail, the villagers' lives will be in danger. Nero brought a hand to her mouth. Giggling, she stretched and said, what's there to worry about? This is why humans are so boring. She lowered her body, getting into a cat-like stance, preparing to jump onto those rocks. she shouted. I'll climb to the top by myself, no problem at all. As soon as she finished speaking, Nero used all her strength, leaping onto the nearby rocks, her hands and feet moving nimbly, climbing from one rock to another just like that. Desta saw this and frowned, saying worriedly, "That's dangerous, you know?" Right after that, a magical force suddenly bound the hand of Nero. She was immediately yanked back, which took her completely by surprise. She let out a surprised cry, breaking out in a sweat, seemingly not knowing what was happening. Right after that, Nero fell with a thud to the ground in front of Desta. He looked at her, shouting worriedly, "Are you stupid? Seriously, ever since the training camp, you've always been acting thoughtlessly." Nero jumped up, rubbing her cheek that was swollen from the fall, and said with a smile, "Did you just ignore me?" Hearing that, Desta got even more irritated. "You deserved it. Don't you remember what we learned at the training camp? Rift dungeons can have restrictions or curses." She immediately replied, "I know that too, or do I?" Meanwhile, Betcha was also casting her magic. Indeed, she walked closer to the two of them, smiled, and said, "The first step in any Rift dungeon is to verify its curse. Scouting talent, detect." Immediately after, Desta's and Nero's hands were chained together. Nero, not understanding what was happening, asked, "What is this? Why am I suddenly chained?" Seeing everyone's hands chained together, Naji replied, "That must be this dungeon's curse. We're stuck together by invisible chains that we can't see or touch. This means we have to move together without leaving anyone behind." Hearing that, Nero could only scream in despair. She wailed, "Then I can't show off my skills." Naji gritted his teeth. It seems tricks and shortcuts won't work in this dungeon. Right after that, he sat down and rummaged through the gear he brought. He then said, "Luckily, we brought a lot of climbing tools." Nero saw this and asked in amazement. A whole bunch of things came out of that bag. Naji took out a grappling hook, smiled brightly, and said, "Let's go one step at a time. Step by step. That's the key to clearing trick-based dungeons. Don't try to waste stamina by climbing too fast. Those rocks are just flying all over the place in the air. But you can't go too slow either. You have to maintain a balanced pace and overcome it." Naji started using his feet, jumping onto a rock and crossing it. As he jumped, everyone else followed. His voice rang out, "Follow my lead. And remember, since we're chained together, don't let the distance between us get too far. We need to maintain a fixed distance while moving." Nero looked at him, impatiently saying, "Team leader, you're too slow. Let me run ahead and lead the way." Hearing this, Naji quickly stopped her. "Don't." He immediately thought about the next paths in his head. He explained to her, "Rushing ahead is much worse than moving a little slower, but with a clear route planned out, so we don't have to turn back." As Naji crossed the rocks, he thought to himself, "Of course, even if we carefully plan a route. The problem here is, while thinking, he suddenly realized something. He opened his eyes wide. Seeing the scene before him, he was a bit stunned. Rift dungeons are always full of unpredictable variables. Suddenly, a rock-eating pig appeared. It started to open its maw. Right after, it chomped down on the rock in front of them. Seeing this, Naji thought helplessly, "The path is completely cut off, and it's because of a monster." Betcha held up her book and said, "That monster is called a rock-eating stone pig." She stepped forward to explain, "It's strong but not aggressive, so as long as we don't provoke it, we'll be fine. Stone pigs, according to the book, live in rocky areas." Seeing it eat and excrete, she said again, "But I didn't expect it to be in a place like this." Betcha said excitedly, "It eats and excretes continuously, changing the dungeon's layout as it moves. The dungeon ecosystem is so interesting, isn't it?" Seeing this, Naji also smiled and said, "You look really happy." Betcha seemed to notice Naji's forced smile, scratched her head, and said, "Sorry, it's because this is the first time I've seen one in real life." After saying that, he returned to the main topic. "But this is the problem. The stone platforms we were heading for are all gone. Our only option now is..." He held up the grappling hook and said, "To throw this grappling hook and rope onto the stone pig. But if we miss and provoke it." As he spoke, he imagined accidentally throwing the hook straight at its head, and then it will fly into a rage. The stone pig might become aggressive, and we don't have the time or energy to fight it. Hearing that, Desta's face darkened, and he smirked, saying, "If that's the problem," he said with a smug look on his face, "then it's finally my time to shine. Captain." He began to cast his magic. Everyone watched closely. Immediately after, he swung a blow towards the rock-eating pig. "Witness how I, Van Desta, overcome this challenge." He is a necromancer with the talent to summon finger, fake golem, fake sword, and fake club. After witnessing that scene, Naji praised him. That's impressive. Summoning type abilities are quite rare. Nero added, if your summons can catch the grappling hook, then we can secure the rope without provoking the stone pig. But then Naji hesitated, saying, but why do they seem? Those figures began to tremble. Their necks snapped to one side, looking incredibly scary, and then they bent backward, no longer able to stand steady. A bit weird, Nero said skeptically. He was famous in the training camp, Van Boom. I'll never trust his summons. He has a reputation for always losing control of his summons, which then explode. Hearing Nero say that, Desta became annoyed. He said, shut up. Controlling summons is like looking in a mirror and trying to move your left and right sides separately. But as long as we can cross within 5 minutes, it's okay. I'll do my best. As he spoke, the figures also moved crookedly, no longer standing straight like at the beginning, making Naji and Betcha a little worried. Naji didn't hesitate any longer. He raised the grappling hook. It's a bit risky, but we don't have time to waste. He started to throw the hook. Let's cross before it explodes. The hook flew in an arc. The figures also started to fly down with it. The hook latched onto that thing. It turned out to be the exact head of the figure that Desta had summoned. Naji felt extremely guilty and said, sorry. Please bear with it for a moment for me. Desta clutched his face, shouting, be careful. My summons, and I have a neural link. I can feel it too. Right after that, Naji pulled hard on the grappling hook's rope. He thought to himself, this dungeon is clearly high level. As he thought, he and the others held onto the rope to climb onto the rock-eating pig. But we've also had a bit of luck. I don't know where the luck came from, but it seems the figure's head has flattened a bit. The hook dug deeper into the figure's head. My teammates' abilities are actually quite compatible with this dungeon, especially that summon, which can make things much smoother. He was sweating all over from exhaustion. Something's not right. It's only been 3 minutes, but why? Naji turned around, and before he could say anything, he saw Betcha's tear-streaked face. She was on the verge of tears. Hurry up. The situation doesn't look good. Nero at the back was also getting impatient. Naji said, no, your summon. It looks like it's at its limit. Desta was incredibly calm at this moment. Sorry, it's about to explode. Hearing this, Betcha's and Naji's faces turned to stone, their faces pale as if they couldn't believe what they had heard. Desta continued to explain, because its head was bent, I couldn't control it. I'm feeling nauseous, and I can't hold it in anymore. Betcha's face darkened. He's going to puke. Naji also stammered, asking, what do you mean? Suddenly, rays of light shot out from the cracks on the figure's body. They really did explode. They exploded right on the rock-eating pig. The pig realized it too, its eyes welling up with tears of pain. Right after that, the grappling hook was also flung off, no longer anchored to it. Everyone was thrown off, free-falling through the air. Naji yelled loudly, we're done for. Grab onto something. Nero cried while saying, I don't want to go back to the starting village. Naji saw the chaotic situation, gritted his teeth, seemingly unwilling to accept it. No, if we fall all the way back to the starting point, there's no way we'll make it to the top. And then he started to act. I have to find a way to mitigate the damage right. Now, he cast his magic, the porter's secret technique. An airbag inflated in midair, catching them. Then it suddenly bounced the whole group up, sending them flying up once more. Naji then landed, using his feet to create friction with the ground to stop. Everyone landed safely. He pulled the airbag away. Right after, he turned and asked, is everyone okay? Betcha clutched her stomach, stood up, and replied, yes, thanks to you, Porter, no adventure. Meanwhile, Nero didn't care at all. She just walked over to Desta and said, nice job, Van Desta. Before they could even rest, Betcha held up an hourglass and announced, but our progress has been severely damaged. She looked at the rocks and asked the question, can we make it to the top in time? Hearing that, Naji's face darkened. There's no other way. To make it in time, his eyes suddenly glowed red. He started to get more serious. From now on, they'll just have to keep up with me. A frog glove stuck to the rocks. From now on, prepare yourselves. A porter's special tool, the suction climbing set. Everyone started using the gloves, trying to climb the rocks in midair. We're going to climb straight to the top. Straight up. You can't let your guard down for even a second. If one person falls, we all fall. The closer we get to the top, the more unforeseen dangers and traps will appear. They pass through each zone. The falling rock zone, the slippery ice face zone, the endurance zone. Upon reaching the exploding rock zone, Nero got curious about a strangely shaped rock. That rock looks weird. Naji noticed and yelled loudly, don't step on it. That's an exploding rock. They hadn't gotten far, and Nero's and Desta's faces were already bruised and battered. She whined tiredly, "Give me a break." He also asked, "How much further do we have to go?" Naji, still full of energy, smiled and replied, "We're almost there, just a little more." The two of them said in unison, "You've said that for the 10th time." Nero said tearfully, "I want to fight monsters, not climb mountains. I didn't become an adventurer to be a mountain climber." He shouted angrily, "I'm telling the truth this time." He looked at the castle ahead. From here, everyone can see the top. He saw a pink dragon peeking its head out and said, "Looks like the boss monster is waiting for us." "Up there," Nero cried and shouted, "A monster! Finally, there's a monster! Finally, my first official battle under the name of Vandesta." Nero said joyfully, "I'm going to crush the boss monster and wipe that smirk off the faces of those bastards at the guild who dared to rank me as bronze. I'm all fired up now." Desta also said tearfully, "That's right. How dare they treat us like this when we were the top ranked at the training camp?" Naji heard this and thought, "I see, based on their physical abilities and special talents, these two don't belong in the bronze rank. It's mainly because necromancers are looked down upon, and beastmen have only recently been freed from their status as slaves." Nero said resolutely, "In the worst-case scenario, the captain will take care of it, right?" Desta also scratched his head and said, "After all, he is a gold-rank adventurer." Hearing that, Naji broke out in a sweat. "I brought you two along so you could handle the monsters." Before he could say much, Petra cut in, "Wait a minute." She looked up at the sky and said, "Something's not right." She looked at the monster. The boss monster at the top is a shell snake dragon, but shell snake dragons aren't purple. If a shell snake dragon is purple, it can only mean it's already dead. As soon as she finished, the monster opened its eyes. Its eyes were completely white, seemingly without irises. Naji was extremely surprised. His eyes widened. "What did you just say?" Just as he finished speaking, he saw a sword piercing through the monster's body. A mysterious person was yawning lazily near it. The man was leaning against the dragon. He spoke up, "What's with all the noise?" His blazing red eyes slowly shifted towards them. Naji also sensed something at this moment. His eyes lit up, his face darkened, killing intent. That guy flew towards Naji's position. He aimed straight for the four of them. He brushed past Naji's face, so fast he couldn't react. The man had begun to cast a spell. He glanced at them. Naji seemed to have reacted by now. He was utterly astonished. He saw the badge on the man's chest. Naji immediately realized something: mithril rank. If that's true, then this probably isn't just a case of abandoning the dungeon in the worst-case scenario. Durakan said contemptuously, "What a pain. I didn't think anyone would enter this dungeon. This dungeon needs to break." Naji looked at him with hatred. Sometimes there are people like that, people who do it on purpose. Durakan started cracking his knuckles. "Then let's just simplify things." He laughed excitedly, looking completely insane. "The four of you died during a dungeon exploration, according to the official report." Naji thought to himself, causing a dungeon break. In this world, those registered with the Adventurers Association are assigned ranks based on their abilities. First, at the bottom, is the white rank, also known as white. This rank is given to non-combat roles, such as dungeon porters, dungeon miners, or association staff. Next are the novice adventurers, the bronze rank, named bronze. Only those with a minimum aptitude for combat can be recognized as bronze rank adventurers. Of course, even the lowest ranked adventurers possess abilities far beyond ordinary people. Next is the silver rank, also known as silver. Seasoned adventurers with a certain level of skill who can be relied upon to handle their share of the work in a dungeon. According to association data, this is the most common rank for adventurers. Next is the gold rank, named gold. Adventurers of this rank can lead dungeon conquests as a captain. This rank requires either outstanding talent or corresponding experience in dungeon conquest. These are the standard adventurer ranks. However, there is one more rank that exists. A rare, recognized elite reserved for a very small number of adventurers. That is the mithril rank, named mithril. People often call adventurers of this rank beyond the human rank, a level that only those who have surpassed human limits can achieve. On a piece of land on a cliff, one person was currently standing in the middle with four others surrounding them. Naji stood there, gritting his teeth and thinking to himself, "Damn it, I can feel it just from the aura he's emitting." That guy, the one he was talking about, was a man with silver hair. Even if we all attack together, we don't stand a chance. He turned his head to look around, a deadly glint flashing in his red eyes. Then Naji turned to ask Petra, "Do you know who that adventurer is?" The girl replied to him, "I do. There aren't many mithril rank adventurers in this city. He's from that arrogant Dawn Guild I mentioned. He's the attack captain of the Dawn Guild. His name is Madman Durakan." His whole body was now radiating an oppressive killing intent. Hearing Petra say that, Durakan glared at her. "No wonder you look familiar. So you're that little girl from the association. But what are you doing in this dungeon? Playing adventurer, and a white rank at that." Durakan taunted her. Unexpectedly, Petra took a step forward and said slowly, "I should be the one asking you that. Durakan, attack captain of the Dawn Guild, why haven't you cleared this dungeon yet? This dungeon is about to break. Isn't preventing a dungeon break the primary duty of an adventurer?" And yet, after hearing her, Durakan just chuckled and repeated, "Duty?" Then he suddenly opened his mouth wide, sticking out his long tongue. "What duty?" He bent down to look at her, asking with a perverted smile. Then Durakan continued, "Adventurers act for their own benefit. For example, a dungeon break can yield greater benefits than clearing it, can it?" Petra's eyes widened in astonishment upon hearing this. Beside her, Naji pursed his lips in thought, "So that's how it is. I never thought of adventurers as heroes or saviors, but I didn't expect there to be trash like this. If he's intentionally causing a dungeon break, I have to stop him at all costs." But just as he reached out his hand, Naji paused at this thought. He's mithril rank. A direct confrontation is suicide. For now. So he decided to play dumb. Naji rummaged through his bag with a bright smile. "It seems there's been a misunderstanding, dear Mr. Adventurer. We're just passing adventurers who happen to find this dungeon. We have no intention of getting in your way." Saying that, he opened his item bag in front of Durakan. "Please accept this as a gift to show our apology. A masterpiece from the dungeon restaurant, the explosive grilled skewer." As expected, he was drawn to the skewer. "Food in a sack?" Seizing the opportunity, Naji eagerly offered, "Staying in the dungeon for so long must have made you hungry, right? A fresh, hot meal at your service." In his heart, however, he wasn't smiling like that. Naji thought grimly, "Fighting this piece of trash directly won't be effective. In that case, I'll have to weaken him first." He already had a plan in mind. Durakan then took a big bite of the meat on the skewer Naji offered. He chewed noisily without stopping, praising how delicious it was as he ate. "The taste is incredible." Durakan, holding the food with both hands, stood there and shouted excitedly, "Truly amazing. The meat is grilled perfectly and the shrimp is cooked just right." Hearing him say that, Naji thought with a sinister smile, "Eat up because that dish contains..." Just then, the arm Durakan had placed on his shoulder suddenly tightened, especially the exquisite flavor of the smoked mushrooms added to the sauce. "Did you really think that cheap trick would work?" As he finished speaking, Naji's face turned pale. He was frozen to the spot, thinking to himself, "I'm done for." Then Durakan lunged forward with a fist, smiling and saying, "Here's the payment for the meal." Naji also tried to back away to dodge the punch. But in the end, he wasn't fast enough. He was punched by the man and sent flying straight down. As soon as he fell, the chain between everyone pulled them along too. Seeing she was about to be dragged along, Nero's eyes widened and she let out a panicked meow. She tried to tense her muscles, digging her feet into the ground to keep from being pulled. But even so, the iron chain still dragged Nero away very quickly. A chunk of the ground was torn away by her, and Nero was even about to fall off that piece of land. The iron chain, tied tightly to her arm, was pulling relentlessly. Nero cried out in panic, "What do we do now?" Just then, Durakan appeared right behind her, smiling and saying, "You must be the newbies who can't even break the chain of a binding curse. How unlucky." Nero, seeing him standing so close, panicked and quickly turned her head. Durakan quickly lunged to attack her, yelling, "This dungeon will be your last." Nero looked at the punch he was about to throw. She could only stand there, mouth agape, frozen to the spot. Just then, Vandesta swooped down from above, reminding her, "Don't just stand there frozen, Nero." Then he charged at them, causing the ground up here to explode. Dust and smoke covered everything, making it impossible to see anything clearly. At this moment, Durakan reappeared with a smile on his lips. He let out a soft oomph. Then Durakan looked at the thing standing in front of him and asked, "What's with this crude summoned creature? Are you a fledgling summoner?" He asked Van, but he glared back at Durakan and replied, "It was you, wasn't it? The party leader who approved our entry into the dungeon and then abandoned us." After he finished, Durakan just laughed and said, "What? I was wondering what sane person would voluntarily enter the fractured dungeon everyone avoids. Turns out it was you guys. A necromancer and a beast man. No wonder people call you a bunch of idiots." Van tried to reassure Nero behind him. Don't worry, Nero. Once the captain returns, it'll be 3 against 1. All we need to do is hold out until then, especially against physical attacks. Our patchwork golems can take quite a few hits. Just do what we did in the training grounds. With that, the 3 of them charged at Durakan simultaneously. Seeing this, not only was he not afraid, but he laughed excitedly. Immediately after, the ground up here exploded again. On a fragment of rock below, 2 people were sitting there. Naji was leaning against a rock there, his face dark. A moment later, Naji slowly opened his eyes, groaning softly in pain. Then he startled awake and looked around. Petra, sitting next to Naji, quickly asked him, "Are you okay, Naji? I just performed first aid." Hearing her say that, Naji leaned back against the rock and said, "Thank you. I must have been unconscious for a while. What's the situation?" Petra hesitated for a moment before telling him. To be honest, it's not good. Nero and Van are trying to hold on. But right now, Durakan is laughing gleefully as he forcefully presses the golem creature's head to the ground. Seeing this, Nero quickly lifted her leg, spun, and kicked. She hastily attacked him directly, but Durakan managed to block it. Nero's standing leg continued to pivot flexibly. She turned around, moving back to gain momentum. Then, countless punches were thrown, but the one being hit was not Durakan, but the golem creature. His eyes bloodshot. He laughed excitedly, grabbing the golem's head and using it as a shield to block the blows. Then, Durakan firmly gripped the golem and swung it behind him. He spun it around multiple times, continuously hitting both Nero and Van. The opponent was too strong for them to hold out any longer. After hearing Petra's account, Naji stood up, looked upward, and mumbled, "I made a mistake. I should have considered that poison might not be effective against a mithril rank." The girl heard the word poison and became curious, but he said it was nothing. Then Naji continued to ask Petra, "Can you tell me more about him? If he's mithril rank, he must be quite famous." The girl quickly told him, among mithril rank adventurers, he's known to be unrivaled in close combat. His dungeon clearing record is very impressive. He's also known for frequently picking fights with other adventurers, which has made him more skilled at fighting them, especially his mastery of a large, thick greatsword. It's famous for being able to split an ogre in 2 with a single swing. Hearing this, Naji grimaced and cut in. At least that's a relief. He's not using a greatsword right now. Petra agreed with him. Then Naji stood in place, smirked, and mumbled, "I was hoping to hear about some weakness, but this is hopeless." Petra, also very flustered, replied, "The bigger problem is that even if we get lucky and take him down, we'll be out of time. We're running out of time. Even with the destination right in front of us, there's no way we can make it in time. If only this chain curse didn't exist, we could have split up and run to the top, even though we've tried our best to get this far." Hearing her words, Naji suddenly latched onto an important word, chain curse. Then his eyes suddenly widened as he thought, "That's right, we can't see or touch it, but we're bound together by a chain. And there's the disadvantage that if one of us falls, we'll all be dragged down. But if you think about it differently, it could also be an advantage. If one person reaches the top, everyone will get there together. There's a way to turn that disadvantage into an advantage. Maybe we can defeat the mithril rank adventurer and save time at the same time. Let's see. Even if it's fake, I'm still a captain right now. If I were a real captain, I'd have to use every card I have to the fullest. I have all sorts of tools. Individually, none of us are impressive enough. But if I combine my tools, their skills, and everything we have, can we make a difference?" At this moment, Naji suddenly asked Petra, "With your scouting talent, can you map our destination from this distance?" Seeing this, the girl replied, "At this close range, it's very simple. I can even create a complete map." Hearing that, Naji bowed his head, smiled, and said, "Then please create it as quickly as possible." Immediately, Petra picked up a pen and drew in midair. Scouting talent. Her pen moved quickly through the air, creating various lines. Petra was creating a map and running a 3D map simulation. After seeing the map, Naji exclaimed in amazement, "The level of detail on this map is far beyond my imagination. You must be a top-tier inspector." Hearing Naji's praise, Petra was very modest. This level of work is just basic. Then she continued to ask him, "I've created the map for you, but how exactly do you plan to use it?" Naji chuckled and replied, "We'll use it to defeat a monster." After hearing this, It seemed Petra still didn't understand and asked again, "A monster?" Naji smiled and confirmed, "A monster. This isn't a fight between people, but a battle between humans and a monster." Then he closed his eyes and told Petra, "When adventurers explore dungeons, they often encounter monsters much stronger than themselves. Do you know how they manage to defeat such monsters?" Petra immediately said no at first, but then she pondered and added, "Perhaps by using their experience to strategize." After listening, Naji just smiled brightly and replied, "Wrong. You're mistaken. The secret to adventurers defeating monsters stronger than themselves is using underhanded tactics. This includes exploiting weaknesses, sneak attacks, and ganging up. They win by fighting dirty. So to defeat that monster." At this moment, Naji planted his feet firmly on the ground. It was unclear what he was planning to do. Then he leaped from that rock upwards. "We have to fight dirty too." Naji's eyes flashed with determination. Then from midair, Naji launched something very powerful. An arrow shot by him flew straight down to where the others were fighting. Durakan, at that moment, also suddenly noticed the movement and glanced over. Then he very quickly caught the arrow flying straight at him. Durakan held the arrow firmly and said with a smirk, "A sneak attack won't work, especially with such a crude arrow." But just then, a lot of threads suddenly shot out, simultaneously forming a net. This is the porter's secret technique. Durakan stood rooted to the spot, looking down at himself and muttering, "Sticky spider thread shot. A direct confrontation. Huh?" Then he looked over at Naji, who was rushing toward him. Seeing this, Durakan was still very excited, grinning widely to welcome him. His eyes, pupils slightly constricting, were accompanied by his voice. "Finally, I'm starting to feel excited." Naji now reached back, firmly grabbing the item bag on his back. He used the porter technique, throwing out many creatures to both sides. Seeing this, Durakan was also startled and looked up at the things that Naji had just scattered. This was his mushroom storm. Immediately, the entire area was covered in an ivory white dust. Durakan alone stood in the middle, not covered by this white dust. He ground his teeth, looking around and wondering to himself. He covered the whole area with smoke? What a troublesome guy. Vandesta was now coughing violently from too much smoke and dust. Naji called out to ask the other two if they were okay. Both were fine. Nero even said arrogantly, "This is nothing." Hearing that, Naji said, "I'm glad to hear that." Then he said to Van nearby, "Can you summon more golems?" He looked down at his hand and replied, "My index and middle fingers are recovering. I just used my ring finger. I can use my pinky and thumb, so that means 2 more golems are possible." Seeing this, Naji replied, "That should be more than enough." Then Naji turned his head and said clearly and loudly, "Listen up, there's a way to turn this situation around." Durakan was still standing rooted inside the dust cloud. Without a soft sigh, he muttered, "Such a persistent nuisance. I've never heard of a swordsman who fights like this. Did he escape with his companions to another ledge? It's all just a futile struggle." Anyway, just then, Durakan noticed a figure wearing a bag, faintly visible in the dust cloud. This person was muttering while moving, slowly saying something. The moment he saw it, Durakan ground his teeth in anger. How pathetic. Spreading all this smoke is useless if you make a sound. With that, he rushed toward the figure. He swung his arm back, preparing to punch. Immediately after, Durakan punched straight at the shadow. The punch was incredibly powerful. It flew at a terrifying speed and struck the target directly. Seeing this, Durakan grinned widely. But just a second later, his smile vanished and his entire face darkened. Just then, a patched-up hand reached out from within the smoke. Then a golem rushed forward and grabbed Durakan in a tight hold. When he got a clear look at what was holding him, his eyes widened in disbelief. A patchwork golem. How can a golem talk? While still stunned, he realized it's not the golem. That strange sack. Is it making a sound? Indeed, that was the case. The bag on the golem's back was emitting a voice. "You've been caught." He looked around, wondering, so where are the others? Just then, Durakan saw a rope. In the distance, on that rope, a hand was gripping it tightly. Durakan saw Naji standing amidst the thick dust, holding a rope that led upward. He looked up at the rope hanging toward the summit and muttered, "I see. You planned to sneak to the top while distracting me, but you were too careless, swordsman." Durakan glared at Naji and gave a cunning smile. The two stood not too far apart. Durakan continued with a laugh. Now that I found you out, you won't be able to use that rope to climb to the top. As he finished, Naji glanced at him and asked, "Are you sure about that?" At this moment, Vandesta was panting, mouth agape, looking quite exhausted. Naji, standing beside him holding the rope, said to him, "Are you there yet? We've been discovered. We have to hurry." Van was now almost hallucinating, but still answered him, just a little more. "This is the first time I've controlled something from such a long distance. Like this. But don't worry. In the air right now, a grappling hook is soaring upwards. Near the hook was a piece of Van's finger. As that piece of finger got higher, it started to grow larger. It transformed into a bear golem. The golem, holding the grappling hook, flew upward, while Van also shouted, "I'll definitely make it." The bear golem jumped down below. It had set foot on the summit. Immediately, the bear golem, holding the grappling hook, ran straight inside the fortress. In front of it now was an extremely ferocious dragon. The bear golem jumped up, aiming the grappling hook toward the dragon. Down below, Van controlled it go now. Immediately, the hook in the bear's hand caught on the dragon's scales. After it hooked on, the bear golem suddenly swelled up as round as a ball. The next second, the entire tower on the summit exploded to pieces right before Durakan's eyes. He stared wide-eyed, unable to believe it. Impossible, this guy. Did he set all this up just to pin me in one place? This is too dangerous. With that, Durakan pressed his hands hard on the golem that was holding him tightly. He crushed its face and roared, "I have to get out of here now." Seeing this, Van smirked and said, "It's not that easy. The thumb may be slow, but it's the strongest finger." At this point, Durakan had nearly gone mad. Naji was now still holding the rope firmly in his hand, saying nothing. This wasn't a fight between humans. It was a fight between man and monster. The tower on the summit exploded, creating a shockwave that strongly affected the surrounding area. Both the dragon and the tower couldn't withstand it, just letting everything shatter. There are some monsters that cannot be defeated. That dragon was now flying out into the open air. And if one's goal wasn't to defeat the monster, it headed straight for where Durakan was standing below. The dragon's mouth opened very wide, revealing sharp fangs. At the same time, the golem holding him tightly was also slammed down. Durakan gritted his teeth, his eyes glaring as he strained to find a way to escape. The grappling hook was still firmly lodged in the dragon's back. However, the rope holding it had been slightly frayed by a sharp rock face. Immediately after, the rope snapped and fell. Naji still held onto the rope. In his other hand, the chain pulled the others, leaving them dangling in the air. He looked down at Durakan, who was falling without a foothold below, and said with a laugh, "Let's run." The man never expected he would fall along with the pile of rubble. Durakan's eyes widened, his pupils constricting fiercely with anger. The ground around the castle was narrowing. Chunks of earth and rock began to fall. Hasty footsteps rushed forward. Naji sped up and shouted, "Everyone, just a little more." The other three also struggled to keep up. At this moment, all four of them were breathless. "We're almost at the end of the dungeon," Naji lamented. "I don't even have the strength to stand anymore." It was a close call, but we can make it. Although his mouth still held its familiar smile, he added, "We also owe Nero a lot for this run. If it were up to me, I couldn't have thrown the rope to the top. It looked to be at least 50 meters. The fact that she did it with just pure strength alone." Naji recalled the image of her throwing the rope. It was truly impressive. Nero gave a relaxed laugh, acting as if it were a matter of course. "It was nothing." She scratched her head and said, "I was just showing off a little." Vandesta fell into thought as he ran. Then he teased Nero. Anyone strong enough could do that, even an idiot. He succeeded in angering her. He added with an air of arrogance, "No matter what anyone says, the MVP of this dungeon clear is none other than me, Vandesta. I even took down that annoying gear freak guy," he said, pointing a thumb at himself. He seemed to be in the final stage of narcissism, continuing to ramble. "I'm probably even better than that mithril rank adventurer." Nero could only gape at him. "You were getting beaten to a pulp the whole time." Seeing this, Betcha couldn't help but exclaim, "Everyone's spirits are so high." Meanwhile, the ones behind them were still bickering. "I did more." Naji also agreed, "Right? Maybe those two are experiencing their first dungeon conquest." The joy of clearing a dungeon doesn't come from one person's superior skills. It comes from everyone coordinating together to achieve victory. Of course, as a porter, I just stood by and watched. Come to think of it, you played a big role in this dungeon. Betcha replied, I know that dungeon inspectors have special talents used in scouting units, but I thought it was just simple stuff, she said as she followed him. Naji answered, and yet you created an accurate map in an instant. Thanks to your detailed map, we were able to calculate the precise location. He recalled the image of her drawing the map. Then Naji looked at the castle diagram one more time. I'm sure even a professional scout would have to admire your skills. Really? Betcha smiled brightly at him. She thought, but honestly, compared to what we did, thinking up and executing that strategy so quickly, Naji is much more impressive. Is he really just a porter? How could someone like him be a porter? Shaking off the stray thoughts, she turned back to ask, so what will happen to that gear freak? Vandesta froze. Then he shouted, do you even have to ask? He'll rot in prison for the crimes he's committed. Nero agreed. Exactly. He should be banned from being an adventurer. But Petra refuted. I'm not so sure. It's true he committed a serious crime, but the problem is he's mithril rank. The higher an adventurer's rank, the more legal immunity they have, especially someone at mithril rank. He has protection at the national level. The two women talked, so it's highly likely no way. At this point, Petra said in a firm voice, he'll get away with it just by paying a fine. That's absurd. Nero and Vandesta were indignant with fury. He grimaced in annoyance. I don't care. If the law can't punish him, then I'll beat him to a pulp if I ever run into him outside the dungeon. He looked dangerous, his sharp gaze fixed on his hand. Nero said wearily, I already told you, you're the one who'll get beaten up. Hearing that, Naji said, that's a dangerous idea. He advised, what you saw of the gear freak was only a small fraction of his true power. At this point, the four of them had run to a place full of corpses. Look around. Those are the bodies of the Stone Non-tribe that guarded the entrance to the fortress. They are the pitiful ones who lost their lives to that brutality. Vandesta refused to back down. I could do that too. Nero chimed in. We just lacked the opportunity. Already tired from running, he also had to listen to the two bickering behind him. Naji said coldly, the important part comes later. If you look closely at the wounds on the corpses, they all died in a single blow, which proves the opponent's strength is immense. The other two replied in unison, surprised. In a single blow? Naji explained, an adventurer's talent is to master their weapon. Remember, when fighting you two, he didn't use his greatsword or special talents. He relied only on physical strength, and he still fought very well. Now Vandesta and Nero's jaws dropped, sweat pouring down endlessly. Van gave a wry smile. The difference in level is too great, and at that time, he himself had also gone all out. A light flashed in Van's eyes. On second thought, it made sense. When we lured that bastard into pulling the scale shell dragon down, his greatsword was stuck in its heart. That war monster must have also died in a single blow. What terrifying power. Tears streamed down his two cheeks as he trailed after Naji. Suddenly, as if realizing something important, he whipped around. So that means, since he fell with the scale shell dragon, he must have gotten his greatsword back. At this moment, he was gripping the greatsword tightly in his hand. A loud sound that seemed to tear the sky apart. The tower was on fire. Below was none other than the culprit who caused it. That's right. He laughed wickedly, full of pride. Durakan declared to Naji's stunned face. Now the game really begins. You rookies. He shot off like a flash, but the stone ground beneath his feet was already cracking apart. Naji turned his head back to warn. Everyone run. A blazing line of fire was swung towards them. But unfortunately, Vandesta couldn't dodge in time. He couldn't react, only able to watch helplessly. The sword continued to swing towards them. Everyone fell off the cliff. In the dangerous situation, Naji managed to cling to the wall. It was the chain that kept the others from falling. His whole body covered in blood, he still worriedly asked, Everyone, are you okay? Vetcha, right below, quickly replied, I'm fine, but looking down, it was clear that the other two seemed to be seriously injured. Especially Van, he's completely unconscious. They were dangling in midair. Naji gritted his teeth and thought, this is bad now. The destructive force of that last attack was one thing. Looking into the distance, he despaired. But he's already caught up to us. Durakan leaped in long strides across the rocks, quickly advancing towards them. What kind of physical strength is this? The man laughed gleefully as he approached his prey. At this moment, Naji racked his brain. If I hesitate for even a second, he'll close the distance. Only 3 minutes left. If I want to stop him, there's only one way. I'm just a porter, but I've carried countless loads, constantly training myself. When it comes to lifting heavy things, I'm confident. This time is no different. He strained to lift the chain, pulling the three. People up. Tom is carrying a slightly heavier load and climbing up. Using every muscle in his body, Naji strained to lift his hand. The 3 teammates below were pulled up along with him. I will bear the weight. His eyes were sharp. Step by step, he crawled up, carrying the 3 people behind him. His determination pushed his body past its limits. Rhythm by rhythm, the group continuously moved forward. Even though his wrists were cracking and bleeding from the weight, Naji didn't stop. Time was running out. Durakan was still closing in relentlessly. He had almost reached Naji's position. Durakan swung his greatsword, charging madly to attack. The hourglass turned over. Time was now measured in seconds. But before the last grains of sand fell, he successfully climbed up. He also pulled up the others, keeping them safe. But the danger was not over yet. The man was still in relentless pursuit. Making a powerful leap, Durakan launched himself up to the castle high above, despite the distance being tens of meters. He laughed like a madman, lunging forward in an instant. He carried Van on his back, also running non-stop towards safety. Time was running out faster and faster. The last grains of sand were about to fall. The castle gate was right before them, seemingly emitting light to welcome them. The group limped, supporting each other as they dashed inside. At the center, a large rock emitted a mystical blue light. Before them was the dungeon stone. Naji furrowed his brow, gritting his teeth, and said, "Destroying it will end this." He immediately reached into his bag and rummaged around. Then, quick as a flash, he threw the sword towards the stone. But it was too late. Time had run out. The sword could only stop in midair. From above, that Durakan smashed through the wall. He laughed gleefully, accelerating and rushing forward. Naji could only watch helplessly, his eyes filled with astonishment. Durakan casually raised his hand and swung his greatsword. He slashed horizontally, knocking Naji's sword away. Then he leisurely landed on the ground, a triumphant smile still on his lips. Suddenly, the dungeon stone behind Durakan cracked. It immediately shattered, creating a terrifying aftershock. Naji's body ached. He could only watch helplessly as it all unfolded. In a furious outburst, a stream of blue light shone everywhere, gradually turning red. Each ray of light flickered, incredibly dazzling. It gradually spread everywhere, bringing with it a terrible heat. Now, that light was like a blazing inferno, consuming everything around it. In the village, a man fell to his knees. He clasped his hands in terror and despair. "Lord, have you forsaken us? Is everyone going to die?" In that blood-red light, an ugly face appeared. It was a giant wolf. It struggled and rose up. Following it were other ferocious creatures, carrying weapons in their hands. Then they began to advance, smashing everything in their path. Each and every one of them had a ferocious face, baring their teeth and glaring as they growled. There were even high-level monsters with red skin. It was a dragon. Its great form appeared amidst the flames, roaring incessantly. The number of monsters was huge. Nero said, "They are the monsters from the dungeon. They've been reborn." Petra also trembled immensely. They are pouring out endlessly. This is a dungeon break. At this moment, Durakan was choking Naji. He said, "How magnificent the sight of a dungeon break. No matter how many times I see it, I never get tired of it." Durakan tightened his grip. Naji was now like a small, helpless animal. He asked coldly, "So this isn't the first time you've caused a break?" The man replied bluntly, "Correct. A small fry like you wouldn't understand." Naji calmly replied, "When a dungeon breaks, eventually it will restore itself into an even stronger one. In other words, it becomes a dungeon with better rewards. And you do all this just for that? You don't care about the villagers at all. Just for that?" He licked his lips and continued, "An adventurer only cares about one thing, getting better rewards." He laughed loudly, his hands still tightening around Naji's neck. "Why should I care what happens to small fry like them? This is all too familiar. Adventurers are not heroes or saviors." He gritted his teeth. They are selfish individuals driven entirely by their personal gain. I utterly despise adventurers like that. His vacant eyes looked up at the sky. I have seen how much destruction adventurers with great power and great malice can cause. However, on the other hand, his eyes now reflected a peaceful sky with a familiar bird. The fire blazed once more. Although rare, there are adventurers with great power and great character ready. That bird's wings soared ceaselessly in the sky, a figure faintly visible riding it. It was a white-haired girl. holding a piece of bread in her hand, leisurely taking bites and chewing noisily. Her blood-colored eyes became resolute. An adventurer with both of those things, she stood on the bird's back, identified her target, ready to fight, and she suddenly dove straight down from above. Her face was full of determination. I will eliminate it before the chain class grows. A powerful technique was unleashed. A pillar of fire shot down from the sky along with it, striking the monsters directly. They all screamed in pain at once. She had used her fire magic to subdue the monsters. Special skill of a magic swordsman, blazing fire wave. A huge explosion occurred. Each monster was dealt with by her. In the blazing red fire from her technique, they died one after another. This drew everyone's attention, including that Durakan. Petra, witnessing everything, was so astonished her jaw dropped. The girl then gently sheathed her sword and landed. She stood tall amidst the sea of fire and declared, "I want to know, I am Agnesa Ferris, Vice Captain of Twilight Wind. Explain what happened here." She was someone who had reached mithril rank, the Vice Captain of the Twilight Wind Guild. The deafening explosion created a blazing red fire that burned all the monsters. They panicked and fled in disarray. Naji panted heavily, his face covered in wounds. Even the corner of his mouth was bleeding. Petra next to him asked worriedly, "Are you okay, Naji?" Naji, clutching his chest, replied with difficulty, "Yes, I'm fine, but more importantly, look over there." His eyes looked upwards, the dungeon break. Naji looked up and saw the dungeon break was calming down and slowly shrinking. He exclaimed, "It's closing." The two of them watched it close completely. This made Durakan's face darken with anger. He clicked his tongue and gritted his teeth, unwilling to accept it. Durakan looked at Agnesa Ferris with bitter resentment and asked, "Even if it was a low-level dungeon break in a single blow?" "That's impressive," she replied to him with cold eyes. The two faced each other directly amidst the hazy smoke and fire. Durakan asked again, "Agnesa Ferris of Twilight Wind, I thought your guild had ceased operations. Why did you come here? Hasn't it been inactive for 3 years?" So, Agnesa Ferris didn't even bother to look at him and muttered in reply, "Durakan of the Dawn Guild." Judging by this scene, no explanation is needed. She didn't want to waste words on Durakan. Agnesa Ferris raised her sword in front of him and stated her deduction. "A mithril rank adventurer couldn't possibly fail in a dungeon like this, so you deliberately caused a dungeon break." Durakan gave a strange, contemptuous smile and asked, "You're trying to pick a fight, aren't you?" His eyes narrowed as he thought to himself, "Agnesa of Twilight Wind. She's someone I've wanted to face at least once, but this isn't the ideal situation." He recalled the recent battle and calculated that swordsman's trick made me use more stamina than expected, and there are strict orders from above to avoid causing major trouble. He looked at the red orb in his hand and thought, "Besides, I've already achieved my initial goal." After weighing the pros and cons, Durakan concluded, "So, there's no need to fight." Thinking this, he shouldered his blade and turned around. Durakan's action made her call out suspiciously and mockingly. "Running away?" He smirked and asked, running. Durakan quickly explained arrogantly, "Don't misunderstand. That dungeon was a fractured dungeon. Even for a mithril rank adventurer, success depends on variables, so I couldn't guarantee a victory." Just then, Nero jumped out from nowhere and shouted resentfully, "Lies!" She collapsed onto the ground and yelled angrily, "Not only did you avoid clearing the dungeon, but you also tried to kill us." He replied with an extremely brazen attitude, "Is that so? It's a pity, but it seems there were curses in that dungeon that prevented first-timers from distinguishing friend from foe. Meaning, attacking you all was not my intention." He turned towards the almost completely closed dungeon and said, "You're using that as an excuse? If you don't believe me, you can verify it yourself. But what a shame, the dungeon has disappeared, hasn't it? So what now?" I think that's a good enough explanation for the association to accept. Petra clenched her fist and punched the ground in frustration. "Right, white rank. Of course, it's nonsense, but I've seen it too many times in adventurer tribunals. The weight of a mithril rank carries more authority than the truth itself. No matter how much a white rank or bronze rank adventurer testifies against a mithril rank." The girl was resentful and helpless before the harsh reality. Even telling the truth couldn't win. The worst part is that he knows it and exploits it. Seeing that no one could refute anything, Durakan laughed gleefully. "Well then, I guess we're done here." He turned and left, even waving goodbye and not forgetting to drop a sarcastic remark. "See you later, you amateurs. They could only watch helplessly in silence as Durakan left, unable to do anything to resist. To break the atmosphere, Naji forced a smile and directed everyone towards a positive. But at least the dungeon break has been stopped. Before he could finish his sentence, his body swayed unsteadily. Then he collapsed completely, causing everyone to be surprised and call out in alarm, Naji. Agnesa Ferris turned her head to look, seeing that Naji had collapsed from exhaustion. His face and hands were covered in overlapping wounds. Suddenly a pair of large wings spread out. It turned out to be the Thunderbird, her Ajan. Agnesa Ferris took the reins and offered help. Bring him up here. Ajan can take us to the city in an instant. The others were still dazed by the magnificence of the Thunderbird. And so, the turbulent exploration of the fractured dungeon came to an end. The villagers rejoiced, hugging each other. The village welcomed a new day without suffering any damage. Afterward, the Adventurers Association paid a visit, offered an apology, and promised to prevent future incidents. Of course, it was just empty words. And with Agnesa's help, Ajan spread its wide wings and flew across the sky. On its back, besides Agnesa Ferris, it also carried Petra and the still unconscious Naji. They had arrived at the City of Adventurers, the Western adventure city of Belem, a sparkling city with ancient Western European architecture. Appeared, somewhere deep inside the city, an old two-story house with a wooden bird statue on its roof. This place was the den where the wind rests, the office of the Twilight Wind Guild. Cutting to Naji's condition, he was still unconscious. Suddenly, he groggily woke up and then became fully awake, his eyes wide with surprise. He opened his eyes and found himself lying on a bed, with an exhausted Petra slumped asleep by the bedside. Naji moved slightly and touched his wound, causing him to let out a cry. Naji looked at the unfamiliar surroundings and exclaimed, "Where's this?" He saw her dozing off and called out in surprise, "Inspector." The call woke Petra from her daze. Seeing Naji was awake, Petra joyfully exclaimed, "Naji, you're awake. Are you feeling?" Before she could finish her sentence, Vandesta and Nero rushed over from somewhere, shouting, "You scared us. I thought you were dead." But he still hadn't received an answer to his question. "Where is this?" Naji, his cheek pinched red, slowly recounted, "I only remember up to the point when that maniac left." Petra stepped forward to explain, "This is the office of the Twilight Wind Guild. That's right, the super cool woman who saved you." She recounted what happened while he was unconscious. She even called a priest from the church to heal you. Naji was surprised. Heavens, even a priest. Maybe that's why, aside from being a little tired, I don't feel any pain. He looked over at Vandesta and Nero, assessing them. "And you two seem healthy too, so that's good." He laughed gleefully and replied, "What's this to a first-rate adventurer?" She also said confidently, "Of course, I'm confident in my stamina." Suddenly, Vandesta clenched his fist, but he was moved to tears in a very dramatic way. "It was my first adventure under the name Vandesta. It was a very memorable journey." Vandesta recounted proudly. "When I saw how happy the villagers were, when we stopped that dungeon break, I realized the true role of an advent. They happily brought gifts to thank us." A little girl came up and gave Vandesta a small flower, smiling, "Thank you for protecting us." He accepted the flower. To us, it was just a dungeon with rewards and fame. But to them, that place was home. Both Vandesta and Nero were tearfully moved by this small but heartfelt gift. They finally realized their mistake. Both of them bowed deeply and sincerely apologized to the villagers. I'm sorry for acting so arrogantly." The two were still emotional as they recounted it to Naji. She said firmly, "I will become a great adventurer." He was just as determined. "Captain, we saved a village." Hearing that, he laughed in satisfaction. "That's really great to hear." He silently praised them in his heart. "I'm glad we managed to protect the village, but..." Naji held the badge in his hand and thought to himself, "Now that it's over, I should tell the truth, that I'm not a gold rank adventurer." He looked at it with a heavy heart. "In fact, I'm ranked lower than both of them." Naji looked at the bedside table. On it was another badge, and I'm just a white rank porter. Naji couldn't help but worry. Would they treat me the same if they knew? He looked at the two of them fooling around in front of him and whispered his conclusion. Of course not. Naji forced a smile, gathered all his courage, closed his eyes, and calmly announced, I have something to say. Please don't get angry. The other two looked at Naji curiously and attentively. In front of everyone, Naji told the truth. Naji confessed to them that he had pretended to be an adventurer and acted as their captain. Naturally, their reaction was ice cold. Nero was the first to react. Is that so? Their expressions had completely changed. I guess we understand. There's no other way. The bond built on a lie disappeared, and they reverted to being adventurers and a porter. They turned to leave and said, next time, I'll let you carry our gear. Both walked to the door. She looked back and reminded him, we're leaving. Get some rest. The door was slammed shut. Only Petra remained. She questioned him. Naji, did you have to tell them the truth? Naji scratched his head and replied with a dismissive laugh. They'll become great adventurers. He leaned against the headboard, scratching his head as he explained, as a porter working in this city, I'm bound to run into them again anyway. It's better they hear it from me than find out later. She called his name, Naji. Petra's hand clenched into a fist, showing her determination. She said decisively, you're right. You're not an adventurer. In my work as an inspector, I've met countless adventurers. Most of them only care about their personal gain. Those who saw gold and jewels looked at them greedily with sparkling eyes. Unlike heroes or warriors, adventurers live only for their own benefit. But you don't. You risked your life with only one goal, to protect the village, and you asked for nothing in return. Petra came forward and placed her hand on his to comfort him. Therefore, you, Naji, are not an adventurer. You are a hero. Naji closed his eyes to compose himself for a long moment. His response to that comfort was a petrified reaction. Naji thought to himself, no, I'm really not. Memories came flooding back. While everyone's attention was focused on the conversation between Durakan and Agnesa amidst the break, suddenly he saw something strange in the sky. Wait. It was a streak of light that seemed to tear the sky apart. From that light appeared a chest that was the reward for clearing the fractured dungeon. Naji excitedly ran over, cheering, today is my lucky day. While no one was paying attention, he was overwhelmed with happiness with the reward from the sky. That fell down, and so Naji used all his strength to grab the reward before collapsing from exhaustion. Back in the present, he contentedly hugged the reward and laughed to himself. Naji cherished it in his arms as if it were his life, happily thinking to himself, I got all the rewards for myself twice in a row. Petra was speechless at his greed for money. You look quite pleased. Naji was now only concerned with the reward, thinking, I'll check them later. Petra wasn't the only one who misunderstood Naji that day. Nero and Vandesta did too. In another corner, Nero asked Vandesta, so you're saying the captain is a porter? He smirked in agreement. You notice too, Nero. She gave Vandesta a sharp glance. It's too obvious. Right, Van. He also narrowed his eyes in response. Of course, Nero. The two exchanged a meaningful look. With an adult's body and a child's mind, Vandesta confidently deduced, so it's like this. He's pretending to be a low-rank porter while actually being a gold-rank adventurer. Nero enthusiastically agreed. A hidden master. So cool. Both were certain Naji was deceiving them. He probably thinks he's fooled us. Does he think we're idiots? Naji could never have guessed. They were even more foolish than he imagined. They excitedly spoke so loudly it shook the entire Twilight Wind Guild office. Don't worry, we'll keep it a secret so you can continue your act. It'll be our little secret. To be fair, with the way Naji fought during the subjugation, it's hard to believe he's just a porter. Meanwhile, at the same time, small events that started like a snowball began to roll downhill, gathering into an avalanche. The sound of footsteps echoed in the hallway. It was Durakan. A man in a cloak was waiting for him here. The man didn't even bother to turn around as he asked, I've heard the story. There was an intervention. Wasn't there? He admitted with annoyance. It's a pity. We ran into a strange swordsman and got entangled with Twilight Wind. Durakan also didn't forget to mention his own achievement. At least I completed our objective. The man asked again, you haven't forgotten, have you? Durakan versus Vanesslo. The man, wearing a mask that covered half his face, turned and said, the Dawn Guild cannot ignore those who cause harm, whether it's a fake adventurer or Twilight Wind. Back at the Twilight Wind Guild, a familiar footstep, cold and strong. Agnesa Ferris was walking while pondering something. She slightly opened her eyes and thought to herself, if what Petra told me on the way here is true, then Naji could be. Agnesa Ferris recalled the time she brought Naji back for treatment. She called Petra. Agnesa Ferris, holding the reins, asked curiously, "It'll take a while for us to reach the city. Can you tell me what happened in the meantime?" Petra didn't understand and asked back, What happened?" She asked seriously, "Why were you there? How did he get so badly injured? I want to hear the whole truth." She gave a forced laugh and stammered, that is. Before Petra could answer, Agnesa Ferris continued to ask, "Did you enter the fractured dungeon without permission?" The question made her even more flustered. "How could?" she replied, still with a sharp expression. "Your party doesn't match the registered subjugation team that I checked before I got there, but it's fine. This is just a private conversation between us. I don't have the authority to hold you responsible, even if there were related illegal acts." Agnesa Ferris frowned slightly and said quietly, "I just want to confirm one thing." She thought of the recent explosions and explained, "I am currently investigating the recent series of dungeon breaks. During the investigation, I discovered a possible link to the Dawn Guild, and today I happened to be there by chance." Petra was surprised when Agnesa Ferris mentioned the series of breaks. She asked, "A series of breaks? I've heard about them, but is the Dawn Guild involved?" She kept her frown as she explained, "Yes, for now it's just a theory, but anything you can tell me would be useful." Petra no longer looked scared, but instead had a mature and understanding expression as she replied, "If that's the case, then I understand." However, she didn't forget to set a condition to protect him, but you must keep his illegal actions an absolute secret. Of Naji's, Petra also had a few words of praise for Naji. "In fact, you should praise him instead. I will explain everything, how he ended up entering the dungeon, and what happened inside the fractured dungeon." Petra's attitude surprised Agnesa Ferris. She recalled the words she had said and thought to herself, the gold rank adventurer leading them was actually a porter. And yet, he almost succeeded in conquering the dungeon. No, if it weren't for the Dawn Guild's interference, he would have succeeded clearing the fractured dungeon, something even adventurers avoid. Under the leadership of a porter, an unbelievable story. Agnesa Ferris walked on, her mind in turmoil with many thoughts, until she placed her hand on the doorknob. But Agnesa Ferris threw the door open, stood looking at Naji and thought, what deserves the highest praise is his ideology and the will to risk his life to prevent a dungeon break. He closed his eyes and asked faintly, "Are you the one who saved us?" She looked at him and inquired, "Are you okay?" Naji just replied coolly and simply, "Thanks to you, I'm fine." Agnesa Ferris raised her index finger and said bluntly, "I see, then I'll get straight to the point." She pointed directly at his face. "By the authority of Agnesa Ferris, Vice Captain of Twilight Wind, I order you to join my party." Naji replied with a very mocking laugh. "No thanks, I refuse. The Twilight Wind Guild, one of the most prestigious guilds in the Western City, or at least it used to be. After the guild master went missing, an incident that remains a mystery, the guild began to decline and the rift started to grow. And now, after a long time, a guild meeting is taking place, the lights on in the Twilight Wind Guild office. A purple-haired girl clasped her hands in disapproval. "I object." She sat with her legs crossed and said grumpily, "No matter how desperate the guild situation is, we can't just accept anyone." She is the gold-rank summoner, Anderothi, of the Twilight Wind Guild, the quartermaster. At their table, Anderothi asked, "What does everyone think?" A fierce-looking blonde man agreed. "I agree. This is Agnesa acting on her own. The gold-rank knight, he is Nice, of the Twilight Wind Guild, a member." Nice laughed and said with a contemptuous tone, "Besides, isn't he a porter pretending to be an adventurer? A porter and a fraud, that's a bit much, isn't it?" In contrast to the two of them, a small, pink-haired girl spoke up. "Do we have to be so strict? I agree to recruit him. We're short on people anyway." The girl is the bronze-rank priest, Pororo, a mercenary sent by the White Church. Anderothi asked with a scrutinizing gaze, "If you agree, does that mean you think he has a handsome face?" Pororo retorted loudly and grumpily, "No way, I was just focused on healing him." But then the little girl immediately changed her tune. "He looks good with his hair down," she replied smugly. "See, a brown bear spoke up to mediate." "Stop arguing, it's pointless. Agnesa has already left. He is the bronze-rank shield-bearer, Stonemung, of the Twilight Wind Guild, a member of the Beastman tribe." Anderothi immediately asked in a harsh tone, "What? Whose side are you on anyway?" Pororo also looked at him threateningly. "Think carefully. I might stop healing you." Both of them ganged up on Stone Mung, leaving him confused about whose side to take. Stone Mung stammered awkwardly. But what I mean is, suddenly the door burst open. No need to argue. Agnesa Ferris walked in and announced, "We've been rejected." That statement truly shocked everyone. Nice, Stone Mung, and Pororo were stunned. Even Andorothi couldn't believe her ears and asked again. In the recovery room, Naji and Petra were packing their things. He wrapped his hand with a cloth and tied his hair back neatly. Naji had also changed into proper clothes. After a period of rest, he looked like he had recovered and was in good spirits. Naji stretched and said, "Done." She was worried he hadn't fully recovered and asked, "Leaving already? Wouldn't it be better to rest a little longer?" Naji again used an excuse to refuse. "It's fine. It's uncomfortable sitting in one place." Petra didn't try to stop him anymore. "I see," she asked again out of curiosity. "But why did you refuse the invitation to join the guild?" "The guild has many benefits." While rearranging the items in his bag, he explained, "Of course, I know joining a guild has many advantages, but on the other hand, getting involved with too many people is a headache," he said with a satisfied tone. "So I like things the way they are now, simple and familiar." Petra didn't ask any more questions and expressed her support. "If that's what you want, I won't force you." But she couldn't help but worry about Naji's safety. However, since this is the second time you've encountered the Dawn Guild, wouldn't it be safer to be protected by a guild? Still with a carefree, nonchalant look, he hugged the reward bag and reassured her. "Don't worry, I've escaped twice without a scratch anyway. Do you really think they'd bother with a porter like me?" Petra replied, "I hope you're right." Finally, the two said their goodbyes. "All right, I'm heading back to the association then," Naji said politely. "Thanks for everything, Inspector." She walked to the door, then turned back and replied, "No, I should be the one thanking you. If you need anything, just come find me at the association." He was silent for a moment, then quickly smiled again. Naji hugged the reward bag and said excitedly, "Let's check the reward before we go. I wonder what's in here. Something valuable like a weapon would be great." He peeked into the bag and called out loudly, "Gluttony." Seeing nothing, Naji climbed right into the bag to search. "Where are you, kid?" The inside of the bag was like a vast three-dimensional space. He looked around and called, "Where are you hiding, you little devil?" When Naji saw Gluttony, he exclaimed happily, "There you are." He looked at him and asked, "Why didn't you come out when I called? And what's with that look?" Gluttony scratched his head blankly and replied, "It's nothing." Naji excitedly asked about the reward. "Did you check the chest? What do we get?" He guiltily waved his hands and replied, "There's nothing at all." The answer immediately made him suspicious. "Nothing? That sounds too suspicious." Gluttony tried to make excuses. "There's nothing suspicious at all." Naji frowned at his awkwardness, feeling doubtful. Finally, he wanted to check the reward himself. "Move aside. Let me check it myself." Gluttony ran to stop him. "Don't." As soon as he cracked open the chest, a dazzling light shone out. Naji was as excited as a child opening a blind bag. What kind of treasure will it be? Opening the chest made him freeze. Naji looked at the three strange creatures in the chest and asked, "What are you guys?" He got closer to look at them and guessed, "Are they puppies or young creatures? Wait, why are they in the chest?" Naji turned and asked, "Gluttony, what's going on? Where's the reward?" Gluttony stammered an explanation. "Well," he pleaded with tears in his eyes, "I didn't do anything wrong." Gluttony recounted what happened when he opened the chest. "I was organizing the sack, as usual, and when I opened the chest to arrange things, there was a pile of egg-shaped stones inside. The egg cracked open and a tiny hand poked out from inside, and then suddenly these little ones hatched." Naji silently calculated in his head, "If that's the case, they must be monster stones, not entirely worthless, but..." He rubbed his chin, thoughtfully considering their value. Sometimes people with a talent for taming will buy them, but since these have already hatched, and based on their appearance, no tamer would probably want them. This is a problem. I used a ton of items in the dungeon, and I was hoping to make up for it with this reward. Naji rubbed his chin, pensively thinking about how to deal with them. Now what do I do with this bunch? Seeing him lost in thought, Gluttony tried to look pitiful to win him over. He told a very tragic story about them. "They're so pitiful. I heard them say their parents were exploited by the shell-skin dragon. Enslaved in the castle in the sky, their parents locked them in monster stones to save them." And yet Naji completely believed this overly dramatic backstory. Anyway, that must be why they were in there. Gluttony offered to take responsibility for them. "Let me raise them. I'll take good care of them." Naji replied hesitantly, "What should I do?" Then he quickly and cheerfully agreed to keep them. "They might be useful. Let's keep them for now. It's just 3 small creatures. What could go wrong?" He added a warning. Gluttony, take care of them, but if they tear the sack or cause trouble, I'll kick them out. Having received permission, Gluttony turned back to announce to them, "Guys, we got permission. You can stay." In front of him were hundreds of them. He looked at their numbers and broke out in a sweat, shouting in panic. "Wait, there are more than 3. Terrified, Naji jumped out of the sack. Hearing the roaring sounds from inside, he sighed. What a mess. Then Naji slung the bag over his shoulder and left. The dungeon reward was a complete bust, but he was still happy thinking about other treasures. At least there was still the cave dungeon reward. I'll deal with that then. Outside the village, at an item trading shop. A lucrative deal was just made. I sold all the magic stones and monster spoils. The shopkeeper placed a bag of money on the table and said cheerfully, "Here's the money." Naji looked at the full bag of gold and exclaimed happily, "It's been a long time since I've touched this much money. First, I'll restock the supplies I've used." He took the money to buy some other things, smoke mushrooms, and I finally managed to get the explosive mushrooms I couldn't afford before. Besides that, Naji also bought a lot of food, replenishing his food supplies. He even bought many more weapons, sharpened weapons, and bought arrows. He divided the remaining money into 2 pouches, and when the 2 adventurers Van and Nero show up, I'll give this gold to them. Naji contentedly hugged the pouch to his side. Everything's done, and there's still gold left over. He bought himself an ice cream with the rest. He skipped along happily and exclaimed, "I should treat myself to a really good meal." Someone on the rooftop was watching Naji. He flashed a treacherous smile. "Is that him?" They sat comfortably on the roof of the house and sized him up. "The guy who caused trouble for our guild." He laughed contemptuously. "I thought it was just a rumor, but he really is white rank." They had heard rumors about Naji's exploits. A white rank guy throwing some weaklings in jail is one thing. The rumors even mentioned the battle with Durakan, but it said he even managed to land a hit on Durakan. He laughed while talking to the shadow named Zero. "What do you think, Zero? Does he look strong?" The figure assessed carefully, then warned, "It's happened twice, so it's not a coincidence. Even a white rank can be dangerous. Be careful, Nay." Nay replied excitedly, "I know. That's what makes it exciting." He stood up and said with a scornful voice, "Normally a white rank is nothing to worry about, but if he really has an ace up his sleeve." Nay spun the weapon in his hand, anticipating the confrontation. "Then I hope," he shouted maniacally. "He won't disappoint." Nate gathered momentum. Then he flew into the air. He had spotted his target, Naji, below. He was skipping along with an ice cream still in his hand. Naji was enjoying the ice cream deliciously when suddenly his eyes flew open and the ice cream cracked. As a result, the ice cream in Naji's hand broke in 2. The reason it broke was Nay's surprise attack. This made him shout in annoyance. "Who's there?" He laughed heartily and replied, "Even though I intentionally released my killing intent." Nay glanced at Naji and asked, "But you reacted so quickly." He stood brazenly in front of him and provoked, "You're really no ordinary porter. Now I'm interested. However," Nay said, "this ends here." Naji was as bewildered as a chicken wearing a hat, wondering, what is this guy talking about? Before he could say any last words, Nay attacked. It was a lightning-fast attack. Fortunately, Naji quickly dodged it, but this only made him more excited. "Come on, show me the skill you used to mess with our guild, you white rank." In the face of such an awkward situation, all that was needed was a confident smile. In his heart, he silently asked, "Who is this monster?" His eyes glinted with astonishment when he saw the badge on his clothes. The badge clearly indicated a gold rank mage. Naji watched Nay's attacks and said aloud, "But he fights like an assassin." He thought to himself, "With such open hostility, I can't just do nothing." Thinking so, Naji immediately drew the sword from his bag to fight. This made him feel even more stimulated. "Ready to play seriously, are you?" Nay, like a bloodthirsty beast, lunged forward. "Let's see the swordsmanship you used to play with." Jeff nom. But he had to scream in panic when he saw mushrooms on Naji's sword. A porter's special toolkit, mushroom bombs exploding everywhere. The mushrooms detonated, and a sky-shattering explosion occurred. He flashed a triumphant smile. Only a fool would directly confront an adventurer. Taking advantage of the explosion, he quickly fled. The most important thing is to run. Naji was also quick to shout, "Oh my god, I think I'm going to die." He ran out of the alley, calling for help from the villagers. "Help, someone save me." Naji used all his strength to run to the guards and report, "Guards, there's a robber. Save me." Just then, a man in black armor passed by. "What's going on?" Naji pointed ahead and tattled. "Over there, a thug pretending to be an adventurer. He tried to kill me." He looked in the direction he pointed. "Is that?" he asked in surprise. "Nay of the Dawn Guild?" Unexpectedly, Nay was completely unharmed. He sneered, running away. How disappointing. Naji was surprised by this information. The Dawn Guild. Is this the retaliation Petra warned me about? But no matter how angry they are, why would they do this in the middle of the city? The man interrupted his train of thought. Excuse me, Nay. May I ask what this is about? He still wore a contemptuous smile on his face. What is it about? It's just. Nate gathered his momentum. Quick as a flash, he leaped forward to attack Naji. A little education. This time, he hit his target. Naji was knocked far away by Nay's blow. From what I've heard, this guy poisoned our guild members' food and sabotaged the dungeon raid. The last blow helped satisfy his ambition. A mere porter dared to harm the Dawn Guild, and because of him, I didn't get my share of the profits. Nay glanced contemptuously at him on the ground and said, Everyone knows what happens when you mess with the Dawn Guild. Naji shouted, Lies. He boldly exposed the truth in front of everyone. It was the adventurers from your guild who tried to kill me. Before so many skeptical eyes, Naji pleaded, Please, everyone, believe me. He looked at the eyes of the people around him and thought to himself, It's useless. Just as Petra said, the Dawn Guild has considerable influence. Naji clenched his fists and thought, In this situation, no one will defend a white rank like me. Helping me benefits no one. In fact, murmurs began to stir. I've heard about that. In his heart, he hoped it would be better if they sided with the Dawn Guild. The crowd discussed animatedly. There are white rank porters who know how to trick adventurers. Lately, porters have been acting as if they're the commanders. The man heard the discussions and made a decision. I understand the situation, Nay. If that's the case, we'll let you handle it as you see fit. Nay replied, My thanks. He smugly asked him, So what now? Do you see it yet? No one here is on your side. Naji's expression gradually turned fierce. Why are you going this far? You know the truth. Your guild was in the wrong. He asked angrily, gritting his teeth. And everything was already over. Why are you seeking revenge now? He moved closer to Naji and explained, You're right, it's not your fault. And frankly, who cares about the mess of some low-rank adventurers, even if they're from our guild? But the important thing is that in the end, you harmed our guild. The Dawn Guild doesn't overlook even the smallest loss. That's how we make sure everyone watching us remembers. He stood arrogantly before him, asserting his dominance. Anyone who harms the Dawn Guild must pay the price. And you're just a tool to remind everyone of that fact. Nay even teased playfully, Don't worry, I won't kill you. He pointed down at the badge on his chest and gloated, I wear the badge of the latest guy I killed, and a white rank badge. It's not worth showing off. He laughed barbarically. So today, I'm going to mark you, so that whenever people see the scar on your face, they'll remember today's event. Nay lunged forward with storm-like speed, an assassin's skill. He leaped into the air, his blade forming a 90-degree cross-cut. Naji gritted his teeth as he watched the blade rush toward him. Suddenly, a 90-degree sword flash appeared before his eyes. No one here will stand up for a porter. A sword had blocked that attack, which greatly surprised him. I thought so too. It was Agnesa Ferris who had arrived just in time. She coldly ordered, Lower your sword. Agnesa Ferris affirmed and held her sword protectively in front of Naji. He belongs to the Twilight Wind Guild. She raised her voice threateningly. From this moment on, any attack aimed at Naji will be considered an attack aimed at us. A white-haired figure was silently strolling through a deserted street. It was Nay. The shadow at his feet stretched long in the twilight. From the shadow, the figure of a young man emerged. Zero's voice asked, Was it okay to stop everything there? The man kept following him, mimicking his every move and rambling. This doesn't seem to be the result you wanted, does it? Nay replied, There weren't many options. Confronting Agnesa wasn't part of the plan. He gently spun the knife in his hand, his sharp eyes fixed on it, the corner of his mouth lifting into a vile smile. He continued, Even if I had dealt with her right then, it wouldn't have been a problem. It's just that someone else is already targeting Agnesa. In the end, he suddenly stopped spinning the knife, his hand tightening on the hilt in silence. Nay continued, Everything makes me feel so bored. As he spoke, he strolled slowly down the deserted street. With no one around, I was hoping for more than this. Nay continued to mention Naji, a porter. He did better than expected. At that moment, an image of him appeared in his thoughts. An agile figure with a wooden sword in a large bag. Naji was rushing forward. But a porter is just a porter in the end, an insignificant nobody. He thought back to how he could have easily handled Naji. It's true everything ended too abruptly, but with how things turned out, he'll probably be too scared to do anything. A dangerous glint flashed in his eyes as he stared at Zero. The man also replied ominously, "Are you sure?" "He won't." Just as he finished his sentence, a small scratch suddenly appeared on Nei's face. A trickle of blood slowly flowed from it. His smile vanished. He raised his hand to touch the scratch. Since when? Was it Agnesa? The Zero within his shadow revealed a grin that stretched from ear to ear, saying grimly, "Nei, don't you see?" The man's expressionless face contorted. "Then slowly review your every step." Zero stared intently at Nei, his mouth still twisted in a grotesque smile. "Remember," he appeared behind him, cupping his hands in front of his face like glasses, making Nei recall what had happened. When Nei and Naji confronted each other, the man said, "From the first moment you met him." Scene after scene appeared in his mind. The scene of the two of them fighting fiercely, and then his blank, emotionless smile. Finally, the scene where he neatly finished Naji, up to the moment he thought he had finished him off. Zero continued, "At the very moment you thought it was all over, when you lunged forward to deliver the final blow. You thought he had completely given up, that he had knelt down to accept his fate. At that moment, Naji looked up, not having given up at all. His eyes reflected the light from Nei's technique. Zero kept rambling, but he never gave up. He was waiting for his chance. Now it could be seen that in that critical moment, a small knife fell out of Naji's sleeve. He gripped the hilt as if gripping hope itself, Zero continued. Even in that situation, he took advantage of you being fixated on his face and pulled a dagger from his sleeve. At this point, he stood up, pulling his hand, holding the dagger back to gain momentum. Naji thought to himself, since no one in the world will side with the porter, I'll protect myself. His eyes blazed red, his serious face looking straight ahead. Using all the strength he had, Naji threw the knife at him. The knife flew through Nei's technique and made a cut on his face. At this, Zero became even more contorted. How many times have I told you, Nei? When you think you've defeated the enemy, that's when you let your guard down, reveal an opening, and get tunnel vision. The man was still behind Nei. He wiped the blood from his face and replied, So this time, I let my guard down. Raising his hand to his mouth, he licked his own blood, looking sarcastic. How interesting. Nei gave a vile smile, his eyes as if seeing the joyful sight of destroying Naji. In the twilight, he and Zero burst into crazed laughter. Looks like I have to take back my word about him being boring. I'll have to deal with him personally again. In another scene, a pair of familiar bandaged hands were tucking a knife back into his sleeve. It was none other than Naji, his face pensive in thought. I had prepared that dagger in case I couldn't draw a weapon from my bag in time, but it still doesn't have enough firepower to deal with him. Adventurer, he thought of Agnesa. If Agnesa hadn't helped, I would have been in real danger. He recalled the scene, the majestic woman shielding him, rescuing him from danger. You were thinking about your attacker, Nei, weren't you? Who is he, anyway? Did the Dawn Guild send an adventurer of that level just for revenge? Honestly, I don't want to run into him or that guild ever again. As he thought, he remembered the image of the adventurer who almost finished him off, silently admiring his opponent's strength. Someone suddenly spoke, patting his shoulder at the same time. Hey, what are you so lost in thought for? Don't tell me you're scared. It was nice, teasingly putting an arm around his shoulder. Stonemung also chimed in. After what happened in the square, you must be mentally scarred, huh? At this, Naji could only laugh. Nice explained to him that even within the Dawn Guild, Nei has a reputation for being difficult to deal with. Stonemung continued. He controls an alley gang, and even the city guards have to turn a blind eye to him. The four of them walked along the path. Stonemung laughed and continued. I've heard about the Dawn Guild, but I didn't expect them to be this despicable, attacking someone in the middle of the city just out of hatred. Just then, Agnesa spoke up, her face serious as she said, Exactly, which is why I believe it's safer in the dungeon than in the city, and why I brought you here. As I mentioned, why not join our guild, at least for the duration of this dungeon raid? Naji scratched his head and replied, I just need to fulfill my duties as a porter like always, so I'm very grateful. Just then, he suddenly rubbed his shoulders. Has anyone else noticed the air getting colder? Or is it just me? This is the first time I've seen such a high-level cemetery dungeon. Before them was a gloomy and creepy scene, with tombstones and overgrown weeds. This was a B-rank cemetery dungeon, with many stone tablets and even ghosts, looking utterly terrifying. Nice laughed teasingly. Are you scared? A dungeon like this is just a walk in the park for us. As he spoke, he put his hands on his hips, flashing a confident smile. Now he looked just like a narcissist. Just believe in me, the great Nice, and focus on picking up items behind us. Stonemung mimicked him teasingly. If it gets dangerous, just hide behind me. Naji silently thought. He's not wrong. Even though this is a B-rank dungeon, there are still silver and gold rank adventurers here. And above all, a mithril rank. He thought of Agnesa. In Naji's heart, she was truly reliable. Having a mithril rank person in the raiding party was more than necessary. But his only worry was that, usually in B-rank dungeons and above, building a balanced team or one compatible with the dungeon's characteristics is important. But this time, they were all warrior types, a magic swordsman, a knight, and a shield bearer. Considering the nature of this dungeon, it would be better to have at least one priest, because when a team is too skewed towards one role, it's hard to deal with unexpected situations. Suddenly, Agnesa's voice cut in. Stop. She crossed her arms and continued. Looks like we're about to get a welcoming party. Now, from under the ground, monsters began to rise one by one. Each one had a different shape, but they were all generally terrifying. They were soul zombies. They turned their gazes towards Agnesa. She didn't hesitate at all, immediately drawing her fire sword, her face cold. Right after, she lowered her body and executed a slash. With an expressionless face, she yelled, "I'll clear a path." Agnesa dealt with each zombie with her fire sword, which blazed with light. They all fell one by one under her swift swordplay. Agnesa's gaze remained fixed on the ones that were left. Once again, the fire sword was swung up and then slashed. Down. She annihilated group after group. Her figure was graceful and agile under the golden hue of the fire. Every sword strike seemed to burst into flames, incinerating the mindless zombies. They only had time to let out a piercing scream before bursting into flames. As the fire gradually died down, a large, ferocious figure appeared, seemingly the leader of the zombie soldiers. Its appearance was completely different from the grunts. The monster let out a deafening roar, its voice shaking the very heavens and earth. Naji marveled. It really is different for a B rank, encountering a boss-sized monster right at the start. Nice beside him cheered loudly, "Go, Agnesa." The two began a fierce exchange of techniques. The zombie swung its giant hand like a sledgehammer towards Agnesa. She leaped to dodge the blow, then counterattacked. The monster didn't yield, charging forward madly. Agnesa's speed was so fast that only flashing after images could be seen. She had moved behind the monster, preparing skill. Her sword was now back in its sheath, ready to be drawn at any moment. Magic Swordsman's special skill, Blaze. Agnesa didn't hesitate any longer, immediately leaping forward. The startled monster immediately whipped its head around, but a searing slash had already grazed its shoulder, then struck its back hard. Right after, it had to endure hundreds of slashes. The fire sword exploded with flames, mingling with lightning strikes on the monster's body. Agnesa landed on the ground with a beautiful sword stroke. The monster roared in agony. The final move, Magic Swordsman's special skill, Blooming Flower. A small lotus bud bloomed, burning brightly with fire. The flower bloomed, finishing off the pitiful monster. She looked so heroic at this moment, not shaming her title as a mithril rank. The fire still flickered, and the other three stared intently at Agnesa. The three of them looked as if they were watching a 3D movie, wearing glasses and munching on popcorn. Naji exclaimed, "This is mithril rank." Stone also said, "Agnesa is different." He continued, "My worry about the party composition was truly unnecessary. I've seen many adventurers, but I've never encountered a special skill this powerful." He continued to praise her without stopping. Special skills are an essential quality of adventurers. They can use special abilities depending on their profession. Each special skill is vastly different, and that's the reason adventurers can confront powerful monsters. Especially for mithril ranks, their mastery of special skills is beyond comprehension. Agnesa suddenly spoke. There's no time to hesitate. Her face still showed no sign of fatigue as she continued. "We need to move quickly before those things revive." The group immediately picked up speed, running swiftly along the path. Revival, that is the biggest difference between a cemetery dungeon and other places. Monsters in a cemetery are usually weaker than in dungeons of the same rank. However, the difficulty lies in the fact that they will revive no matter how many times you kill them. The The monsters you defeated earlier will relentlessly return and pursue you. At this moment, some had already begun to revive, ready to give chase. If their movement speed is slow, the group will easily be surrounded from both sides. When that happens, the probability of clearing the dungeon will drop significantly. Therefore, having a priest with the ability to permanently exorcise them or using holy water sold by the church is essential. The problem is that both of those things are expensive. Behind them, the sound of zombies echoed through the air. The revived monsters have caught up, Agnesa said, glancing quickly behind her. Nice yelled, see? I told you we should have brought Pororo. Naji asked in surprise. Pororo. He frowned. In our guild, we have a priest. You could call her Settler. She's a demon in disguise, always demanding gold for everything, even screaming absurd prices to join a conquest. Truly a demon in a priest's robes. Damn it, is our guild so poor we can't even bring someone like Pororo? Stone chimed in, and her healing is terrible too. Agnesa turned back and said curtly, complain later. I'll deal with the enemies in front. Stone blocked the rear. He replied, got it. As for Nice, her gaze was stern as she looked at him. Stay back and watch or cheer. Under that gaze, Nice was as obedient as a puppy. Naji suddenly spoke up and asked, hey Nice, aren't you going to fight? He scratched his face and replied hesitantly, my weapon. I forgot to bring it. My sword, Elizabeth Roberts, is still lying on the table. Naji was so shocked he turned pale. You forgot your weapon? He stammered, well, we left in a hurry. So mistakes happen. It's nothing. Agnesa criticized him sternly. This happens all the time. That guy is always forgetting things. Stone chimed in. That's right. Remember that time he showed up naked to a raid? I just wish I could erase that memory. Now, Nice just want a hole to crawl into. To break the heavy atmosphere, Naji said, it's okay. I brought a whole bunch of spare weapons. He rummaged through his bag and asked, what kind do you like to use? Knights use long swords, right? Or medium sword? Suddenly, he froze, stammering, unable to speak. Then Nice suddenly grabbed Naji's shoulders tightly. He used his head to hit Naji's forehead. You idiot. Naji crouched down, holding his forehead, complaining, what are you doing? Nice pointed a thumb at himself and said loudly, listen up. I only fight with my sword, Elizabeth Roberts. That is my vow as a knight, he asserted firmly. After hearing that, Naji sat there stunned, his mind full of thoughts. Racking his brain, he could only conclude this guy was a total clown. So, let's just forget it, genius. Just then, Stone suddenly spoke up. Wait a minute, there's something wrong with the monsters following us. From a distance, they were approaching, but there were fewer than expected. They were also moving slower, and not even as ferocious as before. Agnesa glanced over to observe, and then realized that something that looked like glue from a mousetrap was stuck to the bottom of their feet. Looking more closely at the zombies' feet, she was stunned to realize its tacks. Naji explained, it's nothing special. After all, these guys revive, right? The most dangerous thing in a cemetery is being surrounded by the revived ones. Even if you kill them again, it still slows our progress. So he used a trap, a porter's tool, tough, and sticky bomb beans. Naji added, I scattered tacks on the path while we were moving. But it's a crude tool, it won't help much. Suddenly, Agnesa and Stone both exclaimed in unison, you're much more useful than Nice. Hearing that, he widened his eyes and yelled, what? The sound of feet running on the ground echoed. It seemed everyone was fleeing from something. Behind them, zombies wearing buffalo skulls were chasing madly. How many times have these guys revived? Nice said while running, if Elizabeth Roberts were here, they'd be nothing. Agnesa Ferris immediately ended the conversation. This is not the time to grumble. The four of them ran as fast as an arrow, about to reach the exit. We need to get out before we're surrounded. The cave entrance emitted a dazzling light. I see the end of the cave. Agnesa Ferris ordered, it's time, Stone. Hearing that, he immediately complied. Got it. Shield hand specialty. He raised his hand high, preparing to deliver a devastating blow. Stone shield. With a loud bang, the blow struck, causing the ground to crack, and large and small boulders rose up. Those things were aimed at the zombies, blocking their path. Under the solid defense, the zombies could no longer attack, only madly rushing forward to attack the hard rock mountain. In front of them, Stone turned his head and shouted, it's done, then immediately ran after everyone through the cave entrance. But it won't hold for long. His eyes sparkling, we have to get out quickly. Seeing that no one responded after he called out several times, he was confused. In front of them was the cemetery dungeon, the underground water area. Nice was annoyed. What kind of dungeon is this? A huge lake is blocking the way. Naji comforted, but at least there's a raft ready for us. Nice said sarcastically, what a thoughtful dungeon. Huh, he said that, but there was no other way now. Anyway, if we want to move forward, we can only get on the raft. Stone also urged, those zombies will catch up soon. We should go quickly. However, the only raft available couldn't carry everyone. This is trouble. That tiny raft won't be able to bear the weight of our armor. Especially with Stone's heavy armor. Hearing him ramble on, she criticized, you're not even fighting. Why don't you throw yours away? He was taken aback. What? You also added fuel to the fire. I also think that's the best idea. Please take it off. You too. Turns out it's not about throwing it away, but putting it in the bag. Mr. Nice and Mr. Stone, please put your armor in here. After a while, the two had taken off the heavy things on their bodies. At this point, the two had completely removed their outer armor, leaving only their normal clothes on. Inside, Agnesa Ferris suddenly looked to the side. Something caught her attention. It was fine when she wasn't looking, but the moment she did, she was shocked and her mouth fell open. Beside her, Nice had literally stripped bare, with only his shorts left on his entire body. She shouted loudly, "How far are you planning to strip?" He replied without any hesitation, "What? It helps reduce weight." Naji felt like gouging his own eyes out. I saw it again. After a while of shedding some weight, everyone got on a raft. For people, each in a corner, some resting, some silently observing the changes around them. Suddenly Nice burst out laughing, pointing his finger and cackling. She said, "There, even Agnesa knows everything. Truly, under a fist, all beings are equal." After getting a black eye, he became more behaved. "I'm sorry. I promised to dress properly." She continued to scold. "You even forgot your weapon? That's terrible. You're completely useless now." He immediately gave a thumbs up, a like, and said confidently, "But you know, if I had the power of my vow, I could clear this dungeon by myself. Even though I don't look like it, I'm a gold rank adventurer." The more she heard, the more annoyed she got. She flared up. "That's exactly the problem. Why would you make a vow that you can't keep?" Being scolded harshly, he said dejectedly, "I'm sorry, I'm trash." Naji silently thought to himself, a knight's vow. Adventurers with the knight specialty make vows that symbolize their beliefs. That vow creates an absolute rule they must follow. In return, they receive great power. Nice also made a vow. "I will not fight with any weapon other than Elizabeth Robert." And so, he has a rule he must follow. But in return, Elizabeth Robert becomes a legendary and indestructible sword. A knight's vow truly has the meaning of give and take. However, there's something a little strange. Thinking that, he asked, "Isn't a knight's vow considered a weakness that most people keep secret?" Hearing that, he asked back, "Is that so?" She replied, "Usually that's the case." Looking at the noisy person next to her made her even more annoyed. This guy is so loudmouthed that no one in the city doesn't know about his vow. Hearing that, he also grumbled, "Even if people know, Elizabeth and I are invincible." She angrily shouted, "You always forget that precious sword of yours." She clicked her tongue. "Since Nice has always been an idiot, I'll just have to let it go. By the way, I've heard about that bag, but it's really amazing. When you put things in it, do they disappear completely?" He immediately denied and explained, "No, their weight doesn't disappear completely. The moment you put things in, it's as if a powerful weight reduction spell has been cast on it. Even if you put both of their armors in, their total weight is probably only about the same as a pebble." Stone Mung heard that and was also very curious. "It's much more impressive than Nice Sword." His eyes lit up, his mouth wide open as he said, "Especially that special turkey dish we ate earlier. It was a masterpiece. I never imagined I could eat something like that in a place like this." Hearing the mention of the turkey dish, Nice praised. "You're right." Remembering the image of her forgetting everything in the world for a delicious bite, he teased. Even Agnesa was gobbling down bread while dealing with the zombies. "Bread is the best." Hearing herself being bad-mouthed, she wanted to explain. "That, I didn't even have time to eat properly, and while I was hunting, you were just playing around." Nice also tried to take credit. "I worked hard too. I had to run back and forth in my armor." Hearing that, Stone Mung smiled, teasing, "Are you here on vacation or something?" While they were having a verbal brawl, Naji suddenly called out, "Hey, wait a minute. It looks like it's about to start." She also turned towards the sound. That is, in front of their raft, many other boats were surrounding them, with many people on them. It turned out to be the zombies with buffalo bone horns that had been madly chasing them, the enemy. They were surrounded on the underground water. He observed and then spoke. So this raft is actually used as a trap to lure adventurers. She also agreed. That's right, fighting on the raft will put us at a disadvantage. Hearing that, he flew into a rage. What? You knew it was a trap and still got on the raft? She replied calmly. Of course. This is a dungeon. Why would they put out a raft to help adventurers? Of course, even if we knew, we still had to get on because there was no choice. After hearing the explanation, he also understood. So they didn't put the raft out to help us. She silently observed the battle. The problem is, even though we know it's a trap, there are too many enemies, and right now, I'm the only one capable of fighting. Even if I go and destroy the enemy's ships, our raft will be turned into a porcupine by their arrows before I can do it. Thinking that, she glanced back and signaled behind her. Leave it to me. He took the 2 straps of the bag that had stored the armor and other things. Fighting them on the water will be very difficult. He tied the bag tightly to the raft, hands on his hips, and said, "We should move quickly and charge through." Hearing that, she was confused. "You mean this bag can help us get past them?" He immediately replied, "Of course." He gave a smile, "But hold on tight." When the other 3 heard that, one's mouth fell open in amazement, one's eyes sparkled with anticipation, and one frowned and glanced over to observe. Air compression technique, air pump. From inside the bag, a large amount of air flew out, like a powerful propulsion engine, AirNet. The amount of air released acted like a propulsion engine, helping their raft glide on the water like a wave. Agnesa Ferris was amazed. This is wind magic. The other 2 were holding on tightly to the post. A slight mistake, and they could be thrown off. He laughed heartily. It's not as cool as magic. To put it simply, it's just compressing air and then releasing it. That's all. Naji explained, I discovered that if I leave the bag open when it's windy, it can catch and store the airflow inside. Basically, when I release it all at once, this is what happens. On another boat, the zombies drew their bows and arrows, preparing to attack. However, their raft was able to dodge the lightning-fast attack. He held the rope of that air bag, moving it like a rudder. With a whoosh, their raft cut through the waves, speeding past the enemy boats. The zombies held on tightly to their boats, staring at them. He turned his head and called out loudly, "Wait, can you look ahead?" A large wooden wall appeared ahead, with a statue of a giant buffalo head on it. One look was enough to know this belonged to the zombies chasing them. They had blocked the path with a wooden barricade. Seeing this, she pondered. These zombies are too thorough with their traps. She drew her sword and replied, "I'll find a way to break it." But he immediately stopped her. "Wait, we've gained enough momentum. I'll contribute too. Fire and wind have good compatibility." Hearing that, she hesitated. Then she agreed. Understood. She coldly drew the sword from her back, her eyes filled with killing intent as she stared ahead. He also held his giant bag, staring ahead. Link technique, Bear Fong, blazing fire wave. The blazing fire rushed towards the zombies, standing guard in front. They couldn't possibly avoid the powerful attack. The zombies' pupils contracted, filled with terror. The wooden wall blocking the way was now also being gradually burned by the fire. Through, with a loud bang, a hole was punched through the towering wooden wall. The fierce fire engulfed and burned everything clean. Appearing and disappearing in the thick white smoke was her heroic image, along with everyone's excitement. Her resolute face shone brightly in the sea of fire. After a long while, the fire also died out, and their raft was also destroyed. They had made it to shore. "Is everyone okay?" "We barely made it through." Suddenly she spoke. Over there, ahead was a gloomy, towering fortress, which seemed to be where the boss of this dungeon resided, the cemetery dungeon, the fortress of Death region. A voice of praise was heard. A fortress within an underground tomb. The scale is truly impressive. Everyone discussed as they walked. No matter how you look at it, it's too difficult for a B-rank dungeon. That's right, any normal raid party would have to fail. Here, Nice was dejected. Really, why does our guild always choose these kinds of dungeons? Can't we just once choose an easy dungeon with good rewards? She immediately replied, "This is the mission we chose." Stone Mung also spoke up. "It must be very difficult for your first dungeon. You might not be used to it, but our guild only cleans up dungeons that others can't." He laughed and added, "From a porter's perspective, it doesn't matter which dungeon we go to. You adventurers are the ones who have it tough." Anessa Ferris spoke cautiously. "Even if it's a B-rank dungeon, we can't let our guard down. These types of dungeons always have troublesome bosses." Ahead of them was the master of this tower, but at least it seems the boss has shown itself right away. The zombie overlord opened its eyes wide and looked at them. Gradually, a blue pupil began to glow. "How dare you set foot in my paradise, you fools?" He immediately spoke up. "Seriously, a lich in a B-rank dungeon. We're so lucky." Stone Mung exclaimed. This is the first time a lich has been in a B-rank dungeon. Before, she silently observed the enemy. Liches are boss monsters of the mage class. Mage-type enemies always have many surprising elements. I've used too much energy fighting alone until now. She drew her sword, so I have to take it down before something unexpected happens. With that thought, she quickly rushed forward. She held her sword high above her head, swinging with all her might at the monster in front of her. But the monster remained silent, showing no fear or attempt to flee. Most undead monsters are fools that rush at their prey. The monster didn't even bother to move. However, a lich is different. As a creature that seeks knowledge even after death, it began to analyze Anessa's movements and read her intentions. It quickly realized that she was recklessly charging forward to protect the allies behind her. And so it found the answer. The path of her sword strike fell on empty space. She was stunned. It disappeared. A blue light suddenly appeared above her head. Suddenly, the lich monster appeared from above. It spread its arms wide, looking proud and arrogant. Leap magic, blink. It reached its hand forward to strike. "Foolish species, become my servant." Seeing that scene, Naji's eyes widened, both in astonishment and on guard. Anessa Ferris shouted loudly, "Get out of the way." With that, she rushed forward, shielding him from the blow. "We might have to die." Witnessing that scene, his pupils widened. Iron chains appeared, clanking against each other, with a powerful purple energy in the middle. Faced with the worst possible scenario in this dungeon, the iron chains and the stream of energy attacked like a terrifying vortex. All of it enveloped her. Anessa, her eyes went dark, losing consciousness of the present. Suddenly, she gave a terrifying smile. She had become an enemy. She had become a subordinate of the lich monster. Nice's face darkened as he called out loudly, "Stone, get Naji and run." Stone Mung was filled with worry. "What about you? No matter how strong you are, you can't stop Anessa for now. Just run." Hearing that word, he asked back, "Run? What nonsense are you talking about?" His face became fearsome, a grin stretching from ear to ear, his fists clenched, crackling with terrifying power. A knight never turns his back on an enemy. Nice advanced with steady steps, with only one thought in his mind, turning my back on the enemy. Even I have to admit, he grinned arrogantly. That sounds so cool. Nice's eyes lit up as he smiled with delight. No matter how strong Anessa is, she must have used up almost all her strength. That colorful flame is weakening. He stood in front of Anessa Ferris and called out. She pretty much handled everything by herself. It's no surprise. Her face darkened, her eyes cold, the flames around her radiating energy. Seeing this, he continued, "At this point, I could take her down with my bare hands." Anessa Ferris silently raised her sword, concentrating the surrounding power into the blade. Her eyes flashed with killing intent, her sword hand striking out. Immense power rushed towards him. Nice just stood there coldly with dark eyes. Darkened. Suddenly he frowned, startled and terrified, breaking into a cold sweat. Anessa Ferris let out a cry, and then she charged to attack. Nice. He blocked the blow with difficulty. His brows furrowed tightly as he gritted his teeth and said, "What the hell is this?" Nice asked loudly, "How does she still have so much power?" She continued to leap up and swing her arm to strike at Nice. The heat from the flaming sword made him scream, "Hot." Nice quickly ducked down, avoiding Anessa Ferris's attack. Not stopping there, she continued to teleport and attack him. Nice, in a panic, still shouted 3 words, "A knight never turns his back." Then he put his leg back. Nice roared as he ran backward. A knight never turns his back. Then he hopped backward. Somewhere, Naji and Stone Mung were running out of the tower. The two of them ran for their lives to escape. Suddenly, Nice ran backward past them from out of nowhere, shouting in fear, "Wait for me." Seeing him, Naji turned his head and asked, "I thought you said you would fight her." Nice stammered and shouted, "I was just kidding. How could I possibly stop?" "Anessa." Stone Mung turned his head to look at him mockingly. "To be honest, I didn't expect anything from you. You've been turning your back on the undead a lot already." Hearing that, Nice frowned in annoyance and yelled, "What? Only when Elizabeth Robister is here." He cried out helplessly. "That excuse again? We're sick of it." Suddenly, Naji spoke up. "Wait, everyone, look." Below the abyss where they had stopped, a boat appeared floating on the water. He spoke. The undead have arrived. They came ashore from the boat and disembarked. Countless undead were standing at their feet. Naji said, "We're completely surrounded." Stone Mung looked down from above and said, "There are so many of them." He continued, "Damn it, outside are the undead." Then he glanced back and saw, and inside the fortress is Anessa. Just behind them was the cold Anessa Ferris. Standing there, seeing this, Stone Mung raised his fist, charged forward and shouted, "I'll try to buy some time." He attacked using his skill, Shield Thursday ability. He was seen punching his fist straight into the ground where he stood. The ground immediately cracked into many pieces. Then, countless blocks of stone rose from the ground, forming many barriers called stone seals. They formed an arc-shaped barrier surrounding Anessa Ferris, which is called a stone rampart. She stood still on the spot without any movement. Suddenly, she glanced sideways. Suddenly, she leaped straight into the air out of the surrounding barrier. Anessa Ferris jumped up onto the barriers. She moved nimbly, dodging Stone Mung's skills. Seeing this, he backed away in alarm and cried out, "That's Anessa for you." Suddenly, he saw her jump down from the top of the stone pillar to attack Stone Mung. He was only heard screaming, "She's too fast. I can't hit her." Naji, standing nearby, heard this and turned to look. His face darkened in thought. There must be something, even for just a moment. Something that can stop Anessa, but it has to be good because a half-baked trick won't work on her. Naji then reached into his bag, wanting to take something. Out, maybe. As he thought, he threw that thing towards Anessa Ferris. This will work. The object flew past Anessa Ferris, but she didn't react and continued her attack towards them. Suddenly she glanced back, then a sound rang out, pop. It was the strawberry jam cookie. Take it. While attacking forward, Anessa Ferris suddenly leaped back towards the flying cookie and quickly snatched it perfectly. Then she happily ate it with relish. Seeing this, Naji raised a hand to his forehead, wiped his sweat, and said with a smile, "I had a feeling, and it seems that even when controlled, she still acts on her instincts." Nice burst out laughing, pointing at her, "What is that?" He started to break out in a cold sweat and warned seriously, "But we can't hold her off for long." Then Naji shouted, "Let's find a place inside the fortress to hide." As soon as he finished, the three of them ran straight into the fortress. After a long while, Naji stopped, panting heavily. He plopped down on the ground and said, "It seems she's not chasing us anymore." He stood up and looked through the barred window at the scene outside and quickly warned, "But right now the undead are climbing the cliff." Seeing their numbers growing, Naji continued, "They're trying to gather inside the fortress." He then turned to call out to Stone Mung and Nice. "We need a plan." Nice replied, "But it won't be easy." He continued, "Anessa, she's being supported by that lich." An image of the lich and Anessa Ferris appeared in his mind. Nice analyzed. She should have been exhausted after conquering the dungeon alone. But since then, she started receiving power from the lich. Her flame has flared up again. Then he looked away, scratching his head and pouting. "If it weren't for that, I could have taken her down." Stone Mung said, "Sure." Nice looked around and asked, "Anyway, where's this place?" Naji replied, "I don't know." He looked up and suddenly saw weapons neatly placed in boxes. Nice spoke up, "Look at the weapons on the shelf. Is this an armory?" Naji stood there with a dark face and said, "No, it doesn't look like weapons the undead would use if I had to guess." He looked at the armory in front of him. "This place looks more like a showroom." The two behind him were surprised as Nice asked again, "A showroom?" Naji continued to analyze. Intelligent monsters like liches sometimes collect items from fallen adventurers as trophies. This room could be that place. He closed his eyes and pondered. The structure of this dungeon is unusually difficult for its rank. An image of the fortress appeared and countless fallen warriors, he reasoned. And with a lich as a boss, it's not surprising that many conquest parties have fallen here. But there's something I don't understand. Naji opened his eyes and glanced down, wondering, why are children's toys and things that don't belong to adventurers here? Just beside the corner of the wall was a wooden crate with children's toys on top. Suddenly Stone Mung spoke up. "I've heard a story. As I mentioned, they often take on dungeons that others avoided. When this dungeon first appeared, it was famous for many failed conquests, the Graveyard Dungeon. But strangely, after that, people from the surrounding villages started to go miss. ING, we didn't notice anything unusual while exploring the dungeon, but this." Naji, with a dark expression, asked in a raised voice, "An abduction dungeon?" From the dungeon, an undead emerged leading a child. "You mean the monsters leave the dungeon and kidnap people?" Nice's face darkened upon hearing that. He gritted his teeth and repeated, "Abduction." He raised his hand into a fist and said angrily, "But this dungeon hasn't collapsed yet. I thought monsters would be trapped inside the dungeon." right? Naji, standing beside him, looked at him and replied, "It's just a hypothesis, because abduction dungeons are very rare." An image appeared again of an undead being incredibly strong inside the dungeon, but visibly weakening upon leaving it. Normally, dungeon monsters can't leave the dungeon, because the hypothesis is that outside the dungeon, the monsters can't use their full power. The dungeon is destroyed. Monsters can only leave the dungeon if it's an external anomaly or if the dungeon collapses. Nice opened his mouth wide and raised his voice. If that's the case, there's only one way to verify it. We'll take down that lich bastard and find out for ourselves. He frowned in annoyance and said, "There's no other way. I'll do it. I'll kill the lich. A knight does not tolerate evil." Suddenly, he stopped and turned around, wondering, "Why are you two looking at me like that?" The two of them said in unison, "It's nothing." Nice quickly took out a blue cloth and tied it over his eyes. This time, I'm serious. His face now showed determination, his sword gripped tightly in his hand. "From this moment on, I will betray my knight's oath and draw my sword." Naji, standing beside him, broke into a cold sweat and asked Nice again, "Breaking a knight's oath has serious consequences. Are you sure?" "No. Can you even break the oath?" Hearing that, he raised his hand to scratch his head and replied, "Who knows? A knight's oath is more of a personal vow than something externally enforced. If I could deceive myself, I should be fine. I've never tried it, so I'm not sure how it will go, but I have to use everything I've got anyway. If I can land a powerful blow on the lich, at the very least, it might be just enough to break the control magic on Agnesa." Stone Mung wondered, "But how are we going to get you in front of the lich?" Nice said nonchalantly, "That's your job. Do you think betraying a knight's oath is easy?" Hearing that, he got annoyed and shouted, "That's what I want to ask. How are you going to do it?" Suddenly, Naji asked seriously, "Can you really do it?" His face darkened as he looked straight at him and raised his voice. "If we get you to the lich, can you defeat it?" Nice replied, "That's the wrong question, Naji. If your hypothesis is correct, then it's not a matter of whether we can or not anymore." He grinned confidently and said, "It's what we have to do." Naji's face turned serious as he agreed. "I agree. Then I'll be your eyes and get you to the boss." Stone Mung, panicked upon hearing this, quickly raised his voice. "How are you two going to do that? We're about to face an army." A diagram showed the need to attack the undead, Agnesa Ferris, and finally the lich. He said, "To defeat the lich, we have to get past Agnesa and charge through an army in front of her." Naji picked up a crossbow from a nearby wooden crate and replied, "Right? So," he looked up and said, "If we want to charge through the enemy's army, then we'll need an army of our own." The scene changes to the lich, who is sitting on a throne. Below are Agnesa Ferris and the undead. One of them suddenly cried out. It knelt before the lich and reported something in its language. After listening from his throne, he said, "It seems the rats have come out to play." The lich narrowed his eyes and ordered, "Capture them. If you must, you can chop off their limbs." After hearing the command, all the undead rushed out like mad. Suddenly, Naji spoke up, "They're coming." The whole horde advanced in large numbers. Naji said, "Get behind me." Suddenly, one of them tripped on a wire tied to a mushroom. A large explosion occurred. They were surrounded by smoke and dust from the explosion. Nice, who was blindfolded, drooled and exclaimed, "I smell something delicious." Stone Mung, standing behind him, said, "Hold your breath." Naji brought out Gluttony. He asked, "Gluttony, are you ready?" He replied, "Almost." Gluttony wondered, "But are you sure this will work?" Naji's expression was cold. Then he gently reassured, "Don't worry." He hugged the large bag, moved forward, and said, "I'll take care of the aiming. You just need to do your part." A shadow appeared in the smoke and dust. It became clear that it was the undead. The mouth of the bag appeared in front of it, opening wide. Gluttony grinned, holding a crossbow and aiming forward. An army of number ones appeared, mimicking his action. He pointed at the enemy and shouted, "It's time to show our worth. Everyone fire!" After Gluttony's shout, they obeyed and fired continuously at the undead. The porter's special skill. Only a flash of yellow light was seen and countless sparks behind it. Duckling gun. Thousands of arrows shot out from Naji's bag at them. The undead, hit by the attack, cried out in pain. The wind howled. Nice stood there, his hair blown upright by the wind, and asked, "What the hell is going on?" While Stone Mung next to him praised, "So cool." They were taken down by Naji's countless arrows. He advanced while laughing smugly, saying, "We're going to charge straight into the boss's room." In a large town surrounded by a protective barrier, and in front of the largest building there. That building was the Adventurers Guild. There were quite a few people inside. Raza looked curiously at Petra, who was busily scribbling. She spoke up and asked, "Petra, what are you writing all day? Then Raza said again, you've been acting a little strange since you came back from the fractured dungeon. Petra stammered, well, Raza asked directly, are you writing a research paper or something? Petra replied, it's nothing, I'm just organizing my questions. Raza repeated, questions. Petra laughed, scratched her head, and confessed, I was wondering if you need a combat-related talent to become an adventurer. Hearing her say that, Raza looked at her as if she were an idiot for asking such an obvious question. Then she replied seriously, of course you do. If you don't have a combat talent, you can't become an adventurer. Otherwise, why would everyone try so hard to get one? As she spoke, she pointed to one side of them. No need for an explanation. Just look over there. Over there, a man was having his aptitude checked. Then he shouted, don't mess with me, because it displayed, your aptitude is Taylor. After seeing him cause a disturbance, 2 security guards nearby quickly moved to restrain him, but he still screamed his head off, in oh way, this is my aptitude. I'm going to do it again. He stubbornly insisted, I have to become an adventurer. But the words that appeared right in his face made him sob. You cannot become an adventurer. The two of them watched together. Raza rested her cheek on her hand, looking bored, and said, we see guys like that a few times a day. The chance of awakening an aptitude to become an adventurer is extremely low. Petra's eyes seemed to fall into a whirlpool of contemplation. Our lives are determined from the very beginning. She thought, everyone has to go through the job change ceremony organized by the guild to awaken their aptitude, their innate aptitude. This process analyzes the E in the body and reveals their aptitude through writing on a magical device. Because of this, the rules for becoming an adventurer have become incredibly difficult. Petra thought and wrote, ignoring Raza rambling beside her. Some people say. Her pen glided quickly across the paper. Isn't it better to know your talent early on so you can aim for it? The pen stopped as she realized, and I used to think that way too. Raza asked from the side, but I still don't understand why everyone wants to become an adventurer so badly. She began to weigh the pros and cons in her head and said, even though there's a chance to gain wealth and status, it's still a dangerous and tiring path. After being serious for a few seconds, she laughed and said to Petra, that being said, we're doing pretty well, aren't we? We have a salary job, working with mid-rank adventurers without being in danger. Life is easier if you're content with what you have. But Petra was wavering, and after what happened, after meeting Naji, I started to wonder. She started thinking again. Could a person's future? She looked into the distance and wondered, and their dreams really be decided by their aptitude? Meanwhile, back on the other side, the fleshy monsters in the abduction dungeon were roaring fiercely, but they were quickly pierced by thousands of arrows, turning them into porcupines. The mouth of Naji's blue bag opened. He shouted to the team behind him, group up, everyone. He observed the situation and said, we may have the advantage in numbers, but the eyes of the skeletons hit by the arrows showed movement again. So he said, each arrow. After seeing the skeleton's eyes light up again, he reminded them firmly, is only temporary. He saw the monsters charging again. So he said with certainty to everyone, so they'll recover soon and chase after us. As they were running hastily, Nice called out, are we doing well? I can't see anything, so I have no idea what's happening. Stonemung encouraged, don't worry, Naji is amazing. He looked at the back of the person running ahead and explained, I heard he led the exploration of the fractured dungeon, and that's no exaggeration. Naji shouted, we're almost at the boss's room. Now, as the door opened, he declared, now the real game begins. Inside was an entire army of skeletons. They hid behind the door and observed. Stonemung said, as expected, but with this many enemies, just reaching the boss will be difficult. He comforted, don't worry, I have a plan. Then he added, however, remember that the Lich could even dodge Lady Agnes's attack with a flash step, which means we have to pretend to be weak and take him down by surprise before he can react. Nice laughed and said loudly, no problem. This Nice will take him down in one blow. He quickly stopped him. Wait, if you shout like that. He shouted as he saw them turn their heads towards the door. The enemy will hear you. Nice laughed and said, sorry. I didn't know they were so close. He had no choice but to launch the attack. There's no other way. We have to start now. He fumbled in his blue bag while thinking, to get to the target, the Lich, we have to get past the skeleton soldiers blocking the way. He pulled out a weapon, but we don't have to fight all of them. Then, decisively, he shot an arrow carrying a grenade forward that we don't need to confront them either. The target was the chandelier in the middle of the hall. It exploded instantly. All we need to do is take away their sight. He recalled, undead creatures. By nature, they rely more on hearing than sight. His basis was from a famous book about zombies, Living Dead, where someone used a zombie to get past a legion of zombies. But we don't have any corpses here. Your green bag is still continuously sucking in air. You were secretly glad, but luckily, my gear has been absorbing the smell of this place for a while now. Nice held his breath and said, "What is this disgusting smell?" The person next to him replied, "Put up with this smell for a bit. They won't notice us for a while." In a cloud of gas and surrounded by the army of skeletons, they walked through it. Naji calculated. "We'll go straight to the Lich's location." Their light footsteps glided past the entire army. Stone Monk didn't forget to scare them. "I'm a zombie. Get out of the way. A starving zombie is here." They crouched and crept like thieves towards the presiding figure. The Lich saw everything and spoke up. "Playing tricks, are you?" His eyes narrowed. "You little rats." He pointed his finger. "Do you think that trick works on me?" A sphere, a fire magic spell, was launched into the air. The skeletons quickly regained their sight. The Lich laughed and said, "Where are you hiding, you rats?" A shout drew his attention. "Hey!" A fist slammed onto the floor. A rock ledge appeared. He stepped onto it as the person behind him shouted, "The Lich is right ahead." "Nice." The three of them stood on the rock ledge, looking down at him. Nice laughed and shouted, "You cute kid, you really did it." He quickly spotted the white-haired girl beside him. "Agnesa is over there." He shouted as he threw a pastry in that direction. "I'll use bread to get her attention." He shouted to his comrades behind him, "We only have one chance." They replied, "Understood." Nice hand gripped his sword tightly. He jumped up and swung his sword. "I'll end this in one blow." Knight's talent. The Lich quickly saw through the situation. He cast a spell to shield himself, shouting, "You can't escape." A powerful sword strike came down. "I will cut you in half immediately." But before he could do anything, Nice was kicked in the face by a high-heeled foot. He flew into the air in bewilderment. "What the hell?" The two behind him watched in astonishment. "How?" "Agnesa." They looked at the pastry on the ground and realized she didn't eat the pastry. He grew tense. "No way." Then directed his gaze towards her stomach. "Agnesa has." He saw her rubbing her stomach and wondered, "Is she full?" Stonemung replied, "She's been eating too much until now." Naji glanced nervously at him. "Nice, it's not too late. Try again." A loud, pain scream rang out. A voice descended upon Nice, who was bound tightly in chains. "Night, Nice, you have broken your knight's oath and disgraced your honor." The chains quickly tightened around him as the voice echoed again. "I shall grant you punishment." Naji quickly realized the knight's oath. Nice. Stonemung saw this and shouted, "Get away, the undead are coming." He punched the floor again. "I'll hold them off." A protective stone wall appeared. Stone wall shield talent. The skeletons frantically clawed at it. He also jumped down from the rock ledge. Stonemung said, "I can't hold them for more than 5 minutes." He shouted, "My E is running out. We need another plan." He watched everything unfold tensely. Back to Petra, she was now being explained to by Razai. Petra, as I said, they're always people without talent who become adventurers, but they still try their best to become an adventurer, and perhaps through training. They have skills comparable to other adventurers. She looked at Petra seriously, but the key difference between an adventurer and a non-adventurer is Ezer. Her words were firm. Only combat-related talents can store and use Ezer in the body. She mentioned common monsters and said, "Certainly, monsters in low-level dungeons can be defeated by a well-trained person." However, she continued, "But when fighting high-level monsters or the boss of each dungeon, without Ezer, they're simply destroyed." Naji at this moment was still trying to use the green bag to suck up the arrows. He was facing the giant lich. Petra asked, "So how can they become adventurers?" Then, Nice had a long gash of blood on his face. He gritted his teeth and endured. Nice gritted his teeth and endured. He fought off the monsters while shouting, "Let's hold them off. You should run." Naji, crouching behind him, hesitated. "I can't do that." Nice glanced back and advised, "This is the duty of an adventurer. We failed the raid, so it's our responsibility. You just need to get out." The lich looked down disdainfully. His eyes narrowed. How pathetic. He raised his hand to create a sphere of darkness, his voice sarcastic. "Did you think you could infiltrate my sanctum and still have a way to escape?" Nice watched the sphere grow larger and cursed worriedly. "Damn it." Dangerous streams of purple energy rushed forward. A huge explosion occurred. From within the flames, Nice cried out in pain. The lich spread his arms arrogantly. hovering in midair. He spoke with a contemptuous voice. "You're not even worthy of being my entertainment." The Lich looked at Naji, standing opposite a white-haired person, and continued, "You're just a worthless brat, not even worth my attention. Even so, I hope you can surprise me." He looked at him facing Agnesa Ferris and couldn't help but say cheerfully, "Watching old comrades slaughter each other, it's truly interesting." Before the Lich could finish speaking, she quickly charged forward. Naji stood motionless in the middle of the large fire, surrounded by flames. His face was full of worry. Seeing the light flash around him, Naji only had time to think Agnesa. Elsewhere, inside a library, a young girl sat in front of a large bookshelf, engrossed in reading something. Petra focused on the dense lines of text in the book, her expression serious. The title on the page was clearly written, "The Story of a Useless Person Becoming an Adventurer." Raza walked in. She called out, "So you're here, Petra?" She looked at Petra curiously and asked, "You've been reading a pile of books for a while now. Why do you still look so pensive?" Adventuring talent and Ezer. I thought I made it clear. Without these two things, a person can't possibly become an adventurer. Hearing her, Petra closed the book and scratched her head. That's right. Petra hugged the large book, about to stand up, and said, "I agree, I used to think so too, but recently I met someone who made me doubt my own thoughts." She stood up, walking closer to Raza as she asked, "Raza, do you know how many dungeons a dungeon porter participates in each year?" Raza wondered, "Why are you suddenly asking that?" Suddenly she raised a finger, her voice speculative. "Let's see, even at their best, it's only 2 to 3 times a week at most, so probably a little over 100. After she finished speaking, Petra opened her mouth. "Yes, normally it's 100 times, 150 at most." Then Petra asked again, "But according to the guild's records, there is a porter who participated in 300 dungeon raids a year. If such a person exists, what do you think they would be like?" Raza's face was full of surprise as she exclaimed, 300 times. Does that person ever rest?" Raza suddenly said thoughtfully, "Even for a porter, someone who likes raiding dungeons, that much must have one of those two things." She looked up and continued confidently, "Or they're extremely obsessed with money." Her eyes were full of certainty as she said, "Or they absolutely hate dungeons." Back to Naji. At this moment, he was holding his sword to block in front of him. Agnesa Ferris charged forward, clashing hard against Naji's sword. The sharp sword of light cracked. Naji's sword. She pressed hard. The iron sword snapped in two. Naji looked at the broken sword, worrying inwardly. "If I face her head-on, I won't last more than one move." He looked at Agnesa Ferris, who still hadn't stopped, and thought to himself, it's more than just a difference in weapon strength. He still used the broken sword to fight against Agnesa Ferris. Naji worried inwardly. It's the gap between Agnesa and me. He held the hilt of the sword firmly. His other arm was covered by a shield. Naji knelt down. Surrounded by a few broken swords, he pondered. But Naji's expression suddenly changed. "I actually have an advantage." He thought about his past. When adventurers were clearing dungeons, the porters had nothing to do. The only thing they could do was watch the adventurers' battles. He suddenly realized, that's why I understand so well Agnesa's swordsmanship and habits. Naji watched Agnesa Ferris intently, with every attack. He always paid attention to the hilt of her sword. It would always start with a spark of fire. Seeing the flame erupt, he thought to himself, then comes the sword. Naji used the shield to block the large flame, gritting his teeth, his heart full of worry. Even knowing that the attack only lasts for a moment, reacting is not enough. Agnesa Ferris raised her sword once more. He continued to observe, calculating inwardly. The time between 2 consecutive strikes is 0.2 seconds. As he quickly ducked and slipped past her, he thought, if I wait for that movement before dodging, it will be too late. Naji focused on dodging her attacks while thinking intently. I have to predict her next move, calculate the sword's path, and move before she attacks. His eyes were bloodshot. Even so, she's still faster than I thought. I have to act at least half a beat ahead. No, is this the limit of my reaction speed? He saw Agnesa Ferris's crazed face and suddenly felt a little glad. If so, I should be grateful to it. After getting hit once, I've roughly gotten a feel for the attack speed of a mithril class body. He frowned, but that's all. Naji held 2 axes in his hands and rushed forward. If I just keep defending, I'll never be able to turn the tables. He quickly ran forward, silently determined. There are only 2 ways to get out of this situation. One is to take down the Lich, the one who cast the controlling spell. 2 is to land a blow strong enough to make Agnesa come to her senses. Naji swung one hand. Right now, the second way is my only option, if only I can hit her once. Naji calculated inwardly. First, the axe and normal sword would melt the moment they clash. But the moment the axe blade slid past the sharp blade of light, Naji thought. But if the axe blade is thick, denied, invalid. The axe blade snapped in 2, axe or sword, it doesn't matter. With the effect of the Ezra-infused fire, everything will be cut like tofu. He took out another weapon and tried again. What about a spear if I take advantage of its long range? The weapon Naji threw was swallowed by the flames. Once again, the result was rejected, invalid. Naji gripped the wooden stick, his body covered in soot, thinking resentfully, against a magical flame like a dragon's breath, range is meaningless. He gritted his teeth and decided, then the only option is to keep trying until something that works appears. Naji gritted his teeth and shouted, "Gluttony! Throw all the weapons in the bag out here." From the large bag on his back, a series of swords continuously spewed out. Naji raised his hand and grabbed 2 of them. He held the swords firmly and swung his arm again. But before he could even strike, he was hit by an attack. A step faster, that bright flame struck the sword he was holding directly. That sword broke into 3 pieces. Naji lost his balance and fell. Agnesa Ferris swung her sword again. He reached for the broken sword that was stuck in the ground. Agnesa Ferris rushed forward, cutting off his action. A large flame soared up, creating a circle in the air. Naji and his swords were pulled into that vortex. He did not give up, holding 2 sharp swords in his hands. He charged in to fight Agnesa Ferris again. This time, that sword of light began to crack bit by bit. Naji's eyes were filled with determination. He gripped the 2 swords tightly, thinking, against a magical flame like a dragon's breath, range is meaningless. Agnesa's weapon is also suffering damage from the flames. He gathered his momentum, encouraging himself inwardly just a little more. Carrying 2 swords, he rushed forward. He held the sword, tightening his grip, thinking a little more. Next, Naji continuously clashed with Agnesa Ferris. He told himself just a little more, and so he kept on fighting her with the sword. Agnesa Ferris was no less formidable. She unleashed a move, Kai Hoa Kai. A stream of blood flowed from his mouth. Naji gritted his teeth. He worried inwardly, I've reached my limit. He watched her rushing towards him, pondering before Agnesa's sword breaks. He watched helplessly as Agnesa Ferris attacked. His body had already given out first. Agnesa Ferris took the opportunity to kick him hard, sending him flying. Naji let out a pained cry. Suddenly, the Lich let out a long smile. He sat leisurely on his throne, his voice filled with satisfaction. Excellent. I didn't expect it to be this interesting. Until now, the adventurers who came here were all worthless trash. Lowlifes, he said gleefully, but you are worthy of my dungeon. Lend my dungeon your strength. If so, my dungeon will expand and take over this entire kingdom. He laughed loudly and then shouted with great arrogance. Thanks to you, my dungeon will become stronger. Thanks to you, I will rebuild my empire on this world. Around them, the light of the flames flared up again. Naji knelt alone on the ground, motionless. He looked up with eyes full of indignation. A monster plotting to invade the outside world. This is dangerous. I can't let it escape. His eyes then filled with nothing but hatred as he thought, all monsters must die in the dungeon. Only. Then, Naji then asked, Gluttony, how many weapons do I have left? Gluttony replied, only 1 left, sir. His hand gripped the sword inside the bag as he told himself, only 1 last chance. What should I do? His eyes were lifeless. He kept muttering, what should I do now? Naji closed his eyes. There's nothing left. He stood there, holding his posture, feeling resentful. Is there any other way? In the extremely urgent situation, Naji blacked out for a split second while still standing. And in that dazed state, he remembered why he loved raiding dungeons so much, why he fought with all his might as a porter. When the dungeon break happened, he lost everything. On that day, Naji swore to destroy dungeons. But that was not something a mere porter was allowed to do. In the past, someone had asked him, you want to become an adventurer? It's impossible. Give up. His lifeless eyes listened to the person opposite him speak, but your eyes don't look like You're going to give up, the young man had said. As far as I know, no one without an ability has ever become an adventurer, but I know one thing for sure. The other man continued, adventurers exist to kill monsters. So what if someone becomes strong enough to defeat that adventurer? Then wouldn't they become an adventurer too? It won't be easy. No, it's almost impossible. That person's words still echoed in his head. Even if you train your whole life, it would still be very difficult. But if there is a way. Naji recalled the man's face as he spoke. It is to master a single sword skill. At that time, the man held the sword tightly in his hand and said loudly, learning everything half-heartedly will never help you become an adventurer. So instead, you will focus on one single thing, a sword strike that carries all of your strength. Then the spot where the man plunged his sword into the ground emitted a dazzling light. To Naji's astonishment, the man said, if you keep trying, it's possible that one day your attack will reach the realm of an adventurer. Since then, Naji has relentlessly practiced the sword strike that carries all his strength. Remembering the days Naji's hands were bloody, but he still held the sword tightly. He practiced relentlessly, but no matter how much he practiced, nothing changed. It seemed he had hit a wall he couldn't overcome. Even so, he never stopped practicing, and perhaps that was the reason. Even with only a faint consciousness, his body instinctively assumed the stance he had practiced over and over for years. It all began with the most basic sword. Naji didn't have a scabbard, but he had his bag. The Lich's loud voice cut through his reminiscence. Let us celebrate. Agnesa Ferris leaped high, sword in hand, about to swing down, as the Lich's words also rang out. I will grant you immortality. Cast aside your fragile mortal body. With blood-red eyes, she swung her sword forcefully. Naji also quietly reached his hand back. A thought suddenly surfaced. Without talent, one can never become an adventurer. Without the ability to control Ezer, one cannot possibly cut down a monster. He slowly drew a sword from his bag, pondering, but his eyes looked straight ahead as he said in a low voice, I don't have a choice, do I? A great power erupted from Naji's bag. Agnesa Ferris was stunned by the surge of that power. Something flashed towards the Lich. He remained still on his throne, not moving. A muscle, his eyes suddenly narrowed. The Lich stared intently at the two people fighting in front. Suddenly, something green fell lightly onto the Lich's head. He opened his mouth, but said nothing. On that day, Naji was not aware of what he had done, but his slash had severed the gap between adventurers and ordinary people, between those who could control Ezer and those who could not. And in the years to come, his swordsmanship would be remembered by this name, Astrahan's Swift Sword. The number of dungeons continued to increase. They came in all different forms, at a rate so fast that the fragile strength of humanity could no longer stop them. Faced with that situation, with the ceaseless appearance of dungeons, the kingdoms of the world now stood on the brink of ruin. But then, humans awakened Ezer to deal with the growing threat. From then on, under the name of adventurers, they began to conquer dungeons, some people said. The distinction between adventurers and non-adventurers is not discrimination, but a system to protect the latter group. Raza spoke up. In the old days, there were those who refused to accept reality, those who rushed into dungeon hunting without the talent of an adventurer. Then she suddenly asked, do you know what happened to them? Then emphasized the tragic result, they all died. Remember this well, classifying people based on talent may seem cruel. Betcha replied, but it is a system meant to protect non-adventurers. The words appeared under the quill pen. That is true, but Betcha thought as she wrote, perhaps this isn't the most logical perspective. Perhaps it's not even the actual truth. But she recalled on the day the dungeon rift occurred in the fissure. At that time, she had witnessed a terrible sight, a blazing red spatial rift tearing across the sky. Agnesa Ferris had stepped forward at that moment. She didn't pay much attention, but looked towards him. She remembered very clearly the look in Naji's eyes as he looked at Agnesa. It was as if those eyes were saying, I want to be an adventurer too. From then on, she had formed a thought in her heart, hoping that talent is not the only thing that defines an adventurer. She looked up at the sky through the glass window. I leave these words behind. As for Naji, he was currently fighting a difficult battle. Agnesa Ferris stared blankly at the broken sword in her hand. How? She looked at Naji, the young man covered in injuries with a broken sword. How did you do it, Naji? He gritted his teeth and said, it's not over yet. That thing is still around. A roar shouted, damn you. The Lich monster roared at them. How dare you lay a hand on my body? He observed its skeleton moving and analyzed. A Lich is a troublesome type of monster. Although it's a mage, You yourself, by following the flow of mana. Her body felt as if bound by invisible chains. She had been observing very carefully, so she knew early on. I could see the source of your life. Anessa Ferris looked straight at the center where that power was concentrated. As she spoke, she realized the dungeon's gate, your lifeblood is. The monster screamed, "You bitch. Don't tell me." She swung her sword decisively towards it, the throne itself. The sharp sword strike split the monster's throne vertically. The monster was stunned. Immediately after, it received its just deserts. As it faded away, it didn't forget to utter its last words. No, my dream collapses so meaninglessly. She had won. Then, Anessa Ferris asked with concern, "Naji, are you okay? And that swordsmanship just now, what on earth was it?" He laughed and plopped down on the ground. Who knows? Naji explained, "I don't know either, I just thought I had to stop it somehow, and then everything just happened." He laughed and said, "Anyway, I'm just relieved it's all over. It's all thanks to you, Anessa." Even after hearing his words, she still felt insecure. There's nothing for me to be proud of. I only brought harm to everyone. I'm not worthy of being a leader. Her eyes darkened. Although I was controlled by the Lich, I still remember everything very clearly. She recalled the fight just now. Even though I wasn't acting of my own will, he still fought me on equal terms. Physical ability, intelligence, talent, in all of those things, the difference between the two of them was too overwhelming. One detail she would never forget, and yet while fighting, he was still able to strike down the Lich behind me. And that swordsmanship, what on earth was it, no matter what? It was just absurd. Anessa Ferris recalled his battered but determined appearance and praised him silently. But even now, what was commendable wasn't just his strength. More important was his resilient, when fighting an opponent he should never have been able to defeat. A voice suddenly echoed in her mind. Remember this, Anessa. The man at that time had said, "What our guild, no, what this world needs is not adventurers who possess great power, but the resilient will of an adventurer." At that time, she was still young, so that person only left her with the words, "One day you will understand and you will meet someone." Like that, she recalled her experiences and concluded, but a person who, when faced with an extreme crisis, can wield an almost inexplicable power through sheer will alone. Unlike those who only seek personal gain despite possessing overwhelming power, someone who cannot be measured by ranks like mithril or gold, a true adventurer. After settling her thoughts, she was certain, therefore, as the vice captain of Twilight Wind, I must recruit him to the group at all costs. She spoke up, "Naji, I'll ask you one more time. Our Twilight Wind is not like ordinary guilds that only chase after money and fame. We exist only to destroy dungeons and prevent dungeon breaks." She walked down the steps and approached him. For that reason, we often take on missions in the most dangerous, neglected dungeons, places that offer no profit, only hardship. She stopped in front of the young man. That is why our guild does not seek those with great power, but those with great will. She freely expressed her recognition of him. Just like you, Naji, you gambled everything to clear a fractured dungeon without any personal gain, just to prevent a break. She held out her hand, so she gave an inviting smile. "Please join our guild. Our guild needs you, Naji." He looked at the hand before him. His eyes held great ambition, a guild dedicated to the goal of preventing dungeon breaks. He recalled that time when he witnessed the chaotic scene. Monsters everywhere. I once wished for something like that, but not anymore. If we had done that, that tragedy would not have happened. At that moment, an old voice uttered, "You've come." He sat there and said, "But it's too late." Behind him was a desolate scene. The village had perished. In the village, a woman was no longer breathing. A child passed away next to their favorite doll. He had cried then, and right now, perhaps, this is what I want to change. He reached out his hand. Perhaps, this is what I've been wishing for. He stood up and said clearly, "If you are serious, then I will try to prevent dungeon breaks." They smiled at each other. She said, "Welcome to Twilight Wind, Naji." Stone Moon was fast asleep. Suddenly, his sleep was interrupted, and he screamed loudly. Then he looked towards the two people standing there and asked, "The Lich, what happened to Anessa?" His mind was jumbled, analyzing the situation. So, basically, Stone Moon tapped his head and concluded to himself, Anessa broke free from a mind control magic and defeated the Lich. As expected, Anessa is amazing, unbelievable. She said, "It's a long story. I'll explain later." With that, she crossed her arms and looked at the other person who was still fast asleep, but this guy didn't even do anything. How long is he planning to sleep? She ordered nice, "Wake up." He jolted awake and screamed, "Anessa." He rushed towards her as if he had a rocket strapped to his, but wait. Then they both slammed their heads into each other hard. "I'll dispel the mind control right now." After he was done, he put his hands on his hips, laughed loudly, and said proudly, "See, I'm the great Lord Nice. I saved Anessa. I didn't even need Elizabeth Roberts to shine." Suddenly getting a bump on her head made her furious. Her terrifying voice boomed, "This bastard, I'm going to kill him." He was bewildered. What? His voice echoed throughout the dungeon. "What's wrong, Anessa?" And just like that, we cleared the graveyard dungeon. After a loud rumble, the dungeon gate closed. They witnessed the scene together. A bruised Nice said, "My God, that dungeon really wore us out." She replied, "The dungeon is done." But she turned to look at the doll in his hands. "Our work isn't finished yet. Let's go." He left, carrying the doll, the mementos we recovered from the graveyard dungeon. Normally, the association would send someone to return them to their owners. But since this dungeon was in the outskirts, the chances of that happening were very low. Thinking about how long they had been waiting, we decided to return them ourselves. Somewhere, a stove was blazing. A pot of stew gave off a fragrant aroma. A middle-aged woman scooped up a spoonful and poured it into a bowl. At the dining table, there were only an old couple and 3 bowls of soup, but no one touched their spoons. The bowl of stew was still steaming hot and fragrant. Suddenly, a knock came from the door. The 2 adults in the house were startled and looked in that direction. A young man was holding a familiar teddy bear. The woman couldn't hold back her emotions. Tears welled up in her eyes. She collapsed when she saw it. He watched without emotion, but his heart was in turmoil. In a way, this was even harder than clearing a dungeon. But even so, this was something that had to be done. Amidst a picturesque forest, a voice was heard. "It seems we've returned all the mementos belonging to the villagers." The 4 of them continued on their way, chatting as they walked. "The remaining mementos of the adventurers have guild emblems, so the association should be able to find their owners." Anessa Ferris glanced back as she walked and told him, "You might think we're overdoing it, but our guild believes this is part of the hunt, part of an adventurer's duty." He smiled in reply, "No, I don't think it's too much at all." Naji recounted, "The family of the kidnapped victim I met used to prepare an extra portion of food every evening because they never knew when their loved one would return." He voiced his own thoughts. "I don't even know if bringing them closure was the right thing to do. Even though it's the truth, we took away their last hope." Anessa Ferris spoke up, "No, it's still better this way." She looked ahead and opined, "It will be painful now, but at least they will no longer be trapped in endless waiting. I'm sure that is for the best." He was a little surprised to hear that. Nice, walking beside them, grumbled, "I still don't get it. Why did that damn lich have to kidnap villagers?" Anyway, Anessa Ferris replied thoughtfully, "Who knows? There's an old rumor that dungeons grow stronger the more people they kill. If it's a graveyard dungeon, it's even more likely." She said that, but inwardly she was pondering what she had witnessed. But it's true, just as Nice said, this is hard to understand. I saw it with my own eyes when the lich fell. In its final moments, it cried. The image of the monster shedding tears then, I heard it loud and clear. She had heard it groan its last words then, "I'm sorry, Maker." That name, a name that no adventurer in this world dares to mention. Why did it know it? In the end, this entire dungeon was full of abnormalities. Not just this dungeon. Something is wrong with all the dungeons across the world. It's like a giant storm is about to hit, but that means. Anessa Ferris closed her eyes, stopped her train of thought, and replied to her comrades, "I don't know why he kidnapped people into the dungeon, but..." The 4 of them walked together towards the light. Before that happens again, adventurers like us have to clear them first. That's all there is to it. Somewhere in a developed city, he looked down in confusion. A pair of hands reached out. What the hell is going on here? A girl with cat ears was holding out her hands towards him like a beggar. Next to her was a boy as black. Then finally the 2 of them jumped up and shouted together, "I'm a genius adventurer. You'll regret not accepting me." That's right, why not? Dorothy helplessly crossed her arms and thought to herself, "These 2 are so persistent. It's been a few hours already." Thinking so, she calmly explained, "From what I've heard, he's not even a real captain anymore. You've been tricked." Nero tearfully retorted, "No way. Once a captain, always a captain." Vanessa also agreed, saying, "Then that means you have to invite us too." Dorothy wearily placed a hand on her forehead and thought, "It's no use. They won't listen to reason." As if she had thought of something, she paused. Wait, that way might work. Then she immediately changed her attitude, smiled at the two, and said, all right, let's do this then. Hearing that, Vanessa and Nero were surprised and exclaimed in unison, some entrance exams. Dorothy smiled and looked at them provocatively. An entrance exam. What scared? The two immediately filled with spirit and replied, no way. Bring it on. We'll pass it. She closed her eyes and said softly, is that so? Your entrance exam is. Dorothy stated the requirement. Collect 5,000 gold. As she said this, two money effects appeared in her eyes. Hearing this, both replied, we tried our best, but at this point, Nero raised her hand holding a bag of money. Then she continued, between the two of us, we don't even have 500. Vanessa also held up a piece of paper and replied, the only quest we can take is exterminating insects in the sewer, and it only pays 30 gold. At this point, both of them helplessly knelt down and wailed, at this rate, when will we ever get in? We won't be able to join before we get old. Somewhere, Bupuman smiled and asked, all right, I hear you folks need money? Then he raised his hand holding a cup, placed it over some dice, and wondered, speaking of the dream of getting rich quick. Immediately, he enticed the two preys nearby. Come here, place your money, and win money. If you don't participate, you're missing a big opportunity. It's not every day you get a chance like this. Those two preys were Vanessa and Nero. Both shouted with joy. That's it. Wonderful. We're going to be rich. But unfortunately, they didn't know that it's the fastest way to get rich. Bupuman smiled sinisterly and lifted the cup. Well then, all right, shall we begin, guests? The innocent expression was immediately replaced by a contemptuous smile. He even added two words, you fools. As he finished, before the stunned eyes of the two preys, Bupuman's hands deftly moved the three cups at an extremely fast speed. What? And in the end, the two lost miserably, sitting defeated on the ground. It's also the fastest way to lose money. Naji nodded as he listened to their story. So basically, you two bet all your money and then starve for days. Vanessa cried, that's right, Captain. You saved us. He smiled helplessly and thought to himself, I knew adventurers could be a bit foolish, but to this extent. Naji's expression immediately changed as he cursed under his breath. So stupid. Honestly, the entrance exam was just to make it difficult so they couldn't get in. Vanessa suddenly spoke up. That's right, I heard about it. Captain, did Vice Captain Agnesa unilaterally try to recruit you, and you let her down? Why did you do that? Naji chuckled and explained, well, that was the plan, but in the end, for some reason, I ended up joining them too. Hearing that, Vanessa shouted, what? Tell them to let us in too. He was bewildered and stammered, repeating what? Vanessa's expression suddenly turned serious as he replied, this is our test. If we don't pass it with our own strength, then everything is meaningless. The two of them said in unison. But the two of them looked at him, crying and begging, shouting, that much gold is too much. Save us. Hearing this, Naji covered his mouth and thought, what should I do? My weapons were all damaged during the last dungeon trip, so I need gold too. His eyes suddenly became unusually serious. And now, there must be a perfect way to make money. Maybe I should check with the guild to see if that dungeon is still available. Then Naji smiled excitedly and said to Vanessa and Nero, all right, let me help you too. Follow me. Nero smiled happily. Really, the Adventurers Guild office. Petra was sitting on a chair, her face focused as she wrote in a document. Then suddenly, a voice called out, Petra. She looked up and saw the group of three, then called out cheerfully, Naji, what wind blew you here? And Van and Nero too? Nero ran up to her first and exclaimed, don't be surprised. Petra smiled and asked, money again? Hearing that, she immediately replied, we'll be rich soon and bathing in money. Naji immediately shouted to correct her. I never said that. Then he turned back to her and asked, Petra, I want to take these two to a dungeon. Can I see the guild dungeon list? Petra replied, I'm sorry, Naji, even for you, entering a dungeon has unbreakable rules. At this point, her eyes stared intently at him, receiving money in dungeons. Suddenly, her expression changed, and she became excited. Naji, you're thinking of that dungeon, aren't you? The image changes to a cart running at high speed on a track. Its speed gets faster and faster. Vanessa opens his mouth and groans. He got dizzy and shouted. At the same time, Naji smiled brightly and instructed, hold on tight. Vanessa asked with tears in his eyes, last time we went up, now we're plunging down? Naji, still excited, replied, "Well, we don't need anything on the surface now, so we have to go down." Their speed increased inside the tunnel. Only the words echoed, "Don't worry, we're almost there." Finally, before their eyes was an exit door with light. Arriving, the three of them walked forward in confusion. Finally, Nero couldn't take it anymore and wondered, "This is strange. Even though we've gone so deep, there isn't a single monster down here." Vanessa nodded in agreement. "That's right. I thought we'd have to fight." Naji calmly replied, "That's because this dungeon has already been cleared." Vanessa looked at him in confusion. Cleared? A mining dungeon, also known as a gold mine dungeon. It's a type of dungeon rich in minerals, making it the best place to make money. Even after being cleared, a mine dungeon doesn't disappear immediately. For that reason, guilds often accept requests to clear out the monsters first, then they hire miners to extract the ore afterwards. In other words, this mine dungeon is an empty desert stripped of all its valuables. But the deepest floor is different. The ore on the deepest floor is often left behind because the transportation costs are too high. Naji smiled and pointed forward. "Look over there." Vanessa also looked, "That is our target." Ahead, a light appeared, surrounded by crystal-like stones shining everywhere. "This is the Dlanka mine dungeon." Nero's eyes sparkled as she looked. "Look at all this." Naji also smiled and replied, "Luckily, there's a pile of high-quality ore here." Then he put his bag down and thought confidently, "It's time for my bag to come in handy. It can solve the transportation problem." He grinned and smiled. "All right, now you understand, right?" Naji's hand gripped the pickaxe as he smiled frighteningly. "Start." Vandesta and Nero shouted in despair. "No." The scene shows a pickaxe striking hard against the crystals. It turns out Vandesta and Nero were working hard mining together. Vandesta cried and cursed. "Damn it, why do we have to do this every time we enter a dungeon?" Nero next to him also nodded. "That's right, I want to fight a monster just once." Nearby, Naji tiredly wiped the sweat from his forehead and sighed in relief. He smiled smugly. "I used to do this all day." Then Naji looked at his pickaxe and complained. "But it's probably been a while, so I'm getting tired after just a little work, huh?" "No, it's more than that." He raised his hand and thought to himself. As expected, that sword skill was a bit too much for me, wasn't it? He suddenly remembered the previous battle. At that moment, his expression suddenly became frighteningly bewildered. "My body still hasn't fully recovered." What was that? What kind of technique was that? When I gripped the sword tightly and swung it straight at the enemy advancing towards me, it felt like I had poured all of my own capital into that strike. His eyes suddenly glowed red as he pondered. A sword skill with the power of an adventurer's entire talent poured into it. If possible, I want to make it my own. While he was concentrating on his thoughts, a voice suddenly called out, "Hey, Naji." Naji curiously asked, "You smelled the ore and came out here. So greedy. If you look around, you'll find some of those mana stones. Eat as much as you like, huh?" Gluttony scratched his head and replied, "If you look around, you'll find some of those mana stones. Eat as much as you like, huh?" As soon as he finished speaking, a group of bears appeared from behind. Being squeezed, he shouted, "Don't push me." Then Gluttony said, "The young ones also said they want to help." Naji. He picked up a hat. "Or monsters." With a confident expression, he put the hat on his head. "Wipe them out." Then he stood up and commanded them, "Young army, assemble." Immediately, they focused on their work, leaving nothing behind. Some were diligently mining, others lined up together, holding or seeing this. Naji smiled brightly and praised them. These kids are working really well. Then he thought to himself, even if they demand 10% of the amount, if they're this productive, it's fine. Naji turned his head and asked wonderingly, "What do they want 10% for?" Gluttony scratched his head and replied, "You wouldn't understand. How could you understand how useful this stuff is inside the bag?" Naji stood there satisfied. "Anyway, it seems like everything is progressing smoothly, right?" Finally, he remembered the two working behind him. He turned his head and asked, "Van, Nero, can you too?" Naji had just made a fatal mistake. There are jinxes in dungeons that everyone avoids, like saying the dungeon is too easy or too empty. The image shows a soldier standing in a dungeon appearing. "The dungeon is so quiet today, isn't it?" Immediately, those words would cause the monster's difficulty to increase dramatically. Naji had forgotten one important thing. Van and Nero are two super idiots. Returning to reality, Vandesta smiled brightly. "At this rate, we'll be stuck in this dungeon for a whole whole week, just to break these stones one by one. The scariest thing about a fool appears when they start to think. He rubbed his chin smugly. Wouldn't it be faster if I just hit it with all my strength instead of breaking them one by one? Then he raised his finger and gathered a small amount of power. A normal adventurer wouldn't be able to do that, but for me, I'm the genius adventurer Van Desta. As soon as he finished speaking, he threw that thing forward. Boom! An explosion immediately occurred. All the ore was scattered everywhere. And the next scary thing is when an idiot believes they're a genius. Vanesta confidently put his hands on his hips and praised himself. I'm really good, aren't I? Nero beside him also jumped up and down. We did it. While they were celebrating, a loud noise suddenly appeared. The wall in front of them suddenly cracked at extremely fast speed. Vanesta, not yet understanding what was happening, wondered, what? From the golem's mouth, a blazing red flame erupted violently. It roared, stomping its foot hard on the stone floor, and tremors spread everywhere. In a fit of rage, it madly pursued the 3 people in front of it. Naji's group fled for their lives in fear, and he panicked, screaming at the top of his lungs as he ran. Everyone run! The 2 in the group, following him, could only stammer as they ran. What's happening? Didn't they say this dungeon was already cleared? Naji remained calm and stated his speculation. It seems the explosion caused by Van has awakened the dungeon's hidden challenge. His eyes suddenly turned sharp. Or a hidden room. He recalled the records about dungeons. Hidden rooms are often called double dungeons. They are very well hidden, so they are very difficult to discover. But if you happen to discover one, there will be countless valuable things inside. For ordinary people, they could cut their life struggle in half. But for us, it's different. The guardian of this room is a Yellowstone crank golem monster. Just a few of US can't defeat it. Suddenly, Nero stopped running and pointed ahead. Captain, look ahead. She looked at the exit, which was blocked by a pile of rocks. The exit is blocked. Nero couldn't help but exclaim. The explosion affected this place too. Van's face was filled with fear. Is everything my fault? Naji laughed and teased. Let's just say it's because you're strong, Van. Hearing Naji's praise, he blushed and scratched his head. Thanks for the compliment. Nero, standing beside him, gently reminded him. That doesn't sound much like a compliment. Gluttony had appeared beside him at some point. Let us handle it, Naji. He brought a group of his friends with him. We will clear a path for everyone. Nero couldn't help but be surprised at this scene. A whole pack of dogs just came out of your bag. Naji happily hugged Gluttony and praised him with satisfaction. Well done, Gluttony. Suddenly, his eyes turned sharp as he glanced behind him. We have work to do too, so they can clear the path in peace. He looked towards the golem and laid out the plan. We have to distract that thing. Van cracked his knuckles and offered. I caused all this, let me handle it. He immediately rejected this offer. No, that's too dangerous. Naji began to explain to him. This mine has a very high concentration of Ezer. If you cause another explosion, no one knows what will happen. If a chain reaction explosion occurs, we'll be stuck living in here. Van's face was filled with tension. So I can't use my finger summon anymore, right? Then he seemed to realize something. If that's the case, immediately after, Van's face went blank. Am I no different from a normal person, or even worse than a normal person? Hearing that, Nero immediately offered. Then let me go. Naji satisfyingly slapped his hand against hers. I've been waiting for you. Having received approval, she got into a fighting stance and looked excitedly towards the golem. I finally get to fight a monster. Nero rushed towards it, her face full of confidence. I'll take it down. Seeing her like this, Naji reminded her. Be careful. It's not easy for a fighter to fight a golem. Nero rushed towards the golem and launched an attack. A powerful kick was delivered straight to the body of the golem. Right after she kicked it, an electric current ran through her body. A second later, she clutched her leg in pain. It's too hard. The golem then turned to attack Van, and he shouted in fear as he ran. Why is it angry at me? Naji went over to ask her. Are you okay? Nero looked up, her eyes filled with tears. I'm fine. He then turned and asked softly, Nero, do you have any special skills or abilities you can use? Nero was a bit awkward but still answered decisively. My special skills are stamina and agility. Naji's face darkened, his voice filled with irritation. You idiot, how many times have I told you? Those aren't special skills. Van, while being chased by the golem, didn't forget to make a sarcastic remark. Captain, she was once famous for not having any special skills. Naji looked at her and thought to himself, damn it, if she had a useful skill, I could have thought of a way. The special skills Naji was talking about are for maximizing one's potential. Adventurers need special skills like Anessa's fire or Van's fake finger. Naji turned to smile and comfort Nero. It's okay. Actually, your physical abilities are already equivalent to someone with a special skill. Nero puffed her cheeks and turned to look at him. I know, whatever you say is useless. He thought silently. In the end, the only thing I can rely on is the sword skill I learned before. He reached into the bag on his back to look for a weapon. The only weapon I have is the one I got from the cemetery dungeon. He began to recall the time he found the sword. Anu was heard. It's a holy relic. Nice put his hands on his hips and looked at the sword in front of him. Even though it doesn't look valuable, it seems quite useful. Stone Mung, standing nearby, spoke up. What should we do with it? Let's sell it and split the money. Hearing that, his eyes filled with excitement. Can I have it? I like swords, and it's black too. If I wear it, I'll look so cool. Anessa, who had been silent until now, suddenly laughed. Speak clearly. Her sharp eyes swept over him. Someone as completely useless as you also want a spoil of war? Stonemung immediately stepped in to advise Nice. Stop dreaming about it. You can't use it anyway. Anessa picked up the sword, glanced at the two of them, since no one objects then. Immediately after, she presented the sword to Naji and declared, I will give it to Naji. Anessa smiled gently at him. After all, his weapon was about to break after the last battle. Naji looked at the sword in front of him and thought to himself, it's just a low-grade holy relic. I can probably use it. The sword stats appeared. Rare holy relic number 444, Death Scythe. He couldn't help but compare it to his previous weapons. It was on a completely different level from his previous weapons. If I use it to perform that sword skill, I'll be able to defeat that golem. Naji drew the sword, calculating in his mind, but the time is too short, and the technique requires a long period of intense mental concentration. He ordered the two of them in a loud voice. Nero, Van, buy me some time. I have a way to take it down. Nero, full of spirit, shouted, leave it to me. She rushed towards the golem. I'll do my best. Van, standing beside her, gently reminded her, be careful. If you get hit once, it's over. She rushed towards the yellow stone golem in front of her. Nero, in an attack stance, calculated to herself, I'm not strong enough to break through its defense, but the golem raised its large hand and aimed to attack her. It brought a powerful blow down on her. Just as its hand was about to touch Nero, she nimbly dodged it. She launched a few attacks at the golem. Guerrilla tactics are my specialty. It quickly bent down to look for her. Nero began to lure it to chase her. At this moment, her eyes had turned blood red. On Naji's side. At this moment, he also began to draw his sword, starting with. Naji slowly knelt and took a sword-drawing stance. He closed his eyes tightly and began to feel. On Nero's side, she was buying time for him. Her movements were agile, easily dodging the golem's attacks. Suddenly, the golem sensed something and looked down. Immediately after, it opened its eyes wide in surprise. Sweat beaded on Nero's forehead, but she still smiled. If I can't even handle you, what's the point of being an adventurer? The next second, a loud noise rang out. Venesta immediately became panicked. He gritted his teeth, his face becoming tense, starting to lose control like before again if this goes on. He immediately turned to Naji and urged him, Captain, do something, hurry up. Snow suddenly appeared around Naji. Immediately after, a snowstorm enveloped his entire body. At this moment, Nero jumped away from the golem. She looked toward the two of them and reassured them, don't worry. In her mind, waves of memories suddenly flooded back. The image of a woman with a contemptuous smile. She was making sarcastic remarks, no special skills. Nero could only stand there and give a smile. Bitter, she recalled her dark times. I was once looked down upon for being a beast man. Even so, I still want to become a great adventurer. Returning to reality, Nero nimbly dodged the golem's attacks and made a resolution. I can do it. At this very moment, Naji's sword suddenly began to glow. The entire sword was also fully charged with energy. Naji opened his eyes, a murderous aura surrounding him. It's ready. He raised the glowing sword to the sky. This is the feeling of being able to slash through anything. Van's face was now drenched in sweat. He immediately tried to stop him. Wait. He looked towards Nero, constantly calling her name. He shouted a panicked warning. behind you. Nero immediately turned around, her face becoming alarmed. Naji on this side also lost his composure. The golem swung its arm and launched an attack towards Nero. She was quickly knocked back by it. Naji's eyes widened, his brows furrowed slightly. He didn't hesitate any longer, immediately pushing off with his foot, using all his strength to thrust the sword powerfully towards the golem. He gritted his teeth, his face contorting. The attack was unleashed. Fast sword, a wave of power was released, rushing straight towards the golem. That wave of power made it open its eyes wide in surprise. In no time, the golem was split in two. A second later, a huge explosion occurred. That explosion created a cloud of blue smoke. Van, as if not believing his eyes, turned to ask Naji, "What did you just do?" "Captain, that last attack was amazing." He continued to stammer. That thing, Naji's entire body seemed to lose all its strength, and he turned to look at him. Van excitedly cheered. "Did we defeat it?" In Nero's stream of memories, a contemptuous voice rang out. "That Nero girl, you know? I know she's trying very hard." The blonde girl smiled maliciously, but honestly, she doesn't help. Much at all. She started making fun of Nero. Just imagine what would happen if you were in the same group as her during training. The other person laughed sarcastically. "No way, I'd fail the test." "Isn't she the only one here without a special skill?" The blonde girl confirmed. "That's right." Nero, standing outside the door, had heard their entire conversation. Seriously, what was she thinking? A beast man wanting to become an adventurer? The blonde girl couldn't help but feel disgusted. Remember before, she just ran errands for us, and on top of that, she's a black cat. Such bad luck. Back in reality, Nero stood on the ground, her body covered in wounds. She looked forward, panting nonstop. Van, seeing the situation wasn't good, turned to ask, "Are you okay, Nero?" She knelt on one knee on the ground and replied to him, "I'm fine." Nero looked ahead, her eyes unable to hide her surprise. But what was that just now? Did the captain just defeat the golem? Naji immediately gritted his teeth in anger. No. He looked at the flames in front of him and explained, "At the last moment, I lost my focus." From within the smoke, the golem's head gradually emerged. A large hole had appeared on its body. Naji asserted, "I must have missed." From within the flames, it reached its hand toward the group. The golem's eyes darted around. Van clenched his fists, angrily recounting what had just happened. "You idiot, you flew right into that spot and blocked the captain's line of sight." After hearing that, Nero's face suddenly darkened. "So it was my fault?" Tears suddenly welled up in the corners of her eyes. "Because of me." Seeing her cry, Van became flustered. "No, it's not Nero's fault. It's my fault." At this moment, Naji suddenly spoke up to explain, "This technique is still incomplete. That's the reason I failed." His hand trembled as he held the sword, blaming himself. "If I had completely mastered this sword technique, I could have struck harder and avoided Nero. Naji silently thought, "But in my current condition, that's not something I can execute properly." His hand gripping the sword tightened. "Now my body is reacting to the side effects from the battle. Half of my body feels so numb at this rate." While lost in thought, the golem suddenly returned. It looked at them, filled with rage. Van was frightened by its appearance. That thing looked so fierce. Naji remained calm and gave an order. "First, we should." The golem raised its hand and unleashed its power. Immediately after, a series of boulders flew in from nowhere. The boulders got closer and closer to them. Then the whole group and the boulders fell into a pit. In just an instant, Naji's group was buried by the boulders. The golem stood before the boulders, observing the group's movements. From within the rubble, Naji let out a pained groan. He struggled to get up and asked about everyone around him. "Is everyone okay?" Then clutched his arm and replied softly, "Still okay." He looked at the golem in front of them. "But what do we do now?" The golem charged, immediately raising its arm, and launched an attack straight at Van. He panicked, crying out helplessly. Suddenly, a shout rang out. "Don't you dare touch my comrade." Nero, holding two pickaxes, quickly rushed towards it. She unleashed a flurry of attacks on the golem's body. Naji worriedly warned her, "It's dangerous. Come back." Her pickaxe showed signs of cracking when it hit its body. Nero stood on it, silently assessing. "No, thinking isn't my strong suit. I need to fight." She looked at the pickaxe, now broken on one side. This poor weapon is just holding me back. I'm a warrior. Like all true warriors, I must just keep attacking. She then threw the pickaxe away, thinking to herself, this golem now has many cracks all over its body. If I keep hitting the crack the captain made, there's a chance. Immediately after, she used her bare hands to land a punch on it, but there wasn't a single crack. She raised her hand to deliver the next blow. If one attack isn't enough, then twice. Nero landed a second strike on it. Her eyes were filled with determination. If twice isn't enough, then 3 times. She was like a robot, continuously punching the golem, and if 3 times still isn't enough, Nero relentlessly pounded on the weak spot on its body. Her hands were bloody, but she didn't give up. I'll keep going until something happens. Finally, Nero's persistence paid off. Immediately, the golem let out a cry, and one of its shoulders was shattered by her blows. It was furious. It swung its arm violently, instantly knocking Nero backward. She was sent flying, crashing hard onto the ground. She lay motionless in pain. Nero struggled to recall events from the training camp. At the training camp, I argued with my peers when they looked down on me. She remembered how angry she was at the time, but that won't change anything. If I don't try, no one will acknowledge me. Deep down, they never accepted me as a warrior. In the end, what I need most is, because she was looked down upon, Nero trained more persistently than anyone. She lifted weights, then she constantly increased her speed by running. In the afternoon, she would practice kicking wooden dummies. She then recalled the images of Van and Naji, the things I can achieve by myself. Van might be a bit careless, but he can summon and create powerful explosions. She propped herself up with her hands, telling herself, the captain can break the golem with just his sword skill. Nero became self-deprecating. I'm the most useless person in this party. The golem, seeing she could still stand, raised its hand to attack her. Van, seeing her still standing there, couldn't help but worry. What are you doing? Get out of the way, Nero. Its punch was getting very close, but she remained motionless. Nero clenched both fists with determination. I will prove my worth. Its attack came crashing down on her. Van's eyes widened in surprise at the sight before him. Naji was just as astonished. That is, he then recalled, a phenomenon I saw many times while working as a porter on adventures. Naji looked at Nero's glowing body, something that only happens to adventurers when they are enlightened. Her entire body emitted a dazzling light. Her eyes were now closed, her face serene. In her subconscious, Nero had entered another space. She looked at the surrounding scenery and couldn't help but wonder, where am I? I was just fighting the golem a few seconds ago. As if she realized something, panic showed on her face. Could it be? Suddenly, a voice rang out in front of her. You, who walks the path of a warrior, to you, who seeks strength through your own efforts, I shall grant you my power. Nero stared blankly at the statue before her. The voice from the statue continued. With this power, slay monsters, clear dungeons. She looked up at the statue, her face filled with joy. It is said that for talented adventurers, a phenomenon occurs when they experience a breakthrough, achieve something, or reach a moment of growth, the monument of enlightenment. I've never achieved this, so I don't know for sure, but there's one thing I do know. Anyone who stands before that monument will make a great leap forward. Nero held out her wounded hand. Then she clenched her fist, and a surge of power ran through her body. That power emanated from Nero's hand. A special skill had been unlocked. She glared at the golem. Shockwave, martial artist talent. Nero created a red orb and launched an attack at it. As soon as the orb touched the golem, it created a shockwave and a large hole. Hit by the blow, the golem lost its balance and staggered backward. Its body was now riddled with holes. Just a few seconds later, cracks began to appear all over its body. It let out a pained cry and slowly fell backward. Naji and Van watched this scene, their mouths agape in astonishment. Immediately after, the golem's body gradually vanished into thin air. Nero retracted her power, unable to help but praise herself. Am I really this strong? Special skills. Adventurers born with talent will continue to develop according to their profession. Just having innate talent is enough to have one's body strengthened for a warrior, agility for an archer, and similarly for others as well. but their greatest growth comes from a monument of enlightenment. It appears when a major event occurs, granting them special abilities. For example, Stone Mung comprehended the wisdom of the Elder. Because he awakened the special skill of an Earth Mage, he could use defensive techniques based on Earth. But if he had awakened the special skill of a Wood-type mage then, he would have been able to use defensive techniques based on trees. It is special skills like these that create differences between adventurers, even if they have the same type of talent. The hammer struck, a heavy echo spreading through the space, the large rock cracking. The little bears were busy mining stone on this mountain. They stopped their work when they heard Nero's voice. "Stand back. Let me break it." She clenched her fist and unleashed her technique, then charged forward to attack the pile of rocks before her. Special skill. Thunder strike slash. Martial artist talent. Meow meow fist. They frantically raised their hands as if to stop Nero's actions. Ignoring the growling, irritated bears, she lifted her chin proudly. How wonderful! Nero's eyes suddenly widened in astonishment. She knelt down as if returning to her feline instincts and cried out. My head is suddenly spinning. Naji burst out laughing and revealed. Calm down. It's probably a symptom of ether depletion. I'm not entirely sure, but I've heard that attributes consume a lot of ether. Nero exclaimed joyfully. Ether, he carefully explained. Ether is the energy that allows adventurers to use their talents. Since this is the first time you've used a special skill. Her eyes widened and welled up with tears. But I only used it twice. Naji grew more and more excited as he spoke. That means it's a really powerful attribute. Nero blushed with excitement. Did you hear that, Van? My special skill is amazing. As soon as she finished speaking, she suddenly fell silent, looking completely blank. Van Desta looked annoyed at the blue flame in his hand. What is this? It suddenly popped out of the golem. He rubbed his chin, pondering thoughtfully. That's probably a soul resonance. I haven't met many adventurers with the necromancer talent, so I'm not entirely sure, but I've heard that adventurers with the necromancer talent can harvest the souls of monsters that share the same wavelength as them. He immediately understood. Come to think of it, I remember hearing something similar at the training camp. So that means this is. Van raised the golem's soul and squeezed it tightly. Basically mine, I can feel something coming to me. After Van Desta squeezed the flame, it merged into his body. My talent is Black Vanta, also known as Patchwork. If I add the soul of the Goldstone Golem to my patchwork, I get it. I figure out how to use it. A soul imprint has appeared on my body. I've engraved the Golem's soul into this. Then Van performed the thumb summoning technique. Necromancer talent. His finger flew forward, creating an explosion. Van Desta raised his arm commandingly. Arise. A blue flame's light emanated from the monster's body. The rugged creature was his finger. A giant thumb, at least 6 meters tall, appeared right before Van Desta's eyes. He looked up at it and exclaimed, "This finger is much bigger than the original, isn't it? But this height difference is making me dizzy. Kneel," he immediately ordered in a stern voice. As soon as Van Desta spoke, it knelt down immediately. He continued to marvel. It's much easier at eye level. Nero got furiously angry. I did all the hard work, so how come we get to reap all the rewards? Van Desta burst out laughing smugly. Because I'm a genius, it's obvious. She struggled and screamed, "Retract that thing before it explodes." Naji stood silently, paying no mind to the two of them. This is how adventurers become stronger in an instant, so fast that those without talents can't keep up. Although I'm truly happy about their rapid growth, because this world needs more powerful adventurers to clear out the dungeons. A moment later he chuckled and reminded them, "Alright, calm down. Anyway, we've already taken down the Guardian. Now all that's left is to check the hidden room." Nero's eyes sparkled. A hidden room. Naji, while lighting a candle, warned everyone stay on high alert. Even though we've defeated the Guardian, no one knows what's inside. However, if the reward at the end of this room is good, we won't even have to mine anymore. We'll easily reach everyone's goal target. Van Desta cried, tears streaming down his face. "Please let it be high-value loot. We need to get into a guild." She sniffled with teary eyes. "That's right. There's no way we can save that much money just for mining." He burst out laughing and added, "By the way, you two seem really close, planning to join a guild together and everything. Most people go their separate ways after the training center. I wonder how you guys ended up sticking together." He scratched his head blankly. Who knows? I don't remember. When did we start going around together? Nero smiled in agreement. The moment we truly became friends, I guess. It was. She recalled a past event. Nero was startled by Van Desta's shout. You brats. Shut your rambling mouths right now. Such useless rambling has no effect on a future genius adventurer with a plan like me. Everyone angrily shouted back, You idiot, that thing's about to explode, dismiss it now. Nero smiled and replied, That goes without saying. The two aces of the training center joining forces, it's only natural. Van Desta teased playfully, so that's how it is. I guess aces stick together. She said excitedly, Now that I have a special skill too, we're practically invincible. He suddenly became curious again. But there's something I've always been curious about, Captain. Your bag, what exactly is it? She also looked curiously at the bag on Naji's back. That's right, I've been wondering too. Strange things keep coming out of it. Van Desto assumed, Weren't you assigned the swordsman talent? He let out a chuckle and explained, This case is quite rare, so might sound strange. Normally, everyone receives their most suitable talent during the class-up ceremony, right? But in rare cases, some awakenings don't manifest as a talent, but through a special tool or personalized equipment. My bag is one of those cases. Normally, the tools taken from it are completely useless, so people call it dud. Nero exclaimed and asked, I didn't even know that could happen. So, can I try touching that bag? Naji cheerfully didn't mind. I don't mind, it's just, to you, Nero, it'll probably just feel like a normal bag. Her face fell as she confirmed, You're right, there's nothing inside. He reached into the bag to demonstrate, but when I put my hand in, like this, Naji was rummaging around nonstop. Then he pulled out 2 red lollipops. Nero excitedly cheered. That's magic. Naji boasted proudly. It stores everything exactly as is, so they're still fresh. She took the lollipop from his hand. With that ability, you can make a ton of money. Van Desta said, while chewing, That's right, you wouldn't even need to clear dungeons. It has countless practical applications too. He burst out laughing excitedly. If it were just about money, that's true. Actually, at first I used the bag to do all sorts of side jobs. To save up startup capital, the dumb Michelin dungeon front, I even sold famous food from all kinds of restaurants. Reputable ones. Express delivery, transport in progress. I also used it to transport large quantities of supplies, but I'm not doing this to get rich. Naji thought pensively, if I can help even just one adventurer eliminate one more dungeon from this world, then that's enough for me. He walked straight ahead, leading the way. Look, we've reached the end of the hidden room while we were talking. It's over there. That must be the hidden room's reward. Nero cried out curiously, What a strange statue. Naji explained wisely, This is a rare item. It's called an exchange statue. If you show it something it might like based on its appearance, it will give you a similar reward in return. She shouted excitedly, But we have nothing to offer. He placed the bag on the ground and comforted her. Don't worry. This statue doesn't require valuable items or anything expensive. Look closely. Based on its attire, it looks like a farmer, right? It's a good thing I recognized it. For a farmer statue, even a simple crop will do. Naji placed a potato in its hand, and the farmer's statue's eyes lit up. Then it smiled, looking extremely excited. Immediately, the statue spat out a gemstone. Blue one. Nero cheered excitedly. A gemstone. Van's eyes widened in amazement. It's huge. He nodded with delight. This alone is enough for you two to reach your goal target. Nero hugged the gemstone and cried out, Really? Naji urged them on again. Hurry, let's try exchanging with the next statue. 2. The next statue is. He stroked his chin thoughtfully. It looks like a mage statue. I've never seen one before. Let's see what's something a mage might like among our things. Maybe a mana stone or something similar. Naji dropped an old pencil stub, and the mage statue's eyes lit up. It wasn't as friendly as the farmer statue, and instead growled angrily. Then the statue sprayed out a stream of wet liquid. Naji yelled in annoyance. It's a failure. It must not have liked that. Do we only have one chance left? I feel so damp and disgusting. Seriously, who would have thought it would splash us with a weakening curse solution for a wrong answer? I feel my energy draining. We really have to be careful with the last statue. 1. The last statue is a zombie statue. This is our last chance. You'd better not mess this up again. That's right, we really need a proper win. Nero clenched her fists, yelling irritably. It's a zombie. Wouldn't want human flesh and blood or something. Van Desta eagerly volunteered. Should I offer it my finger? She tearfully suggested. That's not enough. Just offer it half of your body. He was bewildered and scared. Wait, what did you just say? Naji reached into his giant bag. Stop. That's too much. There must be something suitable. Maybe the bones we got from the graveyard dungeon, or maybe raw meat, even if it's from an animal. Or what about buffalo blood? His face turned serious as he reconsidered. No, wait. Zombies were once human, right? Maybe what they really want is something else. Zombies were once human, so maybe what it really wants is. Both Vandesta and Nero were horrified by Naji's action. What are you doing? An apple? Are you kidding me, Captain? We're definitely doomed. He gave a forced smile to reassure them. Calm down. Holy golden apples have purifying properties when eaten. This is just a sample. But this apple is a specialty from the southern region. It's grown in Sungtu and contains a bit of holy power and purifying energy. If my hunch is right, maybe what a zombie really wants is to be healed. The golden apple was now glowing juicily. Naji placed it on the zombie statue's hand, and clear dewdrops trickled down. It flashed with a dazzling yellow light. Memories of the zombie's carefree, playful days flooded back. The statue had once happily gone fishing, and there were also contemplative days spent watching the dawn. Its memories glowed above the three's heads. Naji burst out laughing in satisfaction. Look, the zombie is now being healed. It was so happy it started to cry. The zombie statue is turning into a hidden statue. Nero's eyes widened with delight. Hidden? Vandesta exclaimed excitedly. I knew I could trust you, Captain. The zombie statue had turned gold, and in its hands rested a small chest. Naji smiled as if he had known this would happen. Van had been standing behind them with his mouth agape. Curiously, they slowly opened the chest to see. It flashed with a sparkling golden light. Naji broke out in a sweat. Stunned, is this a relic? Night had fallen on the guild building. Anderothi's eyes sparkled, looking with delight at the bag of silver the three had brought back. Oh my, did you bring all here? Vandesta scratched his head with a smug look. Please, this is nothing for genius adventurers like us. Nero eagerly asked. So now we can join the guild, right? She nodded in confirmation. Of course, you deserve it. He cried 2 streams of emotional tears. Now I understand. To be honest, at first I thought you were trying to trick us, but after going through all that to earn the gold, I finally understand. Van and Nero cried out in unison. You wanted us to grow through those experiences. That's right. I even unlocked a new skill. Anderothi forced a smile and played along. That's right. The girl turned her back, hugging the bag of silver, and thought to herself, what's wrong with those idiots? Oh well, I'm going shopping again. Scene changes to the adventurers' guild grounds, bustling with people coming and going. Suddenly, someone appeared, landing lightly. Nero, wearing a cloak, confidently strode forward. Betcha sat silently under the yellow light, working seriously. Hearing a sound, she looked up in surprise. Before her were Nero, Vandesta, and Naji. Betcha immediately welcomed them. You're all back? That badge. Her gaze fell on the shiny silver badge on Nero's cloak. Betcha became excited. So you really joined the guild? Congratulations. They chatted excitedly after not seeing each other for a while. Nero laughed gleefully. How could they overlook talents like us? Van added, I guess those Twilight Wind people have a good eye for talent. Suddenly, her eyes flashed mischievously. Listen here, Betcha. We went deep into the mining dungeon and spent the whole day mining. Then the van exploded. Then a golem appeared going oink oink. But I used my skill on it once. And then in the hidden room, they said offer something precious and I will exchange it. Betcha, already used to this nonsense, just chuckled, impressive. Naji slowly approached and spoke up. Anyway, the reason we came here is for this. Is there an appraiser available? Nero then suddenly remembered. Oh, that's right. He took out an ancient stone. It was the relic of an unknown master. Betcha realized in amazement, this is a relic. Did you all find it in the mining dungeon? Nero excitedly confirmed. That's right. We got it from the hidden room. She also became excited. A hidden room? Your luck is truly insane. I can appraise it for you. Hearing that, Van smoothed his hair, striking a handsome model pose. I told you. Let's sell it now. Nero hugged the ancient relic tightly and shouted, absolutely not. This is our relic from our first monster hunt. There's no way I'm selling something as precious as this. Recalling that moment, Naji had shouted in amazement upon seeing the treasure chest. Wait, hold on, a relic. Van's mouth fell open, repeating tremblingly, what relic? What is it? He suddenly became nonchalant. Nero next to him also peeked in. Is it better than an emerald? He was dumbfounded, sighing to himself. These adventurers really don't know anything, do they? Naji helplessly began to explain, relics are special equipment used by adventurers. They are much more valuable than regular equipment. This relic is for a martial artist, but hasn't been identified yet, so you can't use it. But with Nero awakening her special skill in this dungeon, and also finding a relic for a martial artist, it seems like this is fate. So what should we do with this relic, Van? You're thinking the same thing as me, right? Seemingly catching the signal, Van furrowed his brow resolutely. It seems we have the same idea, Captain. Naji then enthusiastically suggested, this relic is a gift for Nero to celebrate her unlocking her first special skill. Van spoke in unison with him, but then boldly declared a shocking sentence. Let's sell it. Hearing the other answer differently, they immediately froze, slowly glancing at each other before both saying two words, excuse me. On her side, Nero seemed to only register what Naji said. She was so excited she couldn't stop jumping. Are you really giving it to me? Back in reality, Vandesta again loudly tried to persuade. I said, let's sell it. The gold we get from selling this could buy top-tier equipment from the shop with plenty to spare. Nero hugged the relic even tighter. Absolutely not. Suddenly, a loud slam on the table echoed, and Betcha exclaimed, no way, Van. Comparing a relic to regular equipment is an insult. Relics are the heart of adventurers and the key to conquering dungeons. Each relic is a chosen magical artifact with its own unique abilities, and their true value lies in how well they resonate with one's Ezer. It is said that just one relic that matches an adventurer's Ezer can make them significantly stronger. The reason so many adventurers explore dungeons is to obtain powerful relics. At this moment, Naji silently assessed, Betcha is completely right. Some high-level adventurers are almost fully equipped with relics from head to toe. But ironically, the subsequent existence of relics has made equipment-related abilities like my bag skill obsolete. No matter how useful tool-related skills are, this world is overflowing with relics that are even better. As he snapped out of his thoughts, Betcha had reached for the ancient relic. Now let's see. I will appraise the relic, she said solemnly. The quill pen glided quickly across the paper, writing down all the basic information of the artifact, Scout Talent Level 5. Item detected. At the same time, the outer ancient stone began to crack. The treasure within was gradually revealed, covered in a golden light. Dazzling. Just a few seconds later, a cat-shaped item appeared. It was martial artist relic number 500. Name Mimic, fire gray quality, effect copies the user's skill. Having just appeared, the relic meowed non-stop, its shifty eyes darting everywhere. As if it had confirmed its owner, it let out a piercing cry and shot towards Nero. Yet she was still dazed, not understanding what was happening. Immediately, a surge of power enveloped her right arm. Nero was stunned. What? It equipped itself. Seeing this, Van went crazy. Take it off. We need to sell it while it's brand new. Betcha ignored him and turned to her congratulations. It seems Nero and the relic have high Ezer compatibility. She asked back, Ezer compatibility? Betcha calmly explained, that's right, some relics don't let their owners choose them. They choose their owners. For example, a relic will demand, use me. If the owner doesn't understand or accept, it will react even more violently. I said, use me. Nero immediately turned to Van smugly. Did you hear that? This is mine now. He was only dejected for a moment before turning to ask Naji, come to think of it, Captain, you have a relic too, right? I can feel a similar energy from you. He then pulled out his relic, this sword. I got it from the graveyard dungeon, but unfortunately, it's in pretty bad shape. Relics are also known to be very difficult to repair. Betcha became alarmed. What the hell did you do to it to get it in that state? Naji smiled brightly and replied, I swung it once, and it ended up like this. It must not be a very great relic. Van quickly added, that's right, if it hadn't missed, it would have split that golem in two. Betcha was utterly shocked. Split a golem into two pieces. That relic is number 444. Get a sword made of black steel bariloche, and he just swung that extremely sturdy sword once and left it in that state. The more I learn about him, the more impressed I am. Van, on the other hand, started his nonsense again. We should sell it. Naji had to explain, this is a gift. Betcha's hand tightened slightly at this moment, and she softly called Naji's name. Her eyes lit up even without a talent. He keeps moving forward, but me. In Betch's eyes, he seemed to be shining brightly. Naji spoke up, sorry for barging in unannounced. We have an appointment, so we'll head back to the guild first. Betch's face was filled with sorrow, and Raza, who was beside her, noticed it. She unconsciously touched her face, deep in thought. Scene changes to another place, the office of Agnesa Ferris. The young woman was using red chalk, slowly drawing straight lines. These short lines crisscrossed each other. It seemed Agnesa was marking a map. She glanced at the whole thing and said to herself, this is the 30th one. The recent dungeons have been experiencing dungeon break phenomena. As if forming a straight line, the breaks are occurring in a pattern. Too many coincidences. Every one of these dungeons is directly or indirectly related to the Dawn Guild. Agnesa frowned in frustration. If this pattern continues, the next dungeon most likely to experience a break is here. If we can get one step ahead and prevent the dungeon break, then a direct confrontation with the Dawn Guild will begin. In her mind, the deep voice of the Dawn Guild's commander echoed, I will not allow any failure or interference. From a Fisher dungeon, where I personally intervened, to the Graveyard dungeon, where we were certain a break would occur. We have been interrupted too many times, and each time, the Twilight Wind was behind it. That is precisely why no matter what happens, we must succeed with this dungeon break, even if it means eliminating anything that gets in our way. After listening to it all, Naji slowly asked, what is the commander worried about? He's already in that dungeon. He smirked confidently. Once something piques that woman's interest, she'll latch on like a viper and never let go. Even I don't want to get involved with her if I can help it. And it was that woman who warned me very clearly. Agnesa is hers. Returning to Agnesa Ferris, she was still lost in thought by herself. The Dawn Guild is very cunning. They orchestrate dungeon breaks, then resolve them themselves to avoid suspicion from the association. Suspicion. What I don't understand is their goal. What could they possibly gain from all this? Suddenly, a knock on the door interrupted her train of thought. Naji, along with Nero and Vandesta, had arrived. He called out, Agnesa, did you call for me? She glanced back. You're here. Naji smiled brightly with excitement. I heard you have a mission for me. Agnesa half closed her eyes, leisurely replying, yes, that's right. Our Twilight Wind Guild has decided to clear an A-rank dungeon that is on the verge of a break. Van immediately became fired up, an A-rank dungeon. Finally, a dungeon worthy of the genius adventurer Vandesta. Nero pledged, we'll take care of everything. But Agnesa bluntly rejected it. No, that's impossible. You are all too weak. This fatal statement turned the two of them to stone. Instantly, Van and Nero cried out indignantly, that's only because you haven't seen my special skill. Exactly, I even harvested a golem's soul. Agnesa on the other side remained unshaken, affirming once more, no, you wouldn't survive in that dungeon. Nero suddenly frowned, seeming to sense something unusual. Is it because I've started to control Ezer? Now I can feel it. The aura surrounding the vice captain right now. Her Ezer is on a completely different level. So that means she's right. We really won't be of any help. Naji then spoke up, but if you called us here despite that, there must be a reason, right? Agnesa gave a slight smile. Exactly. Nice team, and I are planning to clear the A-rank dungeon. But what a coincidence. There's a dungeon that's a perfect fit for you guys. This dungeon is located in the Northwest Canyon area. It's a massive underground labyrinth, also known as the Ant Nest Dungeon. There could be hundreds, even thousands of giant ants living there. Naji, Nero, and Van, I want the three of you to clear that dungeon. This will be your first official mission as members of Twilight Wind. And for this dungeon raid, Naji will be the team leader. This unexpected windfall left him stunned and speechless. Naji was extremely hesitant, but I'm just a porter. She smiled slightly, didn't you know? When I recruited you into Twilight Wind, it wasn't as a porter, but as an adventurer. In this raid, I want you to command and lead the clearing of the dungeon. Suddenly receiving this recognition, he was so surprised he couldn't believe his ears. Himself. And so, Naji's first official dungeon raid as a team leader began. But ahead of him, challenges were waiting, far beyond anything he could imagine. Ants with giant pincers suddenly appeared. A knight was running for his life, relentlessly pursued by them. He was nearly exhausted. His ragged, heavy breathing could be heard. Glancing back, the knight's eyes widened in terror. And just then, a pincer swift as lightning pierced through his chest. With a heart-wrenching wound, he turned back, looking straight at the bloodthirsty monster. The knight gritted his teeth and cursed, tears falling uncontrollably. What the hell? Is this a C-rank dungeon? This is at least B-rank. No, it has to be A-rank. Especially that giant ant. What the hell is this? He glanced at the bodies strewn across the ground. They had died in pain and terror because of that thing. And all his comrades were dead. The brutal battlefield before him was the last thing he would ever see. A girl suddenly appeared next to the giant ant. She laughed gleefully. I'll be looking forward to it. Her figure gradually came into view. It was Johanna. She was sitting leisurely on her giant axe. Johanna's face was full of arrogance and smugness. She contemptuously called out the name Agnesa. Returning to Agnesa's domain, they were continuing their leisurely conversation. Naji was still in shock. Suddenly making me the raid leader, it seems a bit overwhelming. And doesn't a raid leader have to be at least gold rank? Agnesa slowly took a bite of cake. It's fine, because the mission is accepted under the guild's name, so there won't be any problem. I've also approved it. He sighed softly, but even if it's just a C-rank dungeon, if we go in, there's still a high chance that we'll fail. She chewed her cake, swallowed, and then stated her reasoning. No need to worry about that. You probably know this. The Ant Nest dungeon is usually conquered by guilds joining forces, so you'll be going with dozens of other raid parties. There's no need to worry about failure. Besides, you've already led a dungeon conquest, and you also commanded the cemetery dungeon raid. You're the one I chose, Naji, so believe in yourself. And one more thing, there will be a perfect support person for you at the Ant Nest. He's a bit rude, but he'll definitely be very useful to you. Naji thought for a moment, then spoke. I understand, but if the dungeon we're about to conquer is the Ant Nest, then there's a pretty big problem. Agnesa leisurely lowered her gaze. You're thinking the same thing as me, aren't you? The two of them, without planning it, spoke in unison, scouting. The Ant Nest dungeon is like a shifting labyrinth. Its layout is constantly changing, so a scout is needed to lead the way. Without a professional scout, forget about conquering it. You can't even get back out. Agnesa opened her mouth and took another bite of cake. Exactly. I tried to find someone, even try to hire mercenaries, but no one would take the job. At the same time outside, Betcha was looking in astonishment at the newly arrived group. I'm sorry, adventurers, everyone. Is that Zing? The person who just appeared was the silver rank scout, Zing, from the Storm Panda Guild. She quickly approached to greet her. Long time no see, Betcha, and not since training, right? Betcha immediately replied, how have you been? I heard you join a guild. It's great to see you again. But before she could finish her sentence, Zing interrupted her. Hey, wait a minute. You're speaking a bit too familiarly, aren't you? It's true that back in training school, we were friends, but you're just a white badge. While I'm already a silver rank adventurer, I'm not like you at all. The more she spoke, the more boastful and unpleasant she became. You did get high scores back in school, it's true. But in the end, you didn't become an adventurer, yet I did. So shouldn't you reconsider your position? Betcha had to maintain her professionalism, forcing a professional smile. Yes, I apologize, adventurer. I didn't mean to offend. Zing, having achieved her goal, smiled smugly and turned to leave. Well, I'm off. Maybe someday I'll throw some errands. Your way. Raza, standing nearby, was extremely annoyed and leaned in. Betcha asked, who is she? She answered awkwardly, just an old classmate. Raza couldn't help but sneer judgmentally. A classmate who acts like that? Betcha remained very positive. Well, it's the truth. People say that scouts who become inspectors are those who don't have enough special talent to be adventurers. Raza couldn't accept it. That sounds ridiculous. She then comforted her. It's okay, I'm fine. Then Betcha fell silent. A scouting aptitude is used by captains on the front lines to explore dungeons. However, outside of dungeons, scouts are very necessary. So, some people choose to become scouts instead of adventurers, surveying dungeon ecosystems, while also investigating crimes inside dungeons. At the same time, they also assess the difficulty of the dungeon, and sometimes even do paperwork. But the truth is, inspectors are often seen as failures, those who lack the experience or skills to become adventurers. At this moment, Raza suddenly spoke up. It seems I'm a prime example. I was so excited when I thought I had the aptitude of an adventurer, but I didn't have the skills or mindset to become a true scout. So I became an inspector, but you're not like that. You could have become an adventurer. That's why everyone was so surprised when you said you joined the association as an inspector. Betcha smiled brightly and replied, that's because my grandfather was strongly against it when I chose this path. Raza, imagining a strict grandfather, replied, so he's a strict person. But she denied it. No, he cried his eyes out and told me not to go. Raza finally let out a sigh of relief. I see. So then, it wasn't really your decision, was it? So tell me what you really want to do. I've read the paper you've been preparing recently, although after reading it, I felt like I had just read a diary rather than a thesis. Hearing this, Betcha jumped in alarm. You read that? As if afraid her friend wouldn't believe her, Raza began to recount what she had read. That day, the way Naji looked at Lady Agnesa, as if he wanted to scream that he wanted to become. Betcha couldn't take it anymore and immediately shouted, "Stop it!" She now started to get serious again, but the thing is, I think so too. After you came back from that rift dungeon with the Porter Naji, you looked so excited. At that time, Betcha shouted, "Annie, listen, you know what I saw? A stone pig. And what's more, the look in your eyes when you heard they had gone through the coal dungeon. It looked as if you wanted to scream that you wanted to become an adventurer too." Not long after, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed through the deserted hallway. It was Betcha, walking while lost in deep thought. Her eyes hardened, her determination and seriousness evident. Betcha admitted, "You were right." Her thoughts drifted back to a memory. "The truth is, I've always wanted to be someone like that more than anyone else. That's why I even snuck into the training grounds without my grandfather knowing. But when he found out and cried, I realized that, instead of becoming an adventurer, I wanted to be a good granddaughter who would make my grandfather happy. I know how much he cherished me after my parents died, and it was just that, just a dream that was really easy to give up, something like that." She remembered Raza had been silent for a long time after listening to her story. Then Raza spoke bluntly, "Betcha, seriously, you're an idiot, aren't you?" Betcha bristled for a moment. "What?" Raza shot up and said loudly, "Maybe right now, what your grandfather wants is for you to live a safe life. But deep down in his heart, what he wants is for you to live doing what you love, you idiot." And Betcha was enlightened. Now she was standing before the door that would change her life. "I really did it. Is this really okay? Can I go through with everything Raza has said?" After a moment's hesitation, Betcha raised her hand and knocked gently on the door. Then, she slowly pushed the door open and stepped inside. Betcha spoke with a determined gaze. "Hello, I'm here to take the adventurer test. I want to change my career from an appraiser to an adventurer." The man standing in the middle of the hall was Pichi. He spoke leisurely. "There's still enough time for a hot cup of coffee to turn cold. But, well, I'm not sure if that's worth anything. If I'm being honest, I feel you're doing a great job as an appraiser. I think you should stick to that path." Instead, hearing this, Betcha gave a forced smile. "It's just that Raza said there was an adventurer test today, so I wanted to try it." Pichi swirled the tea in his cup and asked, "Is that all?" The more accurate word would be unfortunate, because I'm the examiner today. Let me introduce myself. I am Pichi, but I'm better known by the name, the Destroyer of Adventurers. The smile on Betcha's lips froze instantly. The Destroyer of Adventurers? I've heard of him. He doesn't actually kill adventurers, but he gives incredibly strict and difficult tests that almost everyone fails. Even if they do pass, they're placed in low ranks. That's how he got the name Destroyer of Adventurers. He spoke again, passing judgment. "I don't even need to test you. People like you, wanting to switch from an appraiser to an adventurer, show up every year. However, your success rate is only 5%. Although their aptitudes might change over time and their abilities might awaken late, they come and take the test with such hopes in mind, only to be met with disappointment. The potential aptitude measuring device is extremely accurate. If your aptitude was once found lacking, there's no chance it will change in the future. No need to bring it out. You just need to place your hand on it, and the result will appear on its own." At this moment, the old man mused. "I'm Pichi. I've seen people like this thousands of times. I'm sure she won't be able to pass with her current ether. If she could have become an adventurer, it would have happened long ago." On the other side, Betcha stood before the machine, her mind full of thoughts. "To be honest, I'm not sure myself. I don't know if I'm doing the right thing, even if it goes against my grandfather's wishes. But the reason my heart changed wasn't just because I wanted to become an adventurer. It wasn't just the dream of becoming an adventurer. I asked Naji once why he kept risking his life in dungeon raids. Weren't there many other things he could do besides being a 2-star porter? Because it's a job someone has to do. That's what he said. He answered as if it were nothing. It sounded so simple, so easy, but I know exactly what it's like raiding a dungeon without the protection of ether. It's like diving into a sea of fire with bare hands, even for a porter. And yet he spoke as if it were a matter of course. I felt truly ashamed of myself, even with my natural aptitude. I couldn't do anything. The potential aptitude measuring device then emitted an increasingly strong golden light. After a while, the door to the room was pushed open. Petra had finished the measurement. She walked out with an emotionless face and was already standing there. She slowly began to speak. Hey, look at that. Did you really come to retake the test? Are you really serious about taking the adventure test? You came out after only 30 minutes. I guess it says it all. What do you think becoming an adventurer is? Zin's voice trailed off as she saw the shining gold badge in Petra's hand. Zin's pupils contracted sharply. She stared wide-eyed in disbelief. Zin was so stunned she stammered, "What is that?" While Petra just silently walked past her and moved forward. At the same time, Raza was leaning back in a chair, sighing, "This is so boring." Petra was a good colleague. Why did I say that to her? Now I've lost a good friend. In another room, where Naji and Agnesa Ferris were discussing matters, Naji said, "We've asked around, but still nothing. The Ant Nest Dungeon. I heard it's less of a raid and more of a cleanup, so most adventurers avoid it. It's very rare for any scout to want to join." Agnesa, sitting opposite, replied, "This is bad. If we want to stick to the scouts' raid schedule, we have to leave tomorrow morning." He then smiled brightly. "Yeah, I wish a scout would just fall from the sky. Speak of the devil." Just as Naji finished speaking, a careful knock was heard on the door. Petra pushed the door open, entered, and spoke. "Excuse me, but does your team still have room for one more person?" Now she was a gold rank scout. Petra wore a full set of combat gear, her hair tied up in a high ponytail. Naji and Agnesa were stunned for a moment, both of them unable to close their mouths. They exclaimed in unison, "It really worked?" Scene changed to the potential aptitude measurement room from earlier. The shouts of the people from the Storm Panda Guild rang out. "What the hell is this? There must be some kind of mistake. How could a white badge jump to gold rank so quickly?" Even Pachi's secretary had to push up his glasses and ask, "Exactly, that's not like you at all. Mr. Examiner, how could you skip the procedure and award a gold rank so easily? Like that?" Pachi's voice then became stern. "Even I can hardly believe it. The incompetence of the Adventurers Guild is astounding." He looked at the assessment machine, which was scorched from the immense energy. How was she ever ranked as white? With such absurd potential and ether? The great Pachi, bet my entire reputation on this. She is completely worthy of it. Mark my words, one day she will reach mithril rank, no, even further beyond that. Pachi looked at the warm cup of tea, his mood light, feeling secretly pleased. Pachi mused, "It's been a long time since I've felt like this, like discovering a hidden gem in the mud. This feeling, this is a joy that no other profession can bring. Perhaps that's why this morning's coffee is special." Suddenly, a shout rang out, shattering the peaceful atmosphere. "We're in trouble, Mr. Pachi. Have you heard? The girl, Petra, whom you approved as a gold rank adventurer yesterday. It was supposed to be kept secret because it's a sensitive issue, but it turns out her grandfather is..." That name made Pachi's hands and feet tremble. The teacup from before fell to the ground and shattered. His mouth fell open in terror, cold sweat beading on his forehead. "I'm doomed." At the same time, on a rocky dirt road, the sound of horse hooves echoed ceaselessly. Naji's group was sitting in the back of a carriage, pensive and silent. Suddenly, Petra's long sigh was heard. Naji turned to ask, "What's wrong? Do you still regret what you said earlier?" She gave a wry smile. "I do. Why did I say that?" Petra's tears were now streaming down her face. She felt helpless with herself. Just a few hours earlier, in the room where Naji and Agnesa Ferris were talking, Agnesa had given her assessment. "Ms. Petra, we are satisfied with your personality. However, if you truly want to join our party, I must ask one thing. As an adventurer, what is your attitude? Every adventurer has to face monsters stronger than them, or enemies they can't defeat. If you were to confront them, what would you do?" Petra was extremely calm, silently recalling, "This question, I've heard it from Naji before." After pondering, she answered, "If I were to face someone like that, then I would fight dirty," she declared boldly, her face full of seriousness. The room fell silent after that answer. All three of them were frozen. Agnesa was helplessly dumbfounded. "That's a bit disappointing, to put it mildly." Petra wanted to cry, but had no tears, wondering why. Agnesa turned to ask Naji, "So what would you do?" Naji answered honestly, "Who knows?" Petra still felt incredibly wronged. "I was just repeating what you taught me." Naji suddenly stroked his chin, pondering. "Thinking back, I've experienced it myself. An unbeatable enemy. Felix and Agnesa, I fought both of them." Snapping out of the dark memory, Naji replied nonchalantly, "Regardless of the opponent, having the will to defeat them, I think that's the most important thing." Agnesa on the opposite side was very pleased. "That's Naji for you. Meanwhile, Petra shouted, "You didn't tell me that." And just like that, Petra's condition for joining was set. Her test would be the upcoming Ant Nest dungeon raid. Back in the carriage, she was struggling to smile. In the end, the only thing I can do is give it my all in that dungeon. Nero suddenly chimed in. "That's not the issue right now. Confess, Petra, how did you reach gold rank before us?" Vandesta also jumped up and cried out, "That's right. Are you hiding some overwhelming power like the guildmaster?" She helplessly reassured them. "Please calm down. Scouts always have to choose between becoming an adventurer or an inspector. I just returned to the path of an adventurer." Nero and Van seemed to understand. "So that's how it is." Which means their eyes suddenly hardened. The two of them shouted in unison, "You're really a hidden boss." Petra helplessly smiled wryly. "You think so?" Naji then slowly expressed, "Knowing we have a gold rank scout in the Ant Nest dungeon makes me feel more at ease. I knew from the dungeon crack that your scouting talent was special." Receiving sudden recognition from the leader, the young woman smiled gently. "I may not have much combat experience, but please trust me. I know the Ant Nest dungeon like the back of my hand. I've prepared everything from the dungeon's characteristics to the types of ants." He clapped his hands enthusiastically. "You're so thorough. You could teach a course on this." "But I've been to the Ant Nest dungeon as a porter before." Naji recalled and exclaimed, "That dungeon is really, no matter how well you prepare, it's not something you can solve with theory. The ants just keep coming and coming in greater and greater numbers. More and more, they never stop. No theory or strategy is effective at all." Petra still looked very excited. She called Naji's name, but he just warned her again, "You'd better be prepared." Not long after, they arrived at the entrance of the Ant Nest dungeon. Nero and Vandesta stood with their hands on their hips. "There's a big hole here." Naji knelt down to observe. "We think, Petra?" The young woman immediately analyzed. Observing the amount of mana concentrated here, it can be said that this is indeed a C-rank dungeon, just as on the request board. But even for a low rank, the scale is definitely suitable for a raid-type dungeon. Raid? He also added in confirmation, "Exactly, I've heard that in the Ant Nest dungeon, the size and depth indicate its difficulty. If the entrance is already this big, then the inside must be very spacious. This is bigger than the Ant Nest dungeon I've been to before." Suddenly, a strange voice rang out from behind Naji. "Hey, who are you people? Why are you people standing here?" He didn't turn back and asked right away, "And you are?" That was the gold rank warrior Zero, the raid leader for the Ant Nest dungeon. He spoke up, "We're from the No Answer Guild, the main conquest party in charge of this dungeon. Are you guys entering this dungeon too? Let's see. Your leader is a gold rank scout? You're really suited to be a leader." Petra immediately clarified, "Actually, no, I'm not the leader. This person is Naji." Zero's gaze became visibly contemptuous. He lowered his gaze. "What? That badge of yours, white rank." The badge on Naji's neck shone in the sunlight. Zero felt as if he had just witnessed a farce. He laughed, spitting, "The leader's a white rank? You guys are hilarious. Are you really comedians?" Nero and Van in the back couldn't help but judge. That guy really doesn't know about the hidden monster. Naji could only force a smile at this point. I expected that reaction. Petra naturally couldn't accept it. She bluntly shouted, "How rude. Judging others by their badges? How short-sighted." Zero sneered. "What's with that reaction? Don't tell me this white rank guy is really the leader." "Leader, actually, I have a proposal." He started using a perverted tone. Then he smiled sleazily. "Why don't you join our party? Our party scout is only a bronze anyway. Besides, you're pretty. I like that." Petra immediately frowned, her voice becoming even firmer. "I'll have to refuse. Our leader, Naji, is much stronger." Zero then gave a wicked smile and said sarcastically, "Very good. These clowns are really special. Maybe we have to show them how a porter should be treated for them to understand." He turned his head and ordered, "Hey, you porter, get over here." Again, dragging your feet again? A small face approached, gritting their teeth. He was dragging a terribly large item. Zero continued, "Nowadays, porters complain about trivial things and act like they're about to die. The little boy with a small body had to carry an oversized item. I'm sorry, Sir Zero." Petra couldn't help but feel uncomfortable seeing that scene. "Isn't that a bit heavy? Just looking at it, you can tell it's too heavy." He scoffed. You have to make them carry heavy things, so they don't have the energy to talk anymore. That way, they won't even have the energy to complain and will just follow orders. Got it? That's how you order a porter around. Girl, if your leader is a porter, we have no choice but to treat you all like a bunch of porters. Petra just silently bowed her head. I expected some insults, but I didn't think it would be this bad. Naji comforted her. Don't worry, Petra. He thought to himself, but yes, they're a rude bunch. All the porters this team brought along are overloaded. There should be at least 7 porters for that much. They must have cut down on personnel to save costs. I'd forgotten after working with good-natured adventurers for so long. But this is how porters are treated. Naji's solitary figure caught someone's eye. In the distance, a girl covered her mouth and giggled. They look a bit eccentric, but does that really matter? A dungeon like this, the No Answer Guild will surely conquer it. Is everyone strong? Hearing that, they immediately chimed in. Miss Johanna, that's right, we can easily conquer this dungeon with our formation. Ah, I'm the bronze rank priest Johanna from the White Robe Guild. Ah, the two-faced one spoke up. Actually, dungeons scare me, so isn't it better to have more allies? They became even more excited. If Johanna says so, then we'll listen too. Come with us, and we'll protect you. You'll be safe behind us. Then Zero turned to Naji's group. You people should be grateful to Miss Johanna. Normally, I would have filed a complaint and reported it to your guild. A guild that lets a porter be the leader? Honestly, it's too humiliating. Just stay out of the way and follow us. Johanna clasped her hands behind her back and spoke mysteriously. Well then, shall we go? I bet this will be an interesting trip. With Naji's deductive abilities, he couldn't help but feel something was strange. Naji stared at the mysterious tattoo on Johanna's shoulder. Suddenly, the tattoo seemed to turn into a snake. It menacingly bared its fangs at him. Naji immediately felt terrified. His body flinched slightly. His eyes widened. Seeing Naji's strange reaction, Petra turned and asked, "What's wrong, Naji?" He quickly denied it. "No, I just have a bad feeling about this. I expected to be treated like this. Let's just go along with them." Then Naji led his group, and they started walking behind the Ant Nest Dungeon Raid team. Vandesta was so excited he threw his hands straight up in the air. Finally, a real dungeon. In the blink of an eye, the two groups had reached the entrance of the Ant Nest dungeon. They carefully observed the situation. Inside was earth and rock, with the faint figures of ants appearing. Giant. Naji silently assessed the Ant Nest dungeon. At a glance, it might be a normal dungeon with ant-type monsters. That's just what people who don't know about this place would say. Among adventurers, this dungeon has an infamous nickname, the Damn Ant Hole. A maze like a dense network of tunnels, and you're constantly attacked by ants. I'm so sick of it. Saying that isn't even enough to describe it. I actually thought it was lucky to be accompanied by a main raid team on this mission. My team is too inexperienced, so I thought it would be extremely difficult to go alone. But it only took 30 minutes inside the dungeon to realize these guys were really the type of adventurers I'd only heard about in stories. They really are the hopeless trio type. Van and Nero naively asked back, "The hopeless trio type? What does that mean?" Petra astutely replied, "It's a famous classification among adventurers. They're called the hopeless trio, the ones who always ruin the raid. First, the brainless one, Zero leads the charge, shouting charge. Regardless of any traps or monsters, they just charge forward blindly. With no strategy or method, they just attack everything, which leads to attacking teammates or porters. Porters, in the end, with their own brainlessness, they will ruin the entire formation. Second is the stubborn bull. No matter what you advise or suggest, for example, right now, Petra asked, "Haven't we been here already? Isn't this a dead end?" That bull won't listen and will even curse, "Damn it. We're the main party here. Why do you keep nagging? Acting all high and mighty just because you're gold rank?" They always think they're right and don't listen to advice. And their ego turns the whole raid into a nightmare. Nightmare because afterwards he himself realized, since when was this place blocked? Petra was helpless. I told you it was a dead end. And last, but not least, the #1 raid destroyer. This character is like a show-off crow. At this moment, Johanna was showering him with praise. "Oh my, you're so good." And Zero turned into a peacock, spreading its tail. "See? I'll protect you. So how about going for coffee with me after this?" Naji honestly assessed, these idiots enter dungeons just to look for romance instead of fighting monsters. In short, this conquest party is too hopeless. Can we really conquer this dungeon? At the Ant Nest dungeon, because the dungeon appears frequently, it feels more like a routine cleanup than a raid. Guilds designated by the association form raid teams and clean up the designated area. And that's it. 4 raid teams have entered this ant nest. Because the pay is not commensurate, people try to avoid it, and most teams only do a half-hearted cleanup and quickly get out. Perhaps that's the reason his feet glided quickly over the ground. Currently, Naji and his group were quickly advancing into the dungeon. He assessed, these guys seem to be focused on a quick cleanup more than anything else, because they just rush forward without thinking. The porter boy from the main conquest team was now so tired he couldn't catch his breath. Naji looked back at the boy kneeling on the ground, worrying silently. The porter was getting more tired. A raid doesn't just consist of adventurers. If a porter gets injured, it directly affects the team's combat effectiveness, but not many adventurers care about that. Naji then asked, "Are you okay? Need a little help?" The porter boy replied in a broken voice, "I'm fine. This is what I usually do. Don't worry about me." His eyes became determined. Naji confessed himself, "Actually, I want to put all their stuff in my backpack." The kid kept insisting, "This is my job. I have to do it." Naji helplessly turned to look at them and assessed, "Those guys are giving off bad energy. I feel like something worse is about to happen." Just as he predicted, Jiro let out a sigh. He glanced over and growled, "What are you guys doing? If you have time to talk, you should be moving." Betcha couldn't watch anymore and shouted, "Wait, that's not how you raid. Can't you see the porter is exhausted and injured?" Jiro laughed coldly and cursed, "Those idiots are a disgrace to adventurers." "What? Do you sympathize with the porter because your captain is a porter? Look closely. I'll show you what a porter looks like in a dungeon." With that, he threw a small bag of money. Jiro gave a smug smile. "That's 10 gold. Whoever brings it back gets to keep it." The porter's eyes immediately lit up. 10 gold. Betcha quickly turned her head. She had realized something was wrong. "Wait, that place is..." But it was too late. They were in no state of mind to listen to her warning. One by one, the porters rushed forward, shouting, "That's enough for a day's wage. It's mine." The small-bodied kid was quick and got it first. "Got it." He smiled brightly, carefully cradling the money bag in his hand. 19 gold. In the blink of an eye, a swarm of giant ants, as if they had found delicious prey, rushed towards him. The boy only just managed to react, turning around in a panic. Without further hesitation, Jiro gripped his weapon tightly. He immediately rushed forward, unleashing his ultimate whirlwind technique. Jiro's eyes now only held bloodlust. He wiped out the ants in an instant, each one sliced in 2, in 3. Jiro struck decisively, without hesitation or reluctance. Soon, before them was a scene of devastation. Betcha and Naji couldn't help but be impressed watching this display, taking down all the ants in one blow. His personality is terrible, but his skills are no joke. Naji now fixed his gaze on him. That guy, he threw it because he knew ants were hiding there in ambush. He used the porter as bait. In the end, he easily wiped out the ambush. But the porter was injured. Porters usually don't wear proper armor because of the weight. Even if there was a spirit priest in the party, she wouldn't waste her Ezer to heal a porter. He slowly spoke up. If that hadn't gone smoothly, that porter could have died. "Do you guys usually raid like this?" Jiro glanced back and replied, "Protecting a porter? You're a porter too, so you should understand. Adventurers and porters are just business. Pay them, and that's it. Hey porter, got a problem with how I operate?" The porter kid gave a forced smile. "No, I'm actually grateful. You're the only one who would hire me." Jiro leisurely turned and walked over to Naji. "Understand now? You're just confused because adventurers call you captain. This is what a real porter is." This statement pushed Naji to his limit. He glanced up, his eyes filled with killing intent. Suddenly, an adventurer suggested, "How about this, Captain, since you seem unhappy with what we're doing? Luckily, we're right at the fork between Zone 1, Zone 2, and 3. Let them clear Zone 1. Hearing this, Jiro grinned so widely it showed both rows of his teeth. "All right, sounds good. You don't want the main team to take longer than another team and lose face, right? We have 3 zones to handle anyway, so go to Zone 1 and clear for us. Even if your captain is a porter, you guys can handle it, right?" Naji realized, actually, splitting up is better than going with this bunch. But the problem is guys like them don't say goodbye that easily. They must be plotting something, but even so, it's still better than going with them. Naji's group immediately set off towards Zone 1. He constantly reminded them, "Stick close, don't get left behind." Nero, and Van were extremely excited. They chatted back and forth. "Climbing up like this reminds me of the Rift Dungeon. At least this time, we'll be fighting real monsters, right? Not being able to fight is making me antsy. Soon, they arrived at Zone 1. Looking up, Betcha exclaimed, "This place is huge." He observed carefully. Up until now, it's just been the ants' corridors. This is the real nest. From here on, we'll be raiding on our own, so get ready. We don't know what will appear or how many ants are here. Be alert and very careful. There's no way they would give us an easy zone. On the other side, the adventurer from before laughed smugly. He said to his captain, "Jiro, it seems that Gold Rank Scout Girl is a rookie too. If she had investigated properly, she would have known to avoid that area. Even a bronze rank like me knows that." He was extremely pleased, all the better for us. Thanks to those clueless idiots attracting attention, our raid will go smoothly. And yet they didn't even realize the direction they were moving in, that they're heading straight for the center of the death vortex. At that moment, Naji's group was still slowly moving into Zone 1. Suddenly, a strange sound echoed. The ground began to crack, accompanied by tremors everywhere. Betcha immediately glanced over. She realized that sound is... "A swarm of ants is coming," she shouted to warn everyone on the team. Betcha hesitated, looking all around. "It's from behind." "No, it's from above." As soon as she finished speaking, two large, sturdy pincers stabbed down. That it's truly a swarm of ants. And these are giant ants. They're pouring down in droves. Nero frowned and shouted, "A whole colony." Naji remained very calm, bowing his head slightly. "Actually, I don't know if Agnesa made the right decision in trusting me with the role of captain." "A porter is a captain? I've never heard of such a thing. People like the No Answer Guild would consider it a joke, but if I've taken on this responsibility..." Naji gripped the twin swords on his back tightly. He immediately took a fighting stance, understanding that he had to do his best. Naji furrowed his brow, his eyes watching the ants' every move as he ordered, "Everyone, prepare for battle. I'll take command. Nero and Van, support the flanks." He stared at the sharp pincers. They were moving as fast as lightning. Naji assessed, the danger from low-level ants is their nimble legs and pincers. But maybe it's because I've seen Agnes's speed. These things are so slow, they make me want to yawn. He immediately leaped high, facing the ferocious ant. A slash swung down. A common monster like this can be taken down without using Ezer. But just because you can cut them doesn't mean it's easy. Their thick shells are hard to penetrate. Wanting to take them down is the knowledge from my porter days, exploiting their weak points. A porter has two main roles in a raid, carrying the adventurer's equipment and collecting loot from monsters. Usually, you have to collect it directly from the monster's corpse, but adventurers don't give you much time, so I had to learn how to cut through thick shells quickly. And that's how I found their weak points. With ants, the main weak point is the small, narrow waist. Even a regular sword can easily cut through it. Another difficult part is their tendency to attack in swarms. They use a special chemical called pheromones to communicate. But if I overwhelm their scent with a stronger one, namely the stinkhorn, a mushroom that emits a foul odor said to grow and often appear in graveyard dungeons. Just as Naji predicted, their movements had slowed down. His continuous attacks on their vital weak points caused them immense pain. Naji easily took them down one by one, using a spear containing stinkhorns to stab them forcefully. Witnessing this made Nero excited. "Don't have all the fun, Captain." Immediately, she and Van threw off their cloaks. The two of them charged forward, full of fighting spirit. "It's our turn." Nero raised her right arm, using her martial artist ability. A yin punch shot straight at the opponent. The aftershock it created was incredibly powerful, affecting even the surrounding ants. And the next technique will be a sacred relic. Copycat, replicate Sonic's skill, yin punch. She exclaimed excitedly as she attacked. "Awesome." Van, of course, didn't just stand by and watch. "Now it's my turn." The genius adventurer Van Desta is here. The two of them joined forces, charging straight into the swarm of ants without hesitation. Naji stood on an ant's corpse and mused. As expected, charging straight ahead with an adventurer's Ezer burst is much faster and easier than analyzing every move. But he still had to give a sincere warning. "Be careful. We don't know how many there are, so don't waste your Ezer." As soon as he finished speaking, Naji suddenly felt something unusual under his feet. He panicked for a moment. "What is this?" "This tremor. It's bigger than anything I've ever felt." Naji shouted, "Betcha, can you scout where the ants are coming from?" She bowed her head hesitantly, her voice faltering. "The thing is, a scout is supposed to lead the way and point things out. That's what I learned." In front of her, a ferocious ant was poised to charge. Betcha was so terrified she started to cry, but seeing it with my own eyes is too scary. Immediately, the giant ant charged and attacked her, causing her to scream and run for her life. Naji, on the opposite side, was dumbfounded. He had lost his composure. Then Naji glanced over at himself, feeling as if he was going through a traumatic experience. He stood frozen at the sight before him. It was truly chaotic. The scout, who was supposed to be looking for enemies, was panicking. Our strongest firepower had gone in too deep and was surrounded. Nero guiltily admitted, "Van, I'm actually out of Ezer." Van Desta behind her wasn't much better off. "Damn it, I've lost 3 fingers. Do I really have to use my thumb?" Naji looked at the numerous and aggressive ants before him and began to blame himself. "And I'm the captain, the one who's supposed to lead the team. I can't even handle a few ants, let alone grasp the entire battlefield. Unlike before, when I was just a porter following adventurers, I can't make the right decisions anymore. This is the reality of our raid. There's something more dangerous than the hopeless trio in a failed dungeon raid. That's a weak raid party. It turns out the real, hopeless raid party isn't them but us." Naji gritted his teeth and admitted it, his anger mixed with helplessness reaching its peak. Suddenly, from behind, someone appeared and called out, "Hey, you people over there, get down or you'll die." That person was none other than Pupumin. He rushed forward, raising his hand to attack. A hook shot out quickly, flying straight towards the opponent. In the blink of an eye, the hook flashed past the crowded ants in front, like a horizontal bolt of lightning. Naji couldn't help but be surprised, while Betcha looked as if she had seen a savior. She stammered as she looked at the badge on Pupumin's clothes. "A white rank swordsman?" He suddenly burst out laughing. "Are you the ones Agnesa mentioned?" Pupumin bluntly threw cold water on them. "What a bunch of trash. Even so, I don't remember the last time I saw brand new rookies." The scene changes to another place, in a 2-story house. A familiar, terrified scream suddenly rings out. Nice excitedly asked, "Agnesa, is it true?" He ignored her leisurely eating and continued, about the new recruits being sent to that person's place. Agnesa, while munching on a donut, replied, "That's right, I sent them to Pupumin for training." As soon as the answer was out, Nice immediately shouted, "You devil." Stone Moon also tearfully condemned her. So cruel. Both of them wailed in an extremely tragic tone. They're just apprentice adventurers. They're going to die, but contrary to them. Agnesa remained unfazed. She asked, "Is it that bad?" Nice frowned and replied, "Of course, that guy." As soon as he finished, Stone Moon chimed in perfectly. "In our guild, he is." And then both of them exclaimed in unison, "The biggest pervert." It is known that Pupumin is a white rank pervert. Scene changed to the ant nest dungeon. Naji looked at the person in front of him and couldn't help but think, what's with this guy? A white rank swordsman. Does such a thing even exist? But the person standing before him really enjoyed Naji's bewildered expression. He chuckled with amusement and then spoke. "Hello, rookies." Betcha hesitantly asked him, "Naji, was what I just saw real just now?" Looking at the ants lying scattered on the ground, Naji couldn't help but think to himself, did he take down all those ants at once? Not to mention, it looks like he didn't even need to use any special moves. He looked at the person standing in the distance and answered her, "Yes, there's no doubt about it." With just an old fishing rod, he could take down ants with carapaces so hard that even a sharp sword would struggle to pierce them. Pupumin smirked and asked, "Why are you all frozen?" "I came to help. Agnesa told me to." Naji's eyes suddenly widened. He thought to himself, Agnesa told him to help. So could it be? He recalled a time not long ago when the two of them were sitting in the office. Agnesa had told him, "There's a perfect person who will support you." Seeing Naji's confused look, she had smiled and said this. "He's quite special, so you'll recognize him right away. Although his personality is a bit problematic, he'll definitely be a great help." Back in the present, Naji hesitantly voiced his suspicion. "Don't tell me you're the person with the problematic personality that Agnesa mentioned." Pupumin smiled brightly and asked him back, "Did Agnesa really say that about me?" Van hesitated for a moment, then spoke. "I think I've seen him somewhere before." Nero, who had been standing next to him, also replied, "Yeah, he looks familiar." Hearing this, Pupumin immediately scratched his head in embarrassment. "You're just imagining things. I have a pretty common face." However, the two of them didn't agree with his opinion at all, immediately saying in unison, "You don't look common at all." He gave a faint laugh and said in a friendly manner, "Anyway, Agnesa said she was sending some decent rookies, so I was really looking forward to it." Pupumin continued speaking, but the smile on his lips gradually stiffened. "But you guys are really..." Finally, the guy's expression turned grim, as if he'd lost his ration book. He said, "A pile of terrible trash, aren't you?" Nero retorted unconvinced, "But that's too different." Van also felt annoyed by this comment. He shouted, "We took down a bunch of ants too." Pupumin smirked. "Yeah, the firepower isn't bad at all." His mocking gaze fixed on Van as he continued, "But you burned through Ezer too quickly, so you become useless after that. What's more, your reckless attacks also disrupt the raid formation, just like the 3 hopeless ones in the dungeon." Nero shouted back at him, "Don't you dare lump us in with them." Of course, Pupumin didn't just mock Van. He mocked everyone equally. Pupumin said, "You guys are clearly all rookies, and everyone has a problem." He continued to point out their mistakes. "You guys didn't even realize you walked straight into an ant mill." As soon as Naji heard that, he immediately understood. An ant mill, so that's what it is. Even for an ant nest, the number of ants here is still absurdly high. An ant mill, also known as a death spiral, is a strange phenomenon where countless ants lose their way and form an endless circle. The cause is pheromones and scent trails. The ants follow the scent trail left by the lead ant. But if the lead ant goes the wrong way, or if the scent trails get mixed up, the ants will follow in an endless circle until they collapse from exhaustion and die. The real problem is if a mill forms inside an ant nest, an area will appear where ants are excessively concentrated. Naji couldn't help but blurt out his thoughts. In other words, they knew there was an ant mill here, but they still pushed us into it. Betcha asked him confusedly, "But why?" Naji explained, "Even if it's a mill, there will still be many ants that break away. But if attention is drawn to one side, the other side will be much easier to handle." When everyone heard that, what was there not to understand? Nero angrily shouted, "What a bunch of bastards." Meow, while Van gritted his teeth and said, "I hated them from the very beginning, those bastards." Pupumin suddenly spoke up and asked them, "They're terrible, huh?" He just gave an unreadable smile and answered himself, "So what?" Pupumin slowly walked towards them, while saying, "In a dungeon, the real evil is weakness." He gave a malicious smile and continued, "You were defeated by them simply because you were too weak. That's how dungeons work, cruelly unfair and completely dominated by strength." Pupumin asked them, "What do you think would happen if you picked a fight with that raid party? It's obvious you die for sure." Nero immediately fired back. "In your dreams, we'd lose to those simple-minded brutes." Pupumin seemed to agree, saying, "Well, their way of hunting is pure violence. But think about it, for them to be that stupid and still be alive, it proves they're insanely strong." He wasn't serious for more than 3 seconds before he started mocking Naji's group again. "Of course," Pupumin said, trying to hold back his laughter. "You guys are not only stupid, but also weak." Hearing this, Van and Nero were furious. The only thought in their minds was this bastard. But on the other side, Pupumin continued his speech as usual. "When Agnesa introduced you to me, she said, 'Their will is good, but if you take them along, they'll die because they're too weak.'" At this point, the corner of his mouth slowly curled into a very punchable smirk as he continued, "Therefore, I have full authority to reform, supplement, no." Pausing for a moment, Pupumin finally delivered the good news to them, "To discipline you as I see fit." As soon as he finished, Nero couldn't help but retort, "Who said we want to be trained by you? We're not going to be ordered around by some weirdo we don't even know." Pupumin was completely unsurprised by their attitude and proceeded to play his trump card. He said, "Well then, maybe this will convince you." He pointed a thumb at himself and boasted, "I was the one who trained Agnesa when she was still a naive rookie." Naji asked him back with a very surprised look, "You trained Agnesa?" However, Pupumin had no intention of answering his question. He said, "Now that it's clear, let's start the first lesson." Before Naji's group could even get their bearings, he swung his hook and said at the same time, "All of you attack me." Scene change. Agnesa was currently basking in the sunlight, streaming through the window. She thought to herself, the most important thing for an adventurer is their mindset. Agnesa took a bite of her donut and shifted her train of thought. However, she silently lamented to herself that, without strength to back it up, determination is as fragile as cotton. Agnesa thought to herself, "So, I hope this adventure will become the kind of strength that you and your comrades truly need." Scene changed to the ant nest dungeon. In the gloomy darkness, a blue hue suddenly flared up, dazzlingly. And the thing creating this light was none other than Pupumin's old, ordinary-looking hook. Every time his hook swept by, none of Naji's group were lucky enough to escape. Van hissed as he hastily dodged the attacks. Damn it, what's with that fishing rod? I can't keep up at all. In contrast to Van, Nero seemed much more excited. She said, "Don't worry. If I use my mimicry special move and shockwave, I don't need to hit him directly, I just need to blow everything up." However, their trainer, Pupumin, was not satisfied with the performance of the four. He criticized, "Too slow." In the blink of an eye, Pupumin had appeared next to Nero. He commented, "You use your too honestly, therefore," he said as he swung his fishing rod to attack her, his movements completely predictable. As soon as he finished speaking, Pupumin immediately turned his head, and a strange light flashed in his eyes. Almost immediately, the fishing line whipped against Nero's shin. Pupumin shouted, "First strike," and opposite him, Nero, having been hit, staggered and nearly fell. Pupumin turned and asked her, "Also, you only unlocked your ultimate skill recently, didn't you?" Nero thought to herself, "How does he know?" As if reading her mind, Pupumin answered enthusiastically, "I could tell just by the way you're wasting like crazy." On the other side, Van gritted his teeth and said, "This bastard is forcing me to use it." He stretched his right arm forward, and his thumb suddenly flew off his hand. He shouted loudly, "I have no choice but to summon my ultimate golem." The thumb was seen momentarily changing shape, transforming as if it was turning into something. In an instant, a giant animalistic foot stomped on the ground. This was a large creature, its body covered in rough, cracked patterns. It was distinguished by its three pupiled eyes. This was Van's ultimate skill, patchwork summoning, thumb, ferocious golem, soul seal of the yellow rock golem. Pupumin exclaimed, "A boss-level summon. Huh? Quite impressive, but it seems a bit dangerous." Hearing this, Van felt incredibly confident. He said, "What's wrong? Feel that crushing pressure? Crush him." But before he could finish his sentence, he took a heavy blow right to the head. Pupumin's scolding voice rang out, as if to burst his eardrums. "Blockhead." He covered his mouth with a smirk. "You know what? When you summon a creature, your body slows down frighteningly." And in Van's mind right now, there was only a single subtitle left. "My head feels weird. I think I've turned into an idiot." After dealing with one person, Pupumin's gaze immediately shifted to the next target. He looked back and said, "Next is," he said as he swung his fishing rod toward the target. "Try to dodge this." This was Pupumin's familiar attack, the Jiangxia swordsmanship. Before Petra could even get her bearings, another move, a fishing net, surrounded her from all directions. Petra stood frozen like a statue, unable to stop herself from muttering, "This meth." Ot. At that moment, the fishing lines intertwined tightly and gradually tightened like a fishing net being drawn in. Sure enough, Petra only had time to let out a cry before she was completely captured. Pupumin looked at the cocoon in midair and taunted, "You're just a gold rank in name only, aren't you? What good is a scout who can't react to something like that?" Naji, who had been observing quietly, was now deep in thought. It seems the story about him teaching Agnesa wasn't a lie. That fishing rod can't be underestimated. No, it might even be harder to deal with than a conventional weapon. Without hesitation, he immediately raised his twin swords to prepare for battle, thinking to himself, the range and angle of his attacks are too wide. Although they're unpredictable, they still accurately target the subject. Just as Naji predicted, Pupumin turned his attack towards him. Seeing the hook hurtling towards him, he couldn't help but think, here it comes. At this moment, only a single thought remained in Naji's mind. Don't hesitate. His eyes focused on the hook rushing towards him. He thought, if I can predict its trajectory, it will be easier to defend. Just as the hook was about to reach him, Naji managed to block it with his two swords in time. Right before the moment the hook touched his swords, he thought tensely, almost there. The hook hit the blades with enormous force. This force immediately sent Naji flying, while Pupumin stood leisurely in place, completely unscathed. Only then did he voice his first praise of the day, "Not bad. You reacted just like she said you would. If you were a truly talented adventurer, you could have completely blocked that last attack, but you've reached your physical limit." Pupumin looked at the long drag marks on the ground and said, "Without her support, you're no different from a trained normal person." In the end, his praise still turned into his usual sarcastic words, just like the porter's mark hanging around your neck. Despite that, Pupumin was also a responsible instructor. He said, "Now, get up. Agnesa told me you have a special power. He smiled and pointed at himself, then continued that I heard you even cut down a lich. Show me that swordsmanship. Hearing this, Naji immediately warned, but could be very dangerous. Pupumin couldn't help but burst out laughing. He laughed until tears streamed down his face, but he didn't forget to mock him. Wait, don't tell me you're actually worried about hurting me with your swordsmanship. That's hilarious. Naji thought helplessly. The way he talks really makes my blood boil. After laughing his fill, Pupumin signaled to him that I'll block all of your attacks, so just come at me. Seeing Pupumin's determination, Naji didn't object anymore. He replied, all right. He slowly drew a sword from his equipment bag, while reminding him, but don't blame me if you get hurt. Pupumin found his action strange as he observed him. He rubbed his chin and said, a sword-drawing technique, huh? I admit, your stance is pretty good. However, Pupumin's praise only went that far, as in the very next sentence he was heard saying, but honestly, it's clear Agnesa was just exaggerating. She has a tendency to overpraise adventurers with a good attitude. This guy even let out a long yawn and asked Naji in a challenging tone, but how long are you going to make me wait? In a real fight, that technique is useless, you. No. However, on the opposite side, Naji paid no mind to his idle chatter and just focused on concentrating his power. The power gathering on the sword's blade grew more and more until it reached its peak. From the beginning, Naji had kept his eyes closed, feeling the flow of power. Now, he suddenly snapped his eyes open, thinking to himself, it's ready. Unlike last time, this time as Naji continued to draw his sword, the power radiating from the sword was so immense it gave one goosebumps. Before striking, he sincerely reminded his ill-mannered instructor one last time, if you really get hurt, don't come crying to me. Be careful. Pupumin started to get annoyed by his words, which seemed to overestimate his own strength. He turned his head and snapped, don't be so dramatic, your swordsmanship. Pupumin had only gotten halfway through his sentence when the sight before him silenced him. Faced with this breathtakingly powerful attack, his face went blank, and he even forgot to defend himself. The only thought in Pupumin's mind now was an exclamation, oh crap. In the end, our esteemed instructor was knocked out by his student in a single move and is now lying flat on the ground. In that moment, Pupumin suddenly remembered himself from a few minutes ago. Everyone has a great plan, the wise master respected by all, or at least he used to be. But good times don't last long, and nothing goes smoothly forever until they get punched in the face. Pupumin keenly felt the meaning of don't judge a book by its cover. At this moment, although his brain cells had started working again, he still couldn't open his eyes. After a while, Pupumin slowly opened his eyes. Although he couldn't clearly see the scene in front of him, he still screamed out of reflex, don't hit me anymore. When he could finally see clearly who was standing in front of him, Pupumin was stunned. Van showed extreme dissatisfaction with this newly appointed instructor. Can he really teach us anything? Nero, just as dissatisfied, immediately chimed in. He went down after just one hit from the captain. I'm starting to doubt his skills. Being spoken to like that for the first time, Pupumin was foaming at the mouth with rage. He snapped, shut up, you brats. It only happened because I let my guard down. Because his embarrassment turned to anger, he immediately pointed at Naji and questioned him, especially you. Who are you trying to kill? The more he spoke, the more he felt he was in the right. So he continued his long tirade of questions, unleashing something like that could kill someone. You're lucky it was me. That's why I survived. Naji retorted. But I did warn you, it was very dangerous. Pupumin pushed his head close to Naji's and roared. Even if I told you to use your full strength, who would unleash a torrent of aura like that? Naji was about to argue back, but paused. He asked confused aura. This question made Pupumin pout and think to himself, what's with this foxy-eyed kid? He doesn't even know he just used aura. That energy surrounding the sword just now was definitely aura. No, to be more precise, it was something that mimicked aura. He looked at Naji and thought of another terrifying possibility. If he masters real aura and combines it with that swordsmanship, Pupumin silently lamented to himself, I would have really died. That's the power from a bygone era. As he thought of this, another thought suddenly popped into his head, but even with his incomplete swordsmanship, for a porter to display this level of skill, Pupumin's lips curled into an unreadable smile, and he thought to himself, interesting. No wonder someone as picky as Agnesa sent him to me. However, he had more important things to do now. Pupumin said seriously, well, now I have a good grasp of your skill levels. He gave a not-so-friendly smile before continuing. It's time to start the second round of training. And this time, it's for real. Do you know how I became Agnesa's master? Naji replied nonchalantly. Who knows? Probably because you're stronger than her. Pupumin replied, that's part of it. But the real reason is... The reason Pupumin became Agnesa's master wasn't just based on strength, but also thanks to his extensive knowledge of Ezer. He had spent his entire life constantly researching the principles and theories of Ezer, and as a result, his understanding had reached a Larly level. This allowed him to quickly diagnose the problems of each team member. The porter with a powerful finishing move, Nero's lack of Ezer, the scout's lack of combat experience, the summoner's lack of control, and based on that, provide corrective solutions for each person. Pupumin pointed at Nero and said, let's start with this cat girl. He said with a displeased look, it's clear you don't have the slightest knowledge about Ezer. Innate Ezer provides a significant physical boost right after awakening. Strength for a warrior, intelligence for a mage, and for a martial artist like you, it's significant physical power. Pupumin continued to analyze in depth, but that's just the basic effect. If you can't control the Ezer in your body at will, then you're just a cheap adventurer with a flashy light. Although he was being serious, Pupumin couldn't resist his taunting nature. Your Shockwave Ultimate is just a reckless discharge of Ezer. No wonder you were depleted after just 2 shots. Nero, with tears welling up, shouted, don't poke at my sore spot anymore. Ignoring how Nero felt, Pupumin continued to explain, what you need is key and lucky for you. This place is the Ant Vortex. He saw the surprised look in Nero's eyes and continued, a hellish, narrow labyrinth full of ants is the perfect place to train you. Pupumin began to lay out his training plan. I call it escape from the endless ant encirclement. I will lock you in a narrow space, and there's only one exit. You'll have to crawl through a small passage in front, but that place will be completely blocked by ants, which means to get out, you'll have to eliminate them one by one. And of course, this guy Pupumin didn't forget to taunt her, saying that if you keep consuming Ezer like you do now, you'll never escape in your lifetime. In his imagination, Nero and the ants would stare intently at each other, both brimming with fighting spirit, ready to receive the enemy's attack. After that, Pupumin switched his target of analysis. He said, next is you half-baked summoner. Surprisingly, your Ezer and techniques coordinate quite well. Van, without a hint of modesty, replied, of course, I'm a genius adventurer. After all, in response to this confidence, Pupumin just smirked and replied to him, no, it's because your Ezer is a specialized type passed down by your family. Of course it's effective, right? But with that attitude, you'll never surpass your older brother. Hit where it hurt, Van immediately panicked and shouted that, how? Pupumin replied nonchalantly, I told you I know a lot. Getting back to the main point, he began his analysis. You're too clumsy in controlling your summons, the most important thing for a summoner. Your summons move sluggishly, while you yourself just stand there as if you're carsick with no defenses whatsoever. After finishing his analysis, he concluded with one sentence. What you need is body. Therefore, from now on, I will block all your senses and motor functions. Your summons will do everything for you. As for you, I'll throw you straight into the area with the highest ant density in the vortex. In the part of the vortex with the most ants, their ferocity is no joke. Regarding this, Pupumin was also very humane and offered Van a bit of encouragement. Good luck getting out alive. After that, Pupumin continued the roll call to Petra, and now it's your turn, you cowardly scout. Pupumin stroked his chin and fell into thought. Strange. Based on her Ezer level, she's almost an elite adventurer, but her practical skills are terrible. The core problem is a lack of combat experience. So, she lacks the most important thing for a scout, which is intuition. After careful consideration, Pupumin spoke his assessment. Tell me, do you know why our raid party got stuck in the ant vortex? And then, before Petra's wide, astonished eyes, he pointed directly at her and said, it's because of you, because you didn't detect it. Pupumin also gifted Petra a long string of golden words, saying, even a bronze rank scout would have noticed something this obvious. Got it. You're not worthy of the title of scout at all. If you keep this up, you'd be better off going back to being an inspector. Finally, he began to present the training plan for Petra. What you need is mind. Deep within the ant vortex, there is a pitch-black cave. You won't see anything. You won't even hear any sound. In that place, the only thing that will guide you will be your intuition. Later, when Petra was in the cave, she couldn't help but silently exclaim, "I really can't see anything at all." Following her every step were Pupumin's command-like words. Your mission is to reach the center and find what I've hidden. Oh, by the way, there'll be a few stray ants wandering aimlessly in there. Seeing things through to the end, he decided to give her one last reminder. They are very sensitive, so if you anger them, be prepared to pay the price. You will, because when angered, the stray ant would immediately dart out to attack Petra. But she lacked experience and just stood there frozen. Finally, by the time Petra spotted the enemy, the distance between her and it was no longer far. Could those beautiful eyes see through the situation at that moment for her brain to make a decision? This was the problem set for her. Returning to the present, after Pupumin had dealt with the 3 team members, only one person remained. He called out, "And finally you, Kid Naji." Unlike the previous 3 who were assigned to fight ants, Naji faced a barrage of attacks from Pupumin as dense as rain. Because he had prior experience, this time he was able to successfully evade each of his attacks. Pupumin flashed an excited smile, whipping his fishing rod relentlessly towards Naji as he said, "You fight me." Naji was seen moving like a shuttle, gracefully dodging the attack range of the fishing line. No matter how dense Pupumin's attacks were, he didn't flinch. Facing his cold eyes that looked as if at a dead thing, Pupumin suddenly commented, "First problem." Out of nowhere, he was already standing behind Naji, raising his rod to launch a surprise attack. Meanwhile, he continued to speak. Your fighting style relies too much on analysis. Don't be too preoccupied with your opponent's habits and patterns. As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately swung his fishing rod, sending Naji flying. Facing Naji's murderous glare, Pupumin said gleefully, "Although doing that isn't always bad in a dungeon." He continued the attack in his hand, while also continuing to speak. You will always have to fight against the unknown. There will always be countless variables that you can't calculate. While talking, the fishing rod in his hand also swung relentlessly towards Naji. After Naji successfully blocked the blow and landed, Pupumin continued to speak. Well, you can rely on that method to compensate for your limitations in talent and physique. He lunged towards him, his mouth still talking nonstop. But ironically, that very mindset creates a limit for you. As the hook struck the sword's blade again, he said, "It all probably stems from a deep-seated inferiority complex, the thing that's stopping you from becoming a true adventurer." Huh? Naji, panting, replied, "You just said it yourself. If I had a swordsman's talent, I would have easily blocked that attack, wouldn't I?" The young man's fox-like eyes stared at his coach as he said, "And since you love talking about talent and Ezer so much, I bet you also understand what it means to have no talent." Pupumin smirked and replied to him, "Is that so? I used to think so too, but after researching Ezer, I learned something." The smile on his lips vanished, replaced by a rare seriousness. Pupumin said, "You know, everyone in this world can awaken Ezer, and Ezer exists in 3 forms: talent, equipment, and formless." After a brief introduction, he began to explain in detail. The first type, talent Ezer, accounts for about 90%. This is the most common form. To put it simply, it appears in the form of a profession. The association believes this type of talent originates from a talent imprint left by ancestors. I also believe in that theory. Once granted a profession, their growth rate is staggering. According to records, the first adventurer to awaken talent Ezer had never even held a sword once. And right after awakening, he defeated an entire squad of knights. It said that event led to the fall of the Night Kingdom and stifled their efforts. Believe it or not, after finishing his lecture, Pupumin gleefully joked, "I got too excited meeting someone new and told you everything." Naji said, "I've heard all that before." Basically, the majority don't have talent, right? Pupumin's eyes sparkled as he replied to him. Now for the important part. He said, "I told you that story for a reason. You fall into this very category. and then Pupumin began another lecture on new knowledge. Equipment Ezer is when Ezer doesn't reside in the body, but is manifested through a special tool or item. According to statistics, most awakened items are junk, so they're also called duds. And even with good equipment, you're still not recognized as a true adventurer. Why is that? This time, without waiting for him to ask and answer himself, Naji answered first, because adventurers already have powerful equipment called relics. So even if you awaken good equipment, your physical abilities aren't enough to control it. Hearing that, Pupumin laughed and replied, "Exactly." Then he continued to speak. Most people think that way, and to be honest, they're not wrong. But there's one important thing that people don't know. It's the biggest difference between relics and equipment Ezer. Although both contain special energies, unlike relics, which have a fixed power. At this point, Pupumin slowed down his pace, emphasizing every word as he said, "Equipment Ezer continuously evolves with the user." He looked at the equipment bag on Naji's back and continued to explain. Equipment Ezer is a type of Ezer that is materialized in physical form. In other words, it's like a tangible mass of Ezer. Our coach loves giving his students little surprises. Pupumin suddenly laughed and said, I don't think I've mentioned this. By the way, he swung the fishing rod in his hand and continued, "I also use equipment Ezer." Pupumin's equipment Ezer is called Trixie, the all-purpose fishing rod. Naji asked him in surprise, "You're an equipment Ezer user too?" His eyes gradually widened as if he couldn't believe what he had just heard. "And you're that strong without any talent?" "Impossible." In response to Naji's doubt, Pupumin gave a confident smile and said, "You've only scratched the surface." This dedicated teacher once again continued to impart knowledge to his student. Equipment Ezer is the understanding of one's own Ezer, and when you surpass the state of oneness to merge. This is how it's done. As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately swung the rod to demonstrate for Naji. The moment the hook touched the ground, it suddenly passed through as if by magic. By the time its owner pulled it up, the artifact skill was activated. This is a skill called Forbidden Fishing Technique. Pupumin held his prize up high and said cheerfully, "Oh look, a fresh dragonfish." It seems this dungeon is a decent fishing spot, isn't it? To briefly introduce it, the thing Pupumin was holding was a pink dragonfish, and the fishing area was an ant nest. This is a fish made of pure Ezer, and when Pupumin eats it, he can temporarily use the martial artist's special talent. He said, "Now then," at the same time, this guy opened his mouth wide, preparing to eat this dragonfish raw. Who would have thought this person not only eats things raw, but also swallows them whole? He was even in the mood to add another sentence. "Want a bite?" Opposite Pupumin, Naji had been standing there stunned for who knows how long. Naji was falling into a state of extreme panic. At the same time, his understanding of the world was also collapsing, all because of the sudden appearance of the pink monster in front of him. But fortunately, this monster's face still retained its very recognizable yellow complexion. The monster, oh no, it should be called Pupumin, suddenly let out a long laugh. After laughing his fill, he looked at Naji and said, "Now, then, shall we move on to the next lesson?" Pupumin's current appearance was an eyesore, with only his loincloth left on, so when he called out, "Sweetheart," just hearing it was enough to give you goosebumps. There's an adventurer urban legend that, in the world of adventurers, there are rumors of a veteran pink adventurer who helps out newbies. The witness, before telling the story, politely introduced himself before getting to the main topic. "Hello, I'm a new adventurer entering a dungeon for the first time. Not long ago, my party was almost wiped out during a goblin hunt. We were on the verge of failure. But at that moment, a veteran adventurer suddenly appeared, and in the blink of an eye, he wiped out the monsters and saved us. I didn't get a chance to say thank you, so thank you, whoever you are." Although the pink skin was a bit scary. So scary, but in reality, the other person was exclaiming inwardly, "Look, a newbie." Scene changed to another place in the dungeon. An ant with glowing green eyes was charging to attack its enemy. However, what confronted this giant monster was just a girl's small, delicate fist. What no one expected was that this fist could send a giant beast flying. She hadn't even been cool for 3 seconds before Nero screamed out in pain. She couldn't help but curse loudly. "This is hopeless." Nero punched the ants away while complaining to herself. "The shell is too hard. My fist can't break it. I'll have to use my ultimate move to get through." However, she then rejected this plan. Nero said, "But if I use it just twice, my Ezer will be depleted. Then I'll have to return to the starting point to recover." But before I can recover, a new swarm of ants will pour in. It's a vicious cycle. A glint of determination flashed in Nero's eyes. She looked into the pitch-black eyes of the ants and shouted as if to motivate herself. At this rate, I won't get out of here in a million years. I have to quickly come up with a plan. Meow. Scene changed to another corner of the dungeon. At this moment, Van was being carried on the back of his summoned beast, while his own 5 senses had been sealed for who knows how long. Facing the swarm of ants as numerous as a Mongol horde, he could only control his summoned beast to flee. Van helplessly screamed in his mind, "Someone help me." Through the summoned beast's perspective, as soon as he saw the scene behind him clearly, he immediately thought in frustration, "Damn it, we're at a fork and one side is blocked." Van screamed at his head, turn right, but his summoned beast seemed to have not grown a brain yet. It innocently pointed at its own face as if to say, "I have to turn right?" After signaling to its master, this thing immediately turned left. Van was so angry he felt like he was having a heart attack, but since his mouth was blocked, he could only scream internally, "I said my right, you idiot." And the consequence of the master and summoned beast not coordinating was that he was surrounded by the ant swarm. At this moment, Van could only think helplessly, "Damn it, we're surrounded because of you. Now what?" Seeing the ants getting closer and closer to him, he could only scream silently in despair. Amidst his silent screams, the ants' attack created a loud bang. Along with it, dust flew everywhere, making it impossible to see anything clearly. Scene change. Petra was now so tired she was panting heavily. She hid behind a rock to avoid the stray ants that were wandering around. Petra couldn't help but whisper, "Have they passed yet?" She stealthily looked at the large-bodied ants right next to her and thought to herself, "These ants are too good at concealing their tracks. And they're also super sensitive. Perhaps because they've lived in the dark for so long, they've adapted." Being cornered like this made Petra's thoughts a jumbled mess. What should I do? How do I get through this mess? No, this dungeon is too special. I've never learned how to handle this situation. Petra held her head and thought helplessly. There was no strategy guide. If it were Naji, how would he handle this situation? Thinking of that, her thoughts went further. How do I get through this? If it were Naji, at least he wouldn't give up. Petra almost reflexively reached in her bag, thinking, and he would take something out of his bag to get through. Let's see what I have. Here it is. Thinking that, Petra also pulled a long cord from her bag. When she saw it, she silently said a name. Detection cord. Petra thought, although this type of equipment is nothing special, for a scout, it's a highly compatible weapon. This is the first time I've used it since training camp. She tightened her grip on the cord and told herself, of course, this is equipment that only new scouts use. I have to admit, this is the most suitable equipment for my current level. It was at this moment that Petra suddenly realized her own fatal weakness. She thought to herself, until now, I've only relied on my sight and hearing. However, there's a saying that a true scout can detect things without hearing or seeing anything. That is the scout's intuition. Thinking that, Petra immediately closed her eyes and thought, using my sight in a place like this will only fill my head with useless information. She began to use Ezer to control the detection cord, moving it forward while telling herself, focus all my senses and Ezer on the tip of the cord. As soon as she thought of this, Petra immediately put into practice. After the first step was ready, Petra began to think about the next step, spreading her Ezer outwards. The arrowhead at the tip of the cord immediately emitted a force like a radar wave, spreading throughout the dungeon. After sensing the position of the first ant, Petra told herself, I will map this place. Not long after, she continued to sense the position of the ant. Second one, Petra took her first step while thinking to herself, although the scouting range isn't wide enough. Even though her eyes were closed, Petra took each step with great determination. She told herself, but right now, I need accuracy more than speed. Just like that, she successfully passed through the stray ants without being detected. Even so, Petra kept telling herself, even if it's slow, scouting step by step, I will move forward steadily. The scene shifts to Naji, who is now much more bruised and battered than his 3 party members. He lay sprawled on the ground and couldn't help but sigh softly, feeling as if all the strength had been drained from his body. He suddenly let out a few laughs and continued. And you call this a lesson? Compared to a lesson, it's more like a one-sided beating. More. Time rewinds to not long before. Pupumin spoke, although it's called a lesson, you should still be careful. I've already told you, in this state, I'm not good at holding back my strength. Just as Naji struggled to his feet, his fist was about to come down on him. This guy even said a very irresponsible thing, I might actually kill you. Naji didn't hesitate and immediately raised his sword to block the blow. On the opposite side, a palm strike from Pupumin also came at the same time. His hand slammed hard onto the sword's blade. The force in Pupumin's hand was so great that Naji's sword immediately broke in two, and even he himself was knocked several meters away. And yet, Pupumin had no intention of letting him catch his breath and immediately followed closely. He ran up behind Naji and shouted loudly to get his attention. Pupumin leaned close to Naji's ear and whispered a sentence. You're wide open. But that wasn't all. This pervert then stuck out his tongue and licked Naji's face. Perhaps Pupumin was afraid he wouldn't be able to taste it, so he deliberately paused for a moment. Only when he felt satisfied did this pervert retract his tongue. Naji was stunned for a few seconds. Then his eyes widened as he looked at him, his gaze filled with killing intent. Probably feeling it wasn't stimulating enough, Pupumin deliberately stuck out the tip of his tongue and said, the taste of a newbie. It would be strange for any man not to go crazy after being provoked like that. Naji gritted his teeth and growled out each word, you bastard, I'll kill you. He stepped back slightly and reached with his right hand to pull a sword from his equipment bag. The moment his sword came down, Pupumin twisted his body and dodged it with extreme ease. He didn't forget to add, too, slow. Seeing this, Naji immediately switched tactics. He said to Gluttony, a direct attack won't work. Gluttony, provide cover. After the new weapon was in his hand, Naji immediately threw it like a bomb towards Pupumin. But this pervert didn't even try to dodge and instead opened his mouth to bite the small mushroom, looking as if he had been waiting for this day for a long time. Indeed, he didn't hesitate to swallow the mushroom, even as it was swelling up about to explode. Unsurprisingly, the mushroom exploded in his stomach, but Pupumin just grinned and cheered. Delicious. This reaction made Naji and Gluttony unable to help but shout in unison, what kind of stomach is that? Pupumin gave a twisted smile and asked him, you're starting to wonder, aren't you? How can there be such a huge gap when you both use equipment, Ezer? However, Naji's next answer was beyond Pupumin's expectations. He shouted, then teach me. Pupumin didn't hide his skills either and immediately said, the method is. He paused for a moment, then voiced a doubt, there isn't one. Perhaps afraid of leaving a bad impression on you. Pupumin immediately stopped and explained thoroughly. Users of Ezer equipment find it hard to become adventurers because the method to reach this level is too complex and each type of equipment is different. There's no single answer. So, honestly, I have no method to teach you at all. He looked towards him and gave his final answer. The only thing I can do is shatter your mindset. He continued, you know what I mean? Even if you pretend not to. Haven't you yourself decided that you can't become an adventurer just because you lack a special talent? I used to think so too. Pupumin licked his lips and said, so, today the only thing I can do for you is to break the limits of your thinking. As he spoke, he placed both hands on the ground, his posture now just like that of a muscular pink frog. Pupumin suddenly burst out laughing and shouted, use your body to feel the difference in power. And what happened next was not hard to guess at all. After getting thoroughly beaten up, Naji was lying sprawled on the ground. He placed a hand on his forehead and thought to himself. What followed was basically a beating disguised as a lesson. And yet somehow, he suddenly smirked and thought to himself, I started to laugh. Now, only Naji was left alone in the dungeon. Lying there, he stared blankly at the dungeon's ceiling and thought. He was right. Naji closed his eyes and told himself, I kept denying that I was the one who decided I couldn't become an adventurer. Actually, I have no choice but to admit it. His thoughts gradually became chaotic, and he remembered his past. I've seen people who started from the same place as me, surpassed me time and time again. No matter how fast I ran, I could never catch up. No, even worse, I could do nothing but watch them get further and further away. So I couldn't completely congratulate them on their growth. That feeling, that inferiority complex that I try to bury deep down. I laughed. He hit the nail on the head. Therefore, meeting Pupumin was both a stroke of luck and a turning point. However, just as he thought of this, a familiar voice suddenly rang out, cutting off his train of thought. Kid, how long are you going to lie there? Naji was silent for a moment, then thought to himself, in terms of personality, he's a real nightmare. At this moment, Pupumin had returned to his normal appearance. He stood with his hands on his hips, yelling in his face, "You can only rest when you're dead." Naji, half kneeling on the ground, lamented, "It hasn't even been 5 minutes." Hearing this, Pupumin immediately shouted, "Shut up, someone as weak as you needs to train twice as hard. Stop complaining." And so, under Pupumin's training, Naji threw himself into a hellish training regimen. First was sparring. After training for a while, he then threw himself into actual combat with the ant swarm. The rookie raid team began to slowly overcome each individual's weaknesses. The problem was, they didn't have much time left. The scene changes to the White Order. Sunlight streamed through the dome, scattering down into the cathedral, covering the place in a layer of divine light. A nun entered the cathedral. When she saw the person kneeling in front, she said happily, "So you were here. I've been looking all over for you." Everyone was worried when they didn't see you at the ceremony, Your Eminence. Hearing this, the high priestess exclaimed, "Oh my, it seems I've caused some trouble. Since that child went to volunteer, I stayed behind to take care of these little ones in her place." Hearing this, the young nun replied, "I also heard that Johanna went to volunteer at the ant nest dungeon. Most people stay away from that place. That child is really something." The high priestess didn't feel that way. She said, "How commendable. She voluntarily took on a job that everyone else avoids. Won't she become a shining example for all the novice priests?" The high priestess looked down at the small bird perched on her hand and continued, "And these little ones too." Despite being busy with her duties at the convent, she still took in sick children, treating and caring for them. At this point, the high priestess couldn't help but exclaim, "Not only does she have the abilities of a priest, but her heart is also so pure. I hope that Johanna will become the next saint." Johanna, who had hidden her identity while serving as a priest in the White Order, finally began to carry out her plan inside the ant nest. At some unknown point, a severed human arm had appeared on the dungeon floor, and the perpetrator was none other than the woman who seemed so saintly in the words of others, Johanna. A drop of cold sweat ran down Naji's face. He thought to himself, that woman, her name is Johanna, right? Was she the one who did this to these bastards? It must be. I can feel a similar aura. Although he thought that there was something more important right now. He asked Pupumin, "Pupumin, are you okay? Let me find something in my bag to treat your wound." In response to Naji, Pupumin said, "I'm fine." More importantly, he looked towards Johanna and said with a tone of certainty, "She's insanely strong." Pupumin raised his fishing rod and said cautiously, "Even when hindered, she still chopped off my arm before I could react." By using the Jiangzia's secret technique, Pupumin's hook caught the severed arm. And then, with the adhesive fishing line skill, the arm that seemed beyond saving was reattached. Pupumin said as he tried to move his newly reattached right arm, but just reattaching it is enough. He couldn't help but think to himself, to be honest, even with this makeshift first aid, my right arm can't operate at 100% capacity in this state. He looked at the extremely dangerous woman in front of him and fell in a deep thought. Can I handle that woman or not? After watching Pupumin's entire limb reattachment process, Johanna finally spoke up, exclaiming, "Oh my, not a priest, but pretending to be one? What a ridiculous way of healing." She smirked and said, "Let me heal you properly." As she spoke, she raised her hand, and a stream of green ether immediately formed 3 beams of light in the air. This was Johanna's priest-special talent called Blessing Greater Restoration. Just as the 3 beams of light shot towards Pupumin, his eyes widened and he said, "The structure of that ether is clearly for healing. Don't tell me it's the kind that hurts while it heals." Who would have thought that the ether, which seemed to be only for healing, would suddenly change from green to blood red? Someone as sensitive to ether as Pupumin immediately noticed the abnormality. He wondered in confusion. In almost an instant, the 3 healing beams suddenly exploded. In that hair-raising moment, Pupumin managed to turn and dodge. In the end, Johanna's attack only hit the spot where he had just been standing. Pupumin successfully escaped, but didn't forget to reason to himself. Initially, It was indeed a recovery-type Ezer, but right before contact, its nature changed. Just as he thought that, he couldn't help but blurt out, "Is this some kind of mistake? Who could possibly withstand this kind of healing?" Johanna had no intention of answering his question, and instead asked Pupumin in return. "I'm the one who should be asking the questions, don't you think? That last attack wasn't something a white rank could dodge. Or rather, there's no such thing as a white rank swordsman, is there?" Pupumin's mouth was never one to back down. He immediately said, "That's not something I want to hear from someone wearing a bronze rank priest badge." Johanna replied nonchalantly, "Fair enough. In any case, finding out that information is meaningless. I don't have the time or kindness to waste on a dead man walking anyway." Pupumin looked at the woman before him and fell into deep thought. Everyone knows priests aren't suited for combat. He narrowed his eyes and thought to himself, "But this isn't someone I can deal with based on those old stereotypes. She's used to fighting. No, she's used to killing. She gives off that kind of aura." He tightened his grip on the fishing rod and silently made a decision. In any case, if I want to understand what's happening in this dungeon, I have no choice but to face her. As he thought this, Pupumin immediately swung his fishing rod, causing the hook to draw a straight line on the ground. Without turning back, he instructed Naji, "Hey, squinty-eyed fox, no matter what happens next, don't cross this line." Hearing this, Naji immediately said worriedly, "But your arm is in that state." Pupumin smiled and replied to him, "Who's worrying about whom?" The slight smile on his lips gradually turned into a bright, confident grin. Pupumin continued, "Well, what a coincidence. This is a rare opportunity. You sit back and watch carefully, see how those at the top fight. This will be your third lesson." After instructing his student, he stepped forward one step at a time while exclaiming, "It seems it's been a long time since something this big took the bait. Then I'll have to reel it in with all my might." As soon as Pupumin finished speaking, he immediately cast his fishing rod, preparing to use his old trick again. Unsurprisingly, this old trick was the secret fishing art. What Pupumin caught this time was a blue marlin, caught at the ant nest fishing spot. This was a fish created from Ezer. When Pupumin ate it, he could temporarily use the spearman's special talent. Pupumin said while munching on the raw fish, "A marlin? Huh. One of my arms isn't intact, so it's a bit of waste of talent, but it's not bad at all." Hearing this, Johanna covered her mouth with a charming smile and said, "Are you underestimating me? To think you'd eat in front of an enemy." But she hadn't even been smug for 3 seconds before her pupils suddenly constricted. She couldn't help but exclaim, "What is this, your Ezer?" Johanna paused for a moment. She looked at the explosion in front of her and asked in confusion, "Suddenly exploded?" After the smoke and dust cleared, the person who appeared before her was no longer the garish yellow Pupumin, but a handsome man with silver hair. At this moment, Pupumin had completed his class change. He was now in his spearman form. Johanna immediately burst out laughing and said with amusement, "You're quite handsome. Why didn't you take off that ridiculous mask from the start? Maybe it would have gone easy on you." Pupumin replied with a bored tone, "What are you talking about? Everyone knows this is the mask. The face from before was the real one. Calling it ridiculous is a bit rude." He spun the long spear in his hand and said, "Now then, I hope you're ready." As he spoke, Pupumin lowered his center of gravity close to the ground, a stance that allowed him to both attack and defend. He said, "I won't let an adventurer who's interfering with the dungeon cleanup get away so easily." Hearing this, she replied, "So scary? Of course I am." The large axe in her hand shot out as she spoke, and at the same time, Pupumin moved from his spot, causing the axe to miss. In the next second, the blood-red axe was suddenly in front of Pupumin. The two fought back and forth fiercely, making it impossible to tell who had the upper hand. Seeing that fighting this way was ineffective, Johanna immediately made the axe blade spin in midair. By the time the axe flew back to attack Pupumin, it had practically become a boomerang made of an axe. Because Pupumin had extensive combat experience, he dodged each wave of attacks from this boomerang. The two once again entered a stalemate, with neither able to do anything to the other. Pupumin couldn't help but say in a dissatisfied tone, "A weapon that moves on its own? It's really a nuisance." As soon as he finished his sentence, he seized an opportunity. He immediately swung his leg and kicked this fake boomerang. As for Johanna, she was now clasping her hands in front of her chest, her head slightly bowed, as if performing some kind of prayer ritual or another. A moment later, she opened her eyes, and 3 orbs had appeared behind her at some point. Johanna said with a sneer, "Already tired from just this? I haven't even used my priest special talent." After she spoke, she immediately used her priest's special talent, Blessing, aiming holy light straight at Pupumin. Pupumin had just dealt with that troublesome axe, and before he could even catch his breath, he had to face this blessing attack. However, he was fortunate to have prior experience, so this time he reacted with ease. As Pupumin dodged the holy light, he thought, when fighting a high-level adventurer, the most important thing is to understand the opponent's special talents and ultimate skills. Based on her Ezer, she is clearly a priest type. After neatly dodging that fake blessing, he looked at the fake boomerang preparing to attack him and fell into deep thought. Then is that flying axe the ability of a holy relic? Ezer gradually gathered at the tip of his spear. Pupumin's thoughts were now very clear, even. If he quickly used his spearman's special talent, upgraded Waterfall to block the axe's attack. Pupumin continued to say to himself, a flying axe, an attack magic under the guise of recovery Ezer. The link between the two is very seamless. Although he was thinking a lot, Pupumin's hand movements showed no hesitation. His body was as agile as a shuttle. He could easily weave through each beam of holy light and the attacks of the red axe. Just like this time, the axe grazed the side of Pupumin's face. If his dodge had been off by just a little, he would have been dead. Although she was his opponent, Pupumin couldn't help but silently praise her for skillfully controlling the space and tightening. The battle once again fell into a stalemate. As Pupumin dodged Johanna's attacks, he thought to himself, this battle isn't going to be easy. And when observing the fight from another angle, one could only see intersecting streams of yellow, green, and blue light, which completely obscured the figures of both people. This was also Naji's point of view at this very moment, and the scene before him left him completely overwhelmed. Naji mumbled his coach's name, Pupumin. After an unknown period of silence, he said in a low voice, "So this is how people at the peak fight." Saw? Naji's hand holding the mushroom bomb tightened. His thoughts at this moment carried a hint of sorrow and self-doubt. I was even planning to jump in if I saw an opening. But as soon as he had this thought, Naji's clenched hand gradually loosened, and the small mushroom slipped from his grasp as a result. His act of letting go of the mushroom was like a silent declaration that he had abandoned his laughably blind confidence to face reality. Pupumin's slender figure seemed to gradually appear before his eyes. His every word seemed to echo in his ears. From now on, keep both your eyes wide open and observe. He could almost see his coach's vibrant, shining eyes looking at him. If you're distracted for even a second, you'll miss it. Naji suddenly snapped back to reality and thought with self-deprecation. That arrogance. Returning to the main battlefield, Pupumin and Johanna were still locked in a stalemate. Facing the axe that was about to strike, this time he didn't intend to use the same old move to block. The long spear in Pupumin's hand swung up, carrying water foam with it. The foam suddenly transformed into a giant, deep blue marlin, which immediately blocked several of the axe's attacks. It must be said, this new move of his was very effective. The marlin danced with every swing of Pupumin's spear, allowing him to increase his blocking efficiency without needing to move much. At this moment, Pupumin's deep blue eyes were filled with an intense fighting spirit. Not just Pupumin, Johanna also became extremely excited by this new development. As he leaped towards Johanna, the one witnessing this fight, Naji had entered the battlefield at some point. He had once thought, with the arrogance, that he could be of some help, but when he actually stepped onto the battlefield, he couldn't even clearly see their attacks. Only a single thought remained in Naji's mind now, a completely different level. His previous self-doubt gradually enveloped Naji. He thought to himself, I can't help at all. If I interfere recklessly, I'll just be a hindrance. Following the thought in his head, Naji's feet also slowly moved backward. He didn't stop until he retreated behind a line, telling himself at the same time, I absolutely must not cross that line. Cutting back to the battle, Ezer of Pupumin was gathering like a surging ocean wave, completely obscuring Johanna's vision. And the cause of this surging Ezer was the long spear in Pupumin's hand. By spinning the spear at high speed, he could easily create such a large and chaotically ordered wave of energy. While protected by the Ezer, Pupumin began to organize his train of thought. She keeps pressing as if to say don't come near. A cold glint flashed in his eyes. Pupumin continued to think. But wouldn't that just expose a weakness? If so, her strategy is too obvious. At this point, whether this judgment was right or wrong, Pupumin had to test it. He used his spearman's special talent, Turtle Shield, to block the axe's attack. As for himself, he rushed forward, simultaneously using his most powerful skill, Thrust. Johanna, the target of his attack, was still standing there leisurely, even exposing her weakness right in front of her enemy. Suddenly, she turned her head to look behind her and said, "Discovering that priests are at a disadvantage in close combat is commendable. Normally, that wouldn't be a bad assessment, but that's just a stereotype." As soon as those words were spoken, she rode the hydro-amphibious Spear 3 to lift off the ground. After dodging Pupumin's attack, she continued cheerfully, and that was a mistake. While still hovering in midair, Johanna once again clasped her hands in front of her chest. This time she used a special talent on herself, which was the priest's special talent, Bless Strength, Strength. In the next second, Johanna's lower leg immediately exerted force and stomped down hard. Although Pupumin was attacked by surprise, he was still able to dodge easily. However, there was more to Johanna's leg attack. Knowing her stomp had missed, she immediately changed to a new attack. A side kick from Johanna was then blocked by Pupumin's long spear. He spoke in a tone as if pondering the issue. A priest who can fight in close combat through self-enhancement? Just when it seemed Johanna's kick was gaining the upper hand, Pupumin suddenly said one thing. Impressive. And then, using the force of her kick, he skillfully spun to get behind Johanna's back. But as he spoke, he took advantage of her retracting her leg to spin his spear and prepare a surprise attack. Pupumin swung his spear at her, while also finishing the second half of his sentence. Even if you enhance your physical strength, it's useless if your basic close combat technique. Who would have thought that before the tip of Pupumin's spear could touch Johanna, his entire body was surrounded by a red light? Pupumin was so surprised he blurted out. He said with disbelief, "My body is paralyzed." But the one who seemed about to be ambushed now smirked and said, "Got you." She shouted loudly, "Finish him, blood drop death." This woman attacked with her axe while simultaneously gathering beams of holy light, and her purpose was obvious without needing to be stated. In this situation, Pupumin could only watch with wide, helpless eyes. Unsurprisingly, he took the full force of both these attacks at once. Johanna burst out laughing gleefully and said, "I really intended to kill you with that last hit. I have to admit you're quite extraordinary." Opposite her, Pupumin was propped up with one hand on the ground, the other clutching his long spear. He replied to her in a rather pained voice, "No matter how you flatter me, I'm a mess. There's no part of me that doesn't hurt." Pupumin thought to himself, "But I still gained something." He chose to voice his speculation to buy a little more time. "It seems I've finally figured out what your ultimate skill is." Immediately after, Pupumin began his lengthy speculation. "Your holy relic defies gravity. Healing becomes pain, and blessings become curses." After listing a series of pieces of evidence, Pupumin finally gave his conclusion. In other words, your ultimate skill is to reverse everything. However, when he spoke the last word, his voice carried a hint of uncertainty. Inversion. Even though her ultimate skill was guessed correctly, Johanna still gave a taunting smile and said, "So you figured out, but what difference does that make?" While Naji's group was clearing the A-rank Queen Ant Nest dungeon and training with Pupumin, Agnes's team also set out to conquer the Queen Ant Nest. Compared to a regular ant nest, the Queen Ant Nest dungeon was on a completely different level. This was a tough dungeon, requiring a direct confrontation with the worker ants led by the Queen Ant. Therefore, the Min Fong Guild had prepared thoroughly and mobilized its most elite forces. But for some reason, the dungeon raid ended anticlimactically. When they discovered what had happened, everyone stood there dumbfounded. Nice laughed scornfully. An ant queen's nest without an ant queen? How ridiculous. Stonemung also breathed a sigh of relief. "You had me worried for nothing. It ended so quickly." Agnesa looked at Nice, annoyed, and said, "You think this is funny? You didn't do anything this time either." He bit his nails, saying flusteredly, "I already told you. It's not like I abandoned Elizabeth Robus this time. I had a good reason." She ignored his words, her contempt showing on her face. "Forget it." Right after that, she turned to Pororo, asking with her hands on her hips. "What do you think, Pororo? Why did the boss disappear?" The little girl's eyes lit up, and she immediately replied, "Clearly, there's something unusual here." Suddenly, the girl's eyes widened, as if she had thought of something. A boss disappearing from a dungeon that has never collapsed? And this unstable Ezer residue, too. Thinking about that scene, the little girl said again, "It doesn't feel natural at all, as if the Ant Queen was kidnapped." The Ezer residue gradually descended into that deep pit. Agnesa asked again, "Kidnapped? Why would someone do that?" The little girl replied, "It's just a guess." Pororo looked at the snakes coiling around the rocks and the overwhelming Ezer residue filling the cave. Those snakes were clinging tightly to that stone slab. "It feels like it's waiting for us." As she was speaking, suddenly something red and glowing shot toward the two of them, taking them completely by surprise. Pororo realized in astonishment. Then suddenly, that thing exploded in midair. Seeing that, the little girl shouted, "A message carved with Ezer." A black snake shot out from that hole. It turned to attack Agnesa, a voice emanating from it. "I knew you would come here, Agnesa Ferris." It looked into her eyes and said, "But I'm not sure if you're ripe enough to be eaten yet." Now, she was a little surprised, softly uttering the name Johanna. The snake continued, "So, I'll start with an appetizer first." The snake's body was very long, coiling around each stone slab. Everywhere it went, it was surrounded by thick black smoke. "Just sit there and watch the consequences of your poor judgment." Seeing this, Agnesa shouted, "It's a trap. Everyone get close." Agnesa then used her sorcerer talent, Amev's poisonous fangs. The snake was burned by the flames. It lifted its head out of the fire and screamed in pain. Even the cliff walls couldn't withstand this magic. They exploded into pieces. Seeing this, Stonemung immediately cast an ice block to stop the rocks. Seeing that, Agnesa immediately asked, "Is everyone okay?" Stonemung immediately replied, "I'm fine, but it will take a while to escape." Agnesa's gaze became more serious. "This is bad. The dungeon about to collapse isn't here, but where Naji is." Looking at the huge nest ahead, she said worriedly, "The ant nest dungeon." Suddenly, Pupumin rushed over from nowhere. He slashed a few times in the air. His eyes were sharp. He thought to himself, "Truly a tough opponent. The axe alone is on par with a decent adventurer, and because of the weakening effect, I can't even get close." To her, the slashes were unleashed before Naji's bewildered eyes. He broke out in a sweat. His face darkened. Because of his earlier wound, he was gradually losing ground. At this rate, even Pupumin couldn't hold on any longer. He stood there watching, thinking helplessly, "Damn it, if only I had the power to cross that line." He saw Zero next to him start to move. Again, he immediately turned to him. "You're awake, Zero. What the hell happened?" Was it Johanna, that priest? The man looked at him, stammering, "Big ants are coming. We're going to die." He frowned, asking in confusion, "Ants?" Johanna laughed scornfully. "Where did all that confidence from before go? If you keep this up, you'll die, you know." Pupumin brushed past her. "You're right. Running away won't solve anything." He threw his spear at her. "If I can't avoid the curse in close combat." The spear flew from his hand, his eyes looking at Johanna, full of hatred. Pupumin shouted, "If I use this, spearman talent, spear lancer." The spear flew toward the stunned Johanna. Her eyes widened. Suddenly, it seemed something had blocked the spear. A blue light emanated from the leafy shield. She smirked, "I told you so." She sat on her axe, saying casually, "Even if you figured out my ultimate skill, it won't change anything because I specialize in dealing with people like you." Then suddenly Pupumin caught the spear. He said calmly, "No." He threw his spear, his eyes on her. "It does change things, doesn't it? Now that the problem is identified, I just need to find a solution." Pupumin's sharp gaze glanced at Johanna. "This is a good opportunity, so watch carefully." Then he looked towards Naji. Dungeons are battles against the unknown. What's important is how an adventurer deals with a strong enemy that is hard to defeat. Without hesitation, he said seriously, "That's when the real battle." He raised his knee. Pupumin cast a spell, summoning a huge block of ice. He rushed forward while shouting, "Begins." With a body as fast as lightning, he swung his sword high. Pupumin rushed towards Johanna with immense power. She glanced at him, smirking contemptuously. "How disappointing. So predictable. You plan to rush in and take me down before the curse activates, right? But in that case, I just need to reverse the blessing from the start. Blessing of strength, curse of weakness." Pupumin's eyes were still filled with determination. He frowned. Her reversal ultimate skill, once activated by the curse, will completely flip the physical enhancement structure. He held his spear tightly. There was only one chance. and it was now when the enhancement effect was being reversed into a weakening effect. The blue marlin has a special ability, the only Ezer fish I can see. My secret fishing technique is very unpredictable, so I never know what I'll catch. But with the marlin harpoon, I can aim and catch exactly the fish I want. Fishing harpoon. Pupumin speared a fish. It was a purple tang, fishing spot ant nest, a species created from Ezer, which when eaten by Pupumin allows him to temporarily use sorcerer talents. He put another fish in his mouth. This is the fish I need right now. Johanna was utterly astonished by this sight, her mouth agape. He silently assessed the physical stats I got from the blue marlin. The system announced, strength points increased, accuracy points increased, agility points increased. The thing that should have decreased after switching to sorcerer talent. Pupumin's muscles immediately bulged. He began to transform, but with her many reversal ultimate skills, my stats were reversed again. He shouted, "No matter how strong your curse is, my growth rate is much higher." Pupumin rushed forward with a new form, holding a staff. Class change, Pupumin Archmage form. He shouted excitedly, "Reversal of the reversal." Seeing this, she said contemptuously, "How disgusting." She clicked her tongue. Pupumin's voice rang out again. "Reversal." Naji was utterly astonished at this sight. Is he using her own ability against her? Naji was stunned by his form. He thought to himself, Pupumin is not just strong. He's an adventurer with sharp instincts, creativity, and excellent adaptability. Suddenly, the snake targeted someone. It cast a spell, sorcerer talent. It immediately wrapped around Zero's head, squeezing it tightly, making him unable to even scream. Naji was extremely surprised by that scene. His face darkened. He started rushing towards him. This feeling, it's exactly like the strange energy I felt from Johanna. Naji swung his sword. Intending to attack it, he shouted, "What are you doing, Zero?" Surprisingly, Zero was no longer conscious. He picked up a handful of dirt and shouted, "Shut up." He threw the handful of dirt at Naji. "I have to live." Zero swung his giant sword towards him. Naji gritted his teeth, blocking his attack. Must survive. The two swords clashed. A golden light flashed. Naji's eyes suddenly widened. A piercing scream rang out. Then he was thrown back by the immense force of the sword. Naji was sent flying several times. His head hit the ground, and he coughed up blood. Zero's face had become more crazed. He laughed loudly with excitement. He quickly raised his greatsword, rushing towards Naji madly. Zero had lost his last shred of consciousness. He just slashed here and there in a frenzy. "Leave it to me, Lady Johanna." Then Zero threw his sword up, making it spin in the air before flying off. On this side, Pupumin was also fighting Johanna. He held his staff, his sharp gaze fixed on her. He glanced and saw Zero's sword flying towards him. Pupumin immediately caught it with his bare hands. His body was drenched in sweat, but he still tried. "I can still handle this much." Pupumin raised his staff, began to cast a spell, Archmage talent. He channeled all his power into the arm holding the staff. His muscles bulged, veins popping. As soon as the staff was raised, dirt and rocks flew everywhere. He aimed the staff at Johanna's position. As he brought the strike down, Pupumin shouted before her astonished eyes, "It's over." He poured all his power into that staff. Magic heavy strike.